Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so look, here's the deal. I have tried to upgrade, apparently, it's doing a lot of work here. The setup so that somebody mentioned earlier that they wanted me to be able to cut to camera, so to speak, when we did rant time or tangent time. And so I've set up a scene. We're going to see if we can't make the production value of these streams just that little much better. Maybe that's it, Akusai. Maybe I do need a new gaming chair. And I know, Quinn, you mentioned this earlier, and I can confirm that the idea with these draft streams is to take the draft conversation and push it somewhere else. Channel your inner Patrick Star as you're thinking about it. But so within this, as we talk through everything to do with this Bears game, I actually think there's a lot of really interesting conversation to be had because this Bears defense, hey, credit a lot of this to Josh Dobbs not playing very well, but the Bears defense was popping off. And the Bears offense is an interesting watch too for different reasons, right? But I don't want to spoil the overarching takes that you may have because part of the magic of this stream is you guys listen, I'm sure, to all kinds of podcasts, all kinds of YouTube shows, and those folks are talking through what they thought of the game. And some of them have watched the All 22, some of them haven't watched the All 22, but you can't see it for yourself. And at least the best part that, and the reason I love doing these streams is because no matter how little time I've had, you get to see it and you get to decide for yourself what you think. So Demo, MJ50, Akusai, thank you guys so much for being here. G Station, you too. Let's dive in. Start by talking about some Bears defense. Oh, and by the way, just as far as a couple scheduling things, right? So next Monday, that's next Monday, draft stream number 1. We're going to be doing I would call it a standard stream, but like 6-hour specials are standard streams. So we're going to be talking through the quarterbacks. We've done enough talking about draft possibilities. We're not certain that Carolina is going to give us a top 2 pick. So, keep keep burning things at the altar, keep building your shrine, whatever you guys are doing to will the Panthers into losing so much, right? Like, keep doing it. But let's go through some tape. So, and Akusai, I'm kind of with you. Like, the main reason, Akusai, I want to just at least do a primer within the quarterbacks is because people have spent so much time talking about what Justin Fields is, what Justin Fields isn't, and they keep using pie in the sky terms to talk about Caleb Williams. Let's talk about what we see, what we don't see. Let's talk with both Caleb and Drake. We'll do that on Monday. Main reason that I am talking about this is because I have no idea how the NCAA and the powers that be on YouTube are going to react to these. So Monday, 8 p.m. If that doesn't work for you, we can bump it to Tuesday. Right now, I have it scheduled for Monday so that you can see it. And if it gets taken down, you'll be one of the black market viewers that still saw it, and we'll all remember it together, right? But so then if you guys fill up the donation bar, we'll talk through wide receivers so that, again, the whole concept of these streams is to spice up you guys' conversations, whether in person or online with other people, right? The aim, the goal of what's going on is that when people say MHJ or bust, you either think that because you have seen enough to where your opinion is like set in stone, or you may have changed your mind. I doubt you're going to decide that you want another wide receiver over MHJ, but another wide receiver at 8 or 9 versus MHJ at 2 or 3, I don't know. You'll make that decision. But like Quinn Hardy mentioned, because I think this is key, I really don't want every single film stream to devolve back into talking about the quarterback, talking about the draft. Let's talk about film on some of these streams so that we can figure out what the state of the team is, what we think about what's going on, and everything in between. Khalid, I tend to agree with you, but at the same time, there are some schematic elements of this defense that have been a lot of fun. Let's dive in. We'll start with play number 1. So you've seen this formation an awful lot, right? Chicago Bears are lined up 4 down in some form or fashion. They've got 2 linebackers, and then right here, like all are broken. I love that. So this is the Bears common. They've used this to run cover 2 all the time. One thing I think is interesting when we talk about this scheme behind the Bears defense is that a lot of this defense and what makes it work is Kyler Gordon's willingness to fit the run. He's a tougher nickel to run on than a lot of other nickel corners that I've watched, which helps out Chicago, especially since Tremaine Edmonds is only so good in the run game. But you probably remember this because it's the deep shot that the Bears send a blitz. They're gonna send a nickel blitz through. That's gonna get the running back here, Madison, to abort the fake, as it's called. So Dobbs effectively hands the ball off to nobody, right? But you're going to see Jordan Addison get right uphill. And I'll tell you what's funny about this play, and this is why the all-22 view is so important. Watching it live, I thought Dobbs had dotted this ball. I thought it was an unbelievable throw that Eddie Jackson had just broken up, because I want you to watch the way number 4 tracks this thing. Ooh, hoo, hoo. If you do like Eddie Jackson on this channel, he does a great job finding where the ball is headed, tracking it, and ultimately breaking up what would have otherwise been a catch. But I gotta say, our guy Terrell Smith does a lot of things well. He attacks downhill well. He plays physical at the line of scrimmage well. He does not run downfield very well. And I think he knows it because he gives speedy guys a ton of cushion. And Jordan Addison runs right by him. I mean, that's not a full stack, but it's darn close. And had Dobbs pushed the ball up this line right here, which is where Addison wants it, I don't think Eddie Jackson gets there. I think the Vikings go 1 and score. Now, that's if it's a perfect throw, to be totally fair. Maybe Smith catches up, like dives for it and makes a play. But because Dobbs just leaves a little air under it and short arms it a little bit, number 4 gets into the play, and what would have been, my goodness, a massive completion right here, ends up incomplete. Thank goodness. And we don't even know that it was incomplete, because when you watch, I don't know if it's these replays. I remember the closer, or like the replays looked stronger on the broadcast, the close-up replays that we got, but man, it looked like they might have had a shot at ruling this a catch anyways, just based on when he grabs the ball. Let's see if we can see it here. Like, he snares it, and Bojack doesn't pull it out until pretty much when they hit the ground. So it would have been a bang-bang ruling one way or another, but I am glad that the Vikings moved on. Either way, not the play anybody wants to start with, but the result that we want to start with, absolutely. So then 2nd and 10, the Pastronaut is going to audible out of whatever they're doing. And the Bears' run defense, man, it's for real. Like, even Yannick Ngakoue, based on the way the Bears are playing right now, number 91, is penetrating and forcing rushers outside, which, like, are you kidding me? Like, when Yannick Ngakoue starts to make plays in the run game, even if it's simple things like forcing 32 to the outside where there's just not enough blockers to take on TJ Edwards and Jaquan Brisker, like, that works for us. That works for us. The Bears' run defense and frankly the defense in general is swarming. This is hilarious, and I'm only just seeing it now. Watch Andrew Billings on this play. 56 is going to try to keep Billings out of the play. So Billings is just going to throw 56 into the rusher right there. Nice job traveling by 97, for crying out loud. Like, that's why they extended him. He's just going to muscle his way into the play. And sure, of course, if the guy gets wide, there's no way Billings is getting there. But TJ does a great job of just tracking the runner down and forcing him to cut back inside. Like, boy, oh boy. Then 3rd and 10. Oh, and by the way, Jim, I feel like Eddie Jackson is such a funny player to talk about because the free safety just doesn't get as many like one-on-one or true targeted reps as a lot of guys do. And I feel like Eddie has played a very good like brand of football pretty much throughout his career. Certainly in 2023, I don't think he's as bad as some people keep wanting to make him, right? But he's hitting the end of the rope. Like, the plays that go against him, it's tough to watch. He hasn't looked healthy for maybe nearly like I don't know if he's looked healthy for more than maybe 2 games this season, this being one of them, but I don't know. There's part of me that just doesn't know what to tell you. It's the right time for Eddie Jackson more than likely to move on. So then 3rd and 10, the Bears actually run man for once, which I'm a big fan of. Let's watch the DBs first, and then let's watch what goes on up front, right? And check this out. So not only are they going to run cover one man, I even think it might not be true cover one because I think they send a fifth rusher. But check out the front, right? Like the Bears, whether it's Phil Snow, whether it's Matt Eberflus, I swear I see a ton of. It's ironic that we see it in Minnesota here, but like I feel like we see a ton of Zimmer influence in this defense right now, and a lot of it. Like the Bears are running pretty much the same amount of cover three, cover two, but they're doing it from these 6 down line fronts, especially on 3rd down, where any of these 6 rushers could blitz. It's like Flores light, right? This isn't quite where Flores pulled it from, but what makes it Zimmer as opposed to Flores is that the Bears are never going to run cover 0 if they can avoid it. But in this case, they just get into cover 1 where you've got a short zone here, a short zone here, Kyler Gordon in a short zone, and everybody else is in man coverage one way or another. And as that happens, does Terrell Smith get beat deep? Well, depends on your viewpoint because Montez Sweat has already made it to the backfield. And like, this is what the Bears were missing. Just saying. The static fronts, the things that made life harder on the Bears DBs, those were a problem. But when you're able to generate pressure like the Bears do, I would say, Irish, you started seeing more and more and more of them slowly but surely. But in the but the Lions game was where they started to pop. If that makes sense. We saw some in the Carolina game. We saw a couple the week before. I would say we really started seeing this stuff pop up as about as early as week 6 or 7. Like right around the time we felt as if Matt Eberflus was coaching for his job per se, we started to see more blitzes and getting closer and closer and closer to this. Make sense? But so anyways, the Bears run a stunt with Yannick and Sweat. And that's the thing, Eric. I do think that Phil Snow's timing is almost conspicuously connected with defensive improvement, but he's a senior defensive analyst. It would be surprising if he's entirely to credit, but I will throw credit at whoever you want me to, because then you make a trade like this and watch Montez Sweat's athleticism on this. It's not like he beats his man super duper clean. Like we're not going to see some crazy pass rush move, right? You're going to see somebody who's long enough to engage both defensive linemen, which gives Yannick a shot at just cutting around the edge, right? And so Pop, he cuts around, but then Sweat, on the other hand, just works the edge while keeping 75 on his toes, gets the hands off of him, and then reaches Dobbs, and my goodness, what a slam, right? Watch this thing in real time. This big man, number 98, boy, can he move or what? Like, it's that gas right there that I think is outstanding. Outstanding. Like, it's one thing to work around the edge with the speed that Sweat does here. That's pretty normal. But from the moment he beats him, you see an acceleration that I think is quite impressive for a man who's 265 pounds, 6'6", and has like 35-inch arms. He's an athlete, and he has made an impact. The Sweat factor is legit. Do they not just give anybody or roughing the passes to anybody who runs? So that's what's so funny, Khalid. I feel like the NFL cannot figure out how they want their quarterbacks to get tackled. And I mean, nobody wants literal flag football. That would be it would just ruin the point, wouldn't it? But you can see that like this is Montez here's trying not to hip drop him, and like this is the tackle that you'll get if you're not doing a hip drop, right? And then like you're saying, Eric, I mean, everybody just gets juiced up, big selly after that. John, in my opinion, I wouldn't say Sweat is playing. I think that's a good question. I would actually say Sweat is playing pretty much the same. If anything, he's been slightly less impactful in the Bears' run fits than he was in Washington. But if for some reason, look, I can't tell whether it's coincidence or not, opposing quarterbacks are reacting to him. Like, I think he's creating a little bit more pressure, a little bit, But it is wild just seeing how it also helps, John, that in the middle of this, we are having to kind of figure out how much of this is the fact that these offenses can't play, how much of this is the fact that the Bears are playing well, right? It's simple, or it's not simple. It's tough to parse out. You can tell I'm trying to gather my thoughts as we do this. Like, for instance, if the Bears are playing, I don't know, Patrick Mahomes goes first play, hits his drop back, steps up, slings it, and boom, walk in touchdown or a 65-yard bomb. Do we feel good about the defense? If they play the way they do for the rest of the game, maybe. But there is a piece of this that Josh Dobbs also misses his opportunities. I would say both of the first two interceptions at minimum are flat out quarterback mistakes. Like, well, let's get to them and you'll see what I'm talking about. But the Bears have done a good job defensively of creating the opportunity for quarterbacks to fail, and certain players in particular, I'm going to talk a lot about 33 over the next little while, have made life really hard. Jaylon Johnson has been awesome. I mean, in this game, Jaylon Johnson took over about as much as you're going to see a quarterback take or cornerback take over. This play is emblematic of what the Bears defense has become at this stage, I think, where the Vikings are going to run. What does it look like? I'm totally just shooting in the dark here on what the specifics of the play design is, but it looks like they're going to have him in the flat. They're going to have they're going to have John Oliver in the flat. They're going to have him running deep. I bet you they have an over route or something right here. I'm sure they do. This is what this read looks like all the time. And kudos to Sanborn. Sanborn runs with it. Like, Sanborn, in my opinion, has always been a little underrated in coverage. Sure, if you're really fast, you can run away from him, but he does a good job tracking towards the sidelines and turns a play that, hey, it's still successful from the Vikings perspective because Dobbs gets down. Man, how many yards do they give him? Because according to the slide rule, you would think he should be down here, which would be like a 2-yard gain. And I'm pretty sure that is not what they do. But we'll see. The starting the slide rule is so bizarre. Or I wouldn't call it bizarre, but it's kind of funky because the original rule is the moment you begin to give yourself up, that's it. But the Bears basically take what it can be a free yardage, almost jailbreak play, just underneath, hit the flat, let him run upfield. Yeah, okay, come on, 4 yards, come on. And instead, they limit it to 4. So now you've got to continue to chew your way down the field. And credit to the Vikings run game, they came to play. The Vikings running game actually did quite a lot. And it gets tough because this Vikings run design is neat, or I think it's neat. Like, they basically run outside zone right here, everybody moving left with this fullback cutting back and sealing this, basically the first guy to the hole. And so once Tremaine Edmonds sees that, he's going to try to scrape over the top to get especially into this hole in practice. And so then TJ Edwards, I wouldn't call him late, but suddenly there's no defender to get back into this lane. And so when Sanborn gets his tackle broken, which kudos to Sanborn for getting past, is that Darrisaw? Yeah, it is, 71. He does a good job getting through the offensive lineman. Thank you, Jack. But he doesn't quite bring the running back down. And it takes number, who guessed it, 97, working back into the play, ranging, baby, and bringing down the running back. But the bend don't break stuff. That is working right now, 1st and 10. You get a nice little roll right here. Brisker and Eddie are going to move around a little bit pre-snap, force a check. One thing I really liked about this was, I don't know whether this was quite on purpose or not, but Josh Dobbs here is going to shout back to his defense something, right? And I really appreciate, yeah, no kidding, right, John? That the corners, you're going to see them walk up and press their man very, very late, right? So the look is one thing, but now we go from a cover 3 look down to a cover 1 look. I can't tell you for sure whether the Bears checked to it in the middle of the play or not, but I love the fact that the Bears are actually employing like leveled disguises. This it doesn't have to be the most complicated thing in the world. You don't have to leave this stream going, wowie zowie. But the fact that it actually takes until the ball is snapped to diagnose what play the Bears are running is a legitimate step forward. We were not doing that earlier, and we did not have the talent to be so obvious earlier. And so it's a run play, but all the same, it's a disguise that you're going to see a couple times. Exactly, Akusai. It sprinkles to our vanilla. The Bears also had no issue. They were not scared of what the Vikings were doing when they had like 12 or basically 12 personnel. In this case, it's 21 personnel. So they had extra blockers, meaning that they brought Brisker into the box. They have 4 linebackers compared to the 2 blockers that they've got. So Tremaine Edmonds gets a rushing lane, and look at that acceleration. Come on. Like, when Tremaine Edmonds gets to just flash athleticism, you sit there and you're like, this guy's a star, right? It's everything else where things get kind of messy, right? They get a little hairy, but all the same, it's nice to see Tremaine creating TFLs, if only because the bend don't break stuff starts to work really well the moment you basically sit around and create one negative play, and now you're way ahead of the chains. May pop out and grab some Tylenol here at some point soon, but first, let's live in the film. 2nd and 12. Is this the play I think it is? Yes. Come on. Come on, right? Come on. Do we see this? Do we see how nasty this is? Jaylon Johnson. So the Bears are running I actually think this is a really, really nice time to call cover 6, by the way. But so they call cover 6, which allows basically Brisker and Terrell. Ooh, words. They call cover 6, which allows Brisker and Terrell Smith to play up high and downhill. This actually plays to Terrell Smith's strengths quite well. And then on this side, they're going to call Eddie Jackson and Jaylon Johnson in cover 2, right? So it's 4 over here, it's 2 over here. It's quarter, half. Everybody who makes football content loves to say quarter, half. I think they just think that sounds really cool. I've always called it cover 6. But so anyways, the Vikings are expecting cover 2. So they run an iteration of smash like this, right? And whether Jaylon Johnson baits this or whether he just recovers the fact that Josh Dobbs cannot drive this ball to save his life, we don't really care, right? But it is a filthy play by Jaylon Johnson, who is watching, as I think he should anyways. He's watching the receiver so that he can break on the ball. He breaks on the ball with him. That's a really nice break on the football. Once the ball isn't thrown, he knows where it's going, goes, gets depth, and picks off a pass that, let's be real here, you throw that thing on a seam to the corner, Jaylon's not getting there. They call it the cover 2 hole shot for a reason. But this is a great reminder of how hard the NFL is. Justin Fields, to use an example, does not just suck because he, isn't hitting every anticipatory throw in the book, because there are plenty of other quarterbacks, Josh Dobbs being one of them, that this is now his second underthrow, and the first one was a missed opportunity. The second one is a huge missed opportunity. And I can't tell how much of this is just the wide receiver adjusting to the pass, but his route is awfully short, which makes me think it is a pretty sweet play by Jaylon Johnson. But I would have expected them to push this ball to the corner if Dobbs had the arm strength to do it, because you just can't live in the NFL when you're allowing corners to make a play like that. But from there, that's nice. And remember, guys, he's 24. Jaylon Johnson is not a 28-year-old man, right? Like, he's not a 27-year-old in the prime of his career. Games like this, we hope, are going to become, I don't want to say standard, but close. And another thing that's really neat about this interception is what's one of the other things that causes it. First of all, there's something I find really fun about watching Montez Sweat get into his stance. I just feel like this man, number 98, it just looks like a behemoth, like on the football field. But Justin Jones and Montez Sweat are not going to create technical pressure, but tell me they don't influence the throw, right? Yes, Justin Jones, that Justin Jones. Like, we get a little bit of color flash right here. We get another little bit of color flash right here, right? And Josh Dobbs, you can tell he fades away from this throw, has to shot put the ball out there. Suddenly it's short. Suddenly your corner's picking off the pass. Second to 12 goes the other way. The Bears get outstanding field position. Like, if we were going to whine about anything on the offense in this game, and there will be plenty of whining, unfortunately, just because I think you guys need to see how deep the rabbit hole goes on offense. But man, the defense generating a 30, what is that, like the 38-yard line of field, as far as an offensive start goes in a game that ends up being a war of field goals. Oh man, is that sweet or what? One more look at this from the other angle just to see Josh fade away. It's a really nice inside move. I mean, let's not make it more than it is, but it's a nice inside move by Montez Sweat, who very quickly gets on the inside of 75 and pushes him away. But you can see on this hip flip, and Dobbs just does not get everything in there. I think in part because Justin Jones is coming through. And you're right, Akus, I forgot about that. The absolutely ridiculous the ridiculous like call that sets them back at this point. I really hate whining about the refs because I don't think you can control them. Sometimes you're going to get calls, sometimes you're not going to get calls. But especially seeing the long form video about that was hilarious. Like, basically, Kyler Gordon gets punched in the face and then gets called for taunting because his helmet breaks and he takes it off. I also don't understand why, when the play is flatly over, you can't take your helmet off. I mean, I get that it's a safety thing, but what? Anyways, I thought that was pretty weird. By the way, if you've ever had questions, I looked this up recently, so I want you to know. If you've ever wondered how the motion rules work, right? Just because there are plenty of times that you'll see DJ Moore, for instance, use a little short motion right here, and then he just takes off, right? Why is that legal? But then two guys can move at the same time. What's the difference, right? What allows you to move two players? Whenever you move more than one, they have to be set for a full second. So just in case you didn't know the specifics, you're going to see every major formation change that comes into situations like this. They're going to stop. They are going to get fully set for a minimum of a second. And then maybe there's another motion or something after that, but that's what keeps it street legal, right? Bears run defense kind of gets gapped here. When they flip this run, we get another funny little moment of 3-tech Dexter and 1-tech Pickens transitioning to, let's call it, their more natural positions, right? Where now we've got 1-tech Dexter. And I swear, by the way, Dexter seems like he looks bigger every week. Does anybody else feel that way? But so then I actually think Pickens does a pretty decent job at the point of attack. It's not amazing, mind you, but for a player that I expected to have way more trouble with the run, way more, especially against double teams, he contacts 71 and 66 and at the very least makes him fight for it. And if Tremaine Edmonds, to be honest with you, was any more vicious at the point of attack when he takes on blockers, I don't think that the Bears would have had near as many issues stopping this. And it's so funny because the guy who gets the majority of the stop is DeMarcus Walker, number 95. You'll see him on the right. But Zach Pickens also gets a little trip ski in here and makes it that much harder for 32 to keep his balance. Which, hey, if you can't, like, by hook or by crook, right? If you're not certain you can get him with your arm, get him with something else. 2nd and 4. And it's nice that even when you're getting beat, at least you're not getting beat badly. That was sort of the story of this game. Now, There's a penalty on this. Bears are going to end up getting a roughing the passer for Gravon Dexter on one of his better reps of the day. But check out Jaylon Johnson on this. Like this is a first round wide receiver, rookie or not, running an out pattern, and Jaylon Johnson is going to hand away the inside leverage, man match his way down the field, and look at this break. Break. Throw it near me, I dare you, right? Would have taken an absolutely perfect throw to beat Jaylon on this play. And when you get a corner that's doing this to people, I think you're pretty dangerous. And remember, like what Terrell Smith is doing is normal across the NFL. If I ever sound like I'm hating on Terrell Smith, it's because I see a lot of people getting really, really excited about the kid, and I think he's giving up a lot of fluff right now, which is fine. He's a rookie. I don't really have a vested interest in tearing him down. That's for sure. But it's gonna be watching Jaylon. It's so beautiful. It's great DB play, and then we go under the hood a little bit. We access the tight angle, and Gravon Dexter just wins a bare knuckle brawl. Like club, push, a third push, like with his left hand, fully extends 67, puts him all the way off balance, gives 99 a chance to just drill Josh Dobbs. And this is where the rules are just getting kind of funny around hitting quarterbacks because this is the whole like, don't land on it with your full weight penalty, but it's a good rep. I mean, it's a pass rush win and a pressure if I've seen one. Here it is another time. Club, work the right hand, get back to the left, hands off me, hit him. Rookie's coming along. So first down a couple plays later. Bears threaten the slot blitz. Are they sending Gordon? They are not. Instead, they're going to go screen. And it's little stuff like this. Now that they're blitzing more, it is completely believable that when Kyler Gordon threatens right there at the hands, and look at the timing. This is just all the nuance of football, right? What's Kyler waiting for? He's waiting for him to hold his hands up. And the moment he does, how does he know when his hands are going to come up? Because he's paying attention to the motion man. Once the motion man crosses him, it's very possible he's going to take the snap at any point, right? Snap comes, quick screen, and goodness. How many ways can I show you this one, right? Jaylon does a great job reading this. I think Addison kind of gives it away because the moment Addison just turns and runs straight at Jaylon Johnson, Jaylon, who looks like he's dropping to some kind of cover two anyways, is like there's an element of we had the right leverage, but from there, Jaylon gets straight through Addison's block, takes 17 down, loss of yardage on first down. We love it. Akusa, I wish I knew. Also, I want to quickly hat tip Zach Pickens. It's not the world's most important rep, but these first step wins that we've been talking about, he seems like he gets another nice little one there. If Zach Pickens becomes a sprinkle, as you described it, Akusai, and Gravon Dexter becomes cake, that is a very productive draft class by Ryan Poles. You're expecting 50-50, best case scenario. And 64 or not, you're not expecting third rounders to become much more than role players in some form or fashion. So if the Bears can keep seeing some development from their defensive tackles, that would be a very positive thing indeed. These plays are where Terrell Smith really, really shines. Plays where he can drop back a little bit and then drive out of his stance and go hit somebody, right? Snap. Bears are in cover 3. They really don't disguise it this time. 2nd and 10. They're willing to allow the offense to take something just like this. Smith comes up. Very clean hit. Nothing to particularly analyze on this one. The Bears are giving away a pre-snap cover 3 look. They want to see what the Vikings are going to do with it. The Bears rookie comes up and makes a play, even if it's kind of one of those fair trade situations, right? Fair trade, right? Because the offense gets 5 yards, cuts the down and distance in half. The Bears mention 3rd and 5, right? And that's the thing, MJ. That's the thing, right? Okay, so MJ50 mentioned something I want us all to just think about. And let's see if this works now. Uh, Is this working? Perfect. Awesome. Okay, so now we can do talking stuff, right? And now there's a little bit more of a delineation between when we break away from film, when we break into film. So MJ50 asks, credit to Floose and the staff for helping the sprinkles develop. Absolutely. I mean, the complicated part about talking about Matt Eberflus right now, do I think that Matt Eberflus, the head coach, looks phenomenal right now? Not really. Do I think that the Bears need to stick with Matt Eberflus? I mean, I don't, but I'm a guy on the internet. The room probably feels after a game like this, like what Matt Eberflus said his brand of football could be works. I mean, for any anime fans out there that have watched Kuroko's basketball, I cannot believe we're doing this poll a second time in my career. But that whole anime plays off this idea of how does your basketball work? Matt Eberflus has been telling people inside that building all season long, we're going to get the defense moving. We're going to create a lot of turnovers. Khalid, we're going to get there. We're going to get there, right? He's saying we're going to get a fiery defense moving. We're going to create a bunch of turnovers. We're going to win with a ball control offense. And over the last 2 weeks, Khalid, it would be hard not to tip your cap to Eberflus and say, okay, I didn't think you had it. Uh, I didn't think this was a thing, and then you caused 7 interceptions in 2 weeks. Now, if it doesn't stick around, if they don't win games, it is that simple. I mean, I think the cutoff is at 5 wins, to be honest with you. Like, the Bears need to win 6 games for Eberflus to maybe stick around, and they need to win 7 for him to definitely stick around, if you wanted my 2 cents, right? But it's more to say that a game like what we just saw, where the offense is the issue, or at least it looks that way, and the defense is firing the entire time, like, you're going to get attention. And that's the thing. Like, John, I don't disagree with you, but this is where I won't be surprised. So, a lot of people have talked about Matt Eberflus, Justin Fields. Are they connected? Etc. Right? I think that there's going to be a bit of a leverage battle between the two. But I think Flus has home field advantage here because he's the head coach. And if Flus says, well, it's Justin's fault, let's get a new quarterback, I don't have any idea if he's right. I mean, as much as I might whine about the fact that Justin Fields isn't great in structure, there are plenty of quarterbacks that are worse. We're watching one right now as we watch the film. But to MJ50's point, you can't not credit the development of these players and the way that they've grown within this scheme to Eberflus. And John, another piece to this puzzle that doesn't help anything is if Eberflus spent the entire year whining and moaning about how his defense couldn't work without an edge rusher. Well, they traded for Montez Sweat, and since they traded for Sweat, the defense has looked on fire. Khalid, you are probably typing right now something I want to speak to. The games that Sweat has played in have featured offenses that have really struggled. I mean, the Minnesota offense was due to collapse at some point. That's not to take away anything about or from this defense. If you can't tell, they have sprinkled a lot on this vanilla. I would even argue a Kusai. They are all the way to mint chocolate chip, right? And as much as you say that about Stevenson, Stevenson was here and had an interception, accidental or not, in the Lions game. The Lions just happenstantially picked a couple weeks to slump against, I guess you could say, NFC North opponents, but the Bears caused 3 interceptions against Jared Goff before ultimately surrendering the lead. I'm with you, John, that to me, I would love to see a new head coach. You're not hearing Rob come around and rally for Flus, but if defensive results like these keep happening, it's going to be hard to ignore. And before you say they definitely won't, their next 5 opponents, the last 5, are the Lions, who have to show they did better or they can do better against the Bears, or else they're due for another bad game on offense. The Browns, whose offense is in complete disarray because they can't field a quarterback. The Falcons, who they might do fine, but the Bears have been crunching not great quarterbacks, and Desmond Ritter has not looked amazing, right? Then the Cardinals, whose offense are flat, not good, right? And then number 5 is Green Bay. I actually have a good bit of faith right now that the way Green Bay is beginning to gel, they should be able to shred the offense or the defense. And hey, John, if you're looking for reasons to fire Matt Eberflus, that Green Bay game may get you what you want. Because when they, like, if they walk into Lambeau and get smoked by Matt LaFleur as a way to end the season, that's going to put a bad taste in a lot of decision makers' mouths. But it like you're saying, Jibby, it's just a weird conversation to have because there's so much, in my opinion, John, that Matt Eberflus should be, I don't want to say culpable, but there's a lot of things that Matt Eberflus should have hung next to his name, like a terrible September, like the different coaching departures that we've seen this season, the general leadership, the finger pointing culture, all this stuff that we could talk about. Winning cures it inside the building. I'm speaking from a perspective of what are Ryan Poles, George McCaskey, and Kevin Warren probably saying, and they might be saying, well, we did throw a bunch of free agents in here, and the team's really young, right? These things take time. But if you just throw out September, we're 4-4 over this season. We're 500. And it's the kind of ridiculous logic that makes teams make decisions that aren't very good. But you tell me, John, have the Bears been forward thinking in their decision making process over time? Part of me wants to just prepare myself for what the Bears could very easily do. Because if I sit here saying the team is sunk with Eberflus at the head coach, I would actually tell you that I think that I'd be overreacting, right? Matt Eberflus over the last 3 games against easy opponents, like, I mean, let me put it this way. Caveats, all the caveats in the world, right? Like the Bears have not played great opponents over the last couple weeks, but hey, you play who's on your schedule. The Bears have invested in this team by getting somebody like Montez Sweat, making this defense quite expensive and with a defense that has a lot of talent in it. And so the Matt Eberflus's defense should be getting decent results, especially against some of the offenses they've been playing. But man, the results that they've gotten have sparkled. And if the worst case scenario, John, and this is kind of the best version of the worst case scenario, is for the Bears to end up making a John Fox light out of Matt Eberflus, so be it. Metric, excited that you became a supporter. Thanks so much. Like, stoked that you're here. And so, Jim, like you're talking about, I basically think, John, that as much as I don't love the idea of retaining Eberflus, he has to earn it too. Like, the Bears have put everybody in a position where they do have to win games for any of this to work, right? And beyond that, like when you say, so when they play a bad offense, the defense looks good. At this point, certainly. When they play a bad offense, or when they play a good offense, will the defense look good? Actually, that remains to be seen. Right now, there are guys winning matchups that weren't winning matchups this well earlier in the year. And if Jaylon Johnson, you'll see more in just a moment, keeps playing like he has been, I mean, that's gonna tilt the field a little more towards you. So if you get good play from Montez Sweat and Jaylon Johnson, those are 2 really key positions. From there, if Jack Sanborn and TJ Edwards flash at all, God forbid Kyler Gordon makes a play, you start to see better and better and better play across the board. All are broken. You say, what do I think the conversation is if the Bears had won that Detroit game? That's kind of my point, right? All are broken. Like, another example of this. We are not talking positive about Flus if the Bears lose on Monday. If Justin Fields gets the ball and throws an interception instead of throwing a 36-yard bomb to DJ Moore, we are not saying positive things. We're saying, wow, the defense played really, really well, but obviously the decision's made on Matt Eberflus. As silly as it sounds, because I know we want to be context heavy, we got to remember the guy who's writing the checks, he cares about wins and losses. He doesn't really care about I mean, even box score stats, right? And he cares about the way that the locker room rallies. This is an owner that complimented the way that Matt Nagy handled himself during a losing streak. So, like Michael's saying, the other thing that doesn't help is that when you look at all kinds of teams around the league, y'all, the Jacksonville Jaguars are 8-3 last I checked. They are not playing pretty football in most of these games. They are winning by just a little bit, you know? And so, but they're winning a lot. And that's the state of the NFL. That's the nature of it. And Jibby, I don't agree with you personally. I really think Trevor is actually getting deeply underrated because that Jacksonville team, especially that offense, are not near as talented as some people want to make it out to be. But that's a separate conversation. Jason, I think it's an interesting thought, like if the Bears care about wins, but it's more to say that like I've watched enough of them, Jibby, to at least have a vibe, but it's not like I'm running through the all 22 and being as granular as I am about the Bears. But anyways, we've spent enough time in real talk. Let's go wrong one. Let's go back to the football film. Does this work for everybody? I like the transitory element here as we go from one to the other, back and forth, so that there's a little more delineation on when it's clear when we're watching film, when it's clear that we aren't. But so let's keep going. Perfect. I'm excited everybody likes it. So you're going to keep seeing, honest to God, different formations. Like the Bears are in a clear man defense here, and that calls TJ Edwards out to the like edges and then moves on over here. Kusai, was it your idea? It was somebody's idea. But so let's see. The Bears run man. I think this is a third down, right? You're telling me, Grant. So it's funny you say that, right? Because Grant, you mentioned like where was TJ adding those 2 extra steps in coverage? I think that there's something to be said about how much faster you play when you know what you're doing, right? Um, TJ Edwards seems as if he needed a couple games to kind of figure out where he was going to go in most of these cases. And if we did want to call anything to defensive improvement, etc., we can look back and say the Bears were running simple stuff with young players. They got their starters back. They did look better. The Bears don't force a conversion here, or like the Bears don't stop a conversion. It's 3rd and 5. But this is something I've always loved about I've always loved this about Eddie Jackson. He can play slot corner when he needs to. He gets tagged for holding on this play, but this is a play that I don't think it's called every single time, which I'm all about defensive holding. I really am. Yeah, it sucks when you give up a 5-yard foul, right? But the referee is not going to throw the flag on every single one of these plays. And if he doesn't throw the flag on this one, the ball sails well over Hawkinson's head. But it's that little pull right there that draws the flag out. Selly, move on. Brisker, good brisker. I love it. If you guys have any other ideas for bells and whistles that would make the stream more, let's just say it, popular, let me know. Also, another pressure by Montez Sweat on this play. One thing that Montez has done a good job of is helping the Bears hit the quarterback more. I'm convinced one of the biggest issues that the Bears had on defense for the first 6 weeks of the season is that by the second half, the quarterback didn't even think they were going to get hit. We saw this with Bryce Young. We saw this with Jared Goff. We saw this now with Josh Dobbs. These guys are getting lit up when they're playing the Bears. And I think it's infectious because even on a roughing the passer call, like I understand the Bears gave up for 15 yards from the 10-yard line, but tell me that the quarterback isn't still feeling 300 pounds of number 99 just landing on his guy, right? And Quinn, that is a great idea. I am going to do that. So love that. Where on Patreon, especially now that it can be free, we'll just stick it up there and stash it, basically. But so let's keep going. So 1st and 10, the Vikings have ground out three-play series, and they finally get down to here. Boom, huge tackle by Jaylon Johnson. What's the play call? It is think of it as like a big dragon, right? You've got a post right there, and then you've got somebody coming into the flat. And so Josh Dobbs is going to break into play action. He's going to read the corner. He's going to read the linebacker. Tremaine Edmonds does a really good job. He plays like a Tampa 2 technique on this play. It looks like the Bears are running, I guess it is Tampa 2, honestly. But so watch Tremaine's eyes. Running back, running back, running back. Check what's behind me. Found him. So he's just going to keep that big old body of his in the throwing lane. Dobbs sees this, right? Because now he's eyes on the quarterback. This is an interception. You cannot throw this here, right? And so he's going to check it down. And man, is this pretty or what? Now you're starting to see a defense that's talking to each other. Like, hand forward, break back on the ball, catch, hit. If 30 doesn't put the ball in the right place, you're talking about a fumble right there. Just forcing that offense to work their way down the field. And a lot of it's player execution. I mean, some of this stuff is not crazy scheme, but it's just enough play calling diversity that you can't prep for it as easily. And the formations don't immediately signal, oh, they're running Tampa 2 or something like that. You may have a good idea one way or another. You may know that this is something the Bears like to do. I mean, Okusai, it's funny you mentioned vanilla defense with sprinkles. Honestly, I would say that the Bears scheme has simply reached the NFL level. Are we innovative? Not really. But now we have something we're doing on third downs that is different, like situation to situation, and creates problems that opposing quarterbacks have to solve. I still think it's possible that you're going to have games just like the Bears did against the Chargers, where a good offense or a quarterback that can execute like a maniac comes in and plays great football, tears your defense in half, right? But that's also the story of the NFL. There aren't a lot of defenses that can truly just keep a quarterback down when the quarterback is balling. One of my favorite examples, I know he lost the game, but I thought Josh Allen played great against that Eagles defense just the other day. They can play. They got dudes. But Josh Allen was on it. Like, John, I actually don't know, because the main thing that I looked at is that this Bears defense did a really good job with the Vikings perimeter weapons. Kirk Cousins plus Justin Jefferson, separate conversation, right, John? But Kirk Cousins with Jordan Addison as the wide receiver one, I feel like Jaylon was playing too well at this point. And so 2nd and 10, we get another nice rally tackle from Terrell. And so, boom, moving downhill. The big question that I have, John, and I legitimately don't know when the Bears are going to play a team that's going to test this, is how is this defense going to adapt to threats beyond their control? But the Browns don't really present a threat beyond their control. I guess Amari Cooper, right? But it's especially from a quarterback perspective, you're just going to try to push them into a similar situation that the Bears pushed the Vikings into. It's so funny we talk about this, John, right? Because if you take a breath, right? I think Cooper might be hurt. If you take a breath about the state of the Bears right now, if you're like me, okay, I won't go all the way to real talk for this, but like, if you're like me, you're kind of mad at Matt Eberflus. You sense the opportunity that bringing in an offensive coach, whether you're a Harbaugh person, whether you're a Bobby Slowick person, whether you're a Ben Johnson person, it doesn't really make a difference, right? But you sense the opportunity at coaching change. You almost want the Bears to prove reason to fire Eberflus just so it's done, right? But if we take a step back, games like we saw against Carolina, games like we saw against Detroit, games like we saw against Minnesota, and they're not that new. They have been consistently getting better throughout this middle part of the Bears' schedule. There are just not a lot of, there are like 10 offenses, maybe 14 offenses that have the tools to put the Bears in a bind. And until you're putting the Bears in a bind, they've got great run stoppers that are going to take away your running game. They're going to push you into a pass or die scenario. And right now, they're jumping on the ball in a lot of these pass or die scenarios. And they've got pass rushers that even if they only hurry you 1 out of 3 attempts, they're going to force a lot of attempts. And once they get you, who knows what happens? Like, it's funny, John, because I also want to spit in the eye of some of this defensive system scheme. Like, it's not amazing, right? But it is well executed, and they have the horses to make change happen. You got to credit the Sweat trade. Like, whether that was Matt Eberflus or Ryan Poles, that has been impactful. I think that's been more impactful than even the people that were excited about it expected it to be. So interesting to see that. And then what does it force? Well, right now, Josh Dobbs has been getting pressured left and right? He takes a look at this. Look at this. Check this out. Because we're in man again with Eddie Jackson one-on-one with TJ Hawkinson, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 viable rushing threats. When have the Bears done this, right? And not only that, but they look like they're comfortable in their spots, and everybody else is in man coverage. What does this do? It's going to get Josh Dobbs' clock ticking. He is going to hurry. When you look at when Josh Dobbs throws this ball, it is thrown with such ridiculous anticipation that it catches Addison off guard. And he puts this thing on a missile, too. Like, look at this. I mean, inside release, right here, pop, like, to get open. Watch Jordan Addison before the interception. I mean, he wins this route quite cleanly. Boom. That is separation, isn't it? But Josh throws the ball so early and so fast because I am certain he's expecting at least a 5-man blitz and some pressure. He's been getting hit a lot, remember? And the Bears, they drop into cover 1 with 2 men under, for crying out loud. Like, that's just a 4-man rush. And so Dobbs throws this from a clean pocket. He throws it right here. Look at when the ball's leaving his hand. Are you kidding me? And there's something to be said for maybe Addison takes a little too long getting out of his route, but I don't know. The ball hits Addison in the face, so it's not as if the throw was expecting him to be somewhere else, right? And it's really funny seeing how everything the Bears have been doing adds up to, honestly, creating an unforced error. Like, this is to me not dissimilar to seeing ghosts. Like, it's gorgeous timing by Josh Dobbs. Set, hit the back of his drop and rip it. You probably, if you're a Vikings fan, you want Addison to catch this ball. It's not that easy a play. Gorgeous gorgeous timing. You have to react. You have to get your hands up. It screams straight through his hands, and it's picked off. Now, how many victory laps do you really want to take over a rookie corner getting smoked, Brisker overplaying it? And I mean, here's a question, right? Be fair. What do you think happens if Addison catches this pass, right? Let's say Addison, like a sophomore NFL receiver, snaps his hands up and catches the football. How far is he going? I think he might score. Like, there's, especially with both CBs occupied over here and Brisker driving. I don't know what Brisker thinks he's doing, to be honest with you. Like, Brisker just gets caught. If he's running this way, I think he's gone. Like, it's not even an Orlovsky touchdown per se, because I don't know who's catching him. Like, maybe, no, because Jaylon's not watching. I think he walks into the end zone. So this is a bounce in the Bears' direction. But if we also wanted to speak like I imagine Matt Eberflus would say to his coaching staff, this is the reward of multiple plays of chipping away at a quarterback and forcing an unforced error. You're going to pat yourself on the back, right? So we as fans, we're going to pat ourselves on the back because it's a results-driven league. And it's a big takeaway. Second takeaway of the game so far. It's because we had Justin Jones in coverage. I'll tell you what, though, Akusai, chances are he doesn't even get the throwing lane if they drop Andrew Billings. Andrew Billings in coverage, I'm just saying, quarterbacks have a passer rating of 0 when targeting him. 0 for 1, but 0 all the same. Just something to think about. Next drive opens up. Is it still 3-0 at this point? It is. Did you guys like watching this game? Would it be 36? Are you not? Oh, that makes sense. So they've got a passer rating under 40. when he's in coverage. Come downhill, make a hit. We have seen enough of these. We can. I'm going to try to do a better job of saying sometimes it's not that interesting. Like the Bears come downhill, they make a tackle, good tackle by Terrell Smith, moving on. Now they're going to go man, comes downhill, makes a tackle by Terrell Smith. Like Smith is following this one a little bit. It's interesting because the Bears are playing cover one, but it looks to me like partially because of the condensed formation, the Bears are allowing Terrell Smith to start from up high, which I think really helps him. I think the extra cushion makes a big difference. He's going to see the out route, follow the out route, drive down on it, squeeze it just a little bit, and then he makes a tackle, if you remember, because the knee just barely hits that ground right there. On film, I completely forgot. Like it doesn't look like it does. Let's see if they show it here. Boom, right there. Just a little kiss on the ground. 3rd and 6. John, there was something about watching these offenses trade not points and the Bears defense dominating in a game where, oh man, look at this. Look at this. So here the Bears go with another Zim look, right? Six potential pressure, but I think they're going to send TJ Edwards. But so because of that, they're going to run with some kind of a hot, right? And it looks to me like their hot route is this. And so, yeah, no kidding, Akusai. So Josh Dobbs goes, okay, my hot route is Hawkinson. And is this fun or what? I love watching this. When you get these moments of seeing a DB plant that foot and drive downhill on tape, you go, uh-oh, right? Like these guys spend so much time chasing the play. He was all over it. Can't believe he dropped it, but honestly, probably works out a little better for the Bears because we're keeping that price down, baby. Like now we've got 2 potential pick sixes that you got to think the math's going to even out here at some point if he keeps getting his chances, but doesn't end up cashing in on him. As far as what the Bears run, I think this is really neat because they end up, let's see. Oh man, Grant, who do you think it is? We'll get there on the tight angle. But so the Bears run a zone behind a 5-man blitz. It is going to look like cover 2, except they leave this one open, right? Which I find interesting. I think I'm still learning about the construction of different blitzes. I really only started paying attention to how they work just recently. But because look, if you look at the threats, 1, 2, 3, there is no threat right here, and then 5. So the running back would have to fill this spot right here to take advantage of what's going on. And even then, you'd hope that maybe Brisker could drive down. You're not breaking it up, but at that point, the worst case scenario is giving up a first down, being at the 40. So you're seeing a little bit of malleability in what the plan is. And even then, look at this. Turns out it's cover 3. I read it wrong. They're gonna roll Brisker down into that spot. So they get pretty much all the benefits of all kinds of things. Rudy, I think everybody wants to talk about how Brisker's been a disappointment, especially over the last couple of weeks. I think Brisker has been better than I thought he was. But Rudy, I also think Brisker has been pretty bad so far through his Bears career, and he's begun to look perfectly playable, right? Would I extend Jaquan Brisker based on the way he's playing right now? Probably not. But 4 years on a rookie contract of decent level play is a valuable thing. Like we make everything about bust overperformance. This is starting to look like a single. And maybe not the single we want because he's not a coverage superstar safety, but you'll see some moments of physicality from Brisker coming up that I think are a lot of fun. Oh, there is one that I did want to talk about. It's a little further back, and then we're going to talk about Sweat. Let's see. Where's that pick? Yes. I guess to play before. It is this play. So it's simple stuff, but like if Brisker can find a way to expand on this part of his repertoire, like Jaquan Brisker is a big dude. Like you see him physically dominate a lot of people. Number 83 gets smoked here, and honestly, you could have bent him for a hold, and you would have been allowed to, and I think that would have been perfectly viable after the hook, after the play. Like here, he just runs into 83, but he's going to tabletop him, and that's something that if you can figure out how to utilize Brisker as a pass rusher, yes, I said that, and a box safety more, you're going to get more dynamism out of him. He's not great in space. I wish he was a better coverage safety, but as a coach, we're trying to make use of a player within whatever they do, right? And I think we can hide him in coverage. At least that would be the hope. And then in like pass rush, etc., we can get more out of him as we go. Then we get the pick. We skipped this one. We got through this one. Here's the play we were on. It's 3rd and 8. Ooh, Dexter is at edge. They're giving him work at DE. Good catch. I get like one watch through before it's stream time. Dexter's giving these tackles problems. I wonder if Dexter's size and explosiveness is an issue for long arm tackles. Look, all right, I'm going to bust out my engineering degree here. But for those who don't know, the more, like the longer your arms and the longer the lever, the less strength you have at the pivot point, right? Like you as a tackle can keep an edge rusher who's 265 pounds outside of your frame. But when 310-pound Gervon Dexter wants to rip through or like wants to rip past your hands and get on the inside of you, you are not stopping him. Darnell Wright on his best day is not slowing him down, which, hey, if that's going to draw the running back, there's value to this. Like, but so look at this is filthy because I'll tell you what Bearski, I've been meaning to get back to you. I promise the answer is yes. I didn't get there. Right. But so I love the fact that they've been putting Montez Sweat on the inside, like it's still a wide tech, right? But now you're letting Yannick Ngakoue like threaten that same interior that we just had. And look at this long arm. A guard is not going to handle this. Let's see. Who's 67? Who's 67? I don't care. But let's figure it out. Vikings. Our lads. So 67 is... It's on offense. That's Ed Ingram. Ed Ingram mock draftable. The offensive lineman from LSU. For a guard, he's got 51% or 51st percentile arms. That means his arms are 33 and 3/8. And can't you tell on a rep like this that Montez Sweat outreaches this poor guy? Like, look at this. Montez gets first contact so early that he just throws the guy's arms off of him. Washington wouldn't use him as a mismatch. Why would you? You have Jonathan Allen and Deron Payne. But kudos to Eberflus for getting some legitimately creative value out of this, because that is a dirty long arm. That is that is a sinister long arm that I love to see in a Bears uniform. And then I love seeing a DB jump in the route even more. No kidding, Grant. I mean, he just gets thrown, Grant. But that's why I love talking about all this measurable stuff. I mean, to me, it all plays a role, right? It's one thing to talk about how, the Underwear Olympics doesn't matter, et cetera, et cetera. But it's like, you can see the way that, you could see the way football starts to mesh together after a little while. And it's fun, in my opinion, watching a guy like Montez Sweat outreach the man in front of him. And then we go, oh, look at that. That's a guy with perfectly normal NFL arms. Montez is just a monster, a living monster, a huge problem. So then, and granted, I think this is pretty funny. It's a 3-0 game. It's 150. Okay, no. It's just situational ball. The Bears are going to spread everything out. They're going to just get into if you want to run it, go for it kind of drive. I think this is the one where they give stuff up. Check. We're going to toss it out and run it. Montez Sweat, it turns out, is not that easy to block. Let's see who makes a play, because I know it's Justin Jones who comes back for the ball. It's Montez who turns the runner. He gets outside. Hey, look at that. Another play where Montez makes an impact. Tremaine Edmonds is in space, which is going to push him up the middle, which is going to bring him straight to a pursuing Justin Jones. And when he tries to avoid him, surprise, Montez is there too. This is the 3-down play we talked about, right? Like, you get that out of him that I don't think you get out of a Chase Young. Chase Young may have been a better pure pass rusher, but as far as a chaos creator and a havoc problem that the defense has to solve, Montez Sweat is he's something you got to deal with. And the Bears are finding ways to put him in the mix. Did Eddie Jackson go down? Or is that Brisker? No, they pushed Brisker up on the line. See, I love this. This is a formation that they can and should use more often. Because when you could push Eddie into positions, man, I can't believe this throw. These kinds of plays, in my opinion, like, I completely get that there are people out there that don't think Kyler Gordon's very good. They're like, he gives up too many catches. But you got to give the man some flowers. This is a throw that if Justin Fields made it, we would lose our minds. Like, that is a nasty throw. Oh my gosh. Like, Kyler does a great job. I even love that Kyler establishes his hands. Like, get in on that guy, right? Make him uncomfortable. What does he do? Of course, it's one of the best plays that you'll probably see from 4. Who is that? Powell? I don't even know what Powell's name is. Like, good Lord. Football's a tough game. You need guys to make big plays. You couldn't talk about less space to put that ball into. Sometimes you're just going to give it up. That sucks. I don't know about you guys. I feel like I'm trying to figure out what the issue is. Oh, I know what it is. I know he probably can't, but I need to see Justin Jones pull his socks up over his knees. This objectively cooler. You know these players are good, right? You see the socks at the knee and you go, that guy, that's an athlete, right? You see the socks below the knee and you go, this guy, we sure? Do we get how the uniform works? I'm kidding, mostly. But right, Akusai. I mean, one thing I love, we've talked about it a lot. Andrew Billings isn't going to flash in every single game, but I swear there isn't a Bear that just works harder on every snap. Like 300. This guy, okay, honest question. I know what he's listed at. What do you actually think he weighs? Right? What do you think is Andrew Billings' real weight? I want you to put it in the chat because I don't know. But if you told me he was 370, if you told me he was 350, something like that, I would believe you. And he just sends that weight on every down. Like, he flies. He works as hard as he can, which is really saying something. Bearski, he's listed at 330. I don't know about that. I really don't. Like, he is a huge person. He's carrying so much weight. Like, Justin Jones looks like he's 300 pounds. Gervon Dexter looks like he's 315 pounds. Andrew Billings looks so much bigger. And yeah, Rudy, I mean, he just rips. It's not always like it's going to be the best the best play ever, or that he's going to get you the best pass rush. But I mean, like these kinds of plays, right? Like, look, I'm going to skip not because we're going to watch the coverage here in just a little bit, but like these kinds of plays where Billings is going to make a legit pass rush move, like pop, go in. If it doesn't work, it's because I'm going to end up on my face. Like Andrew Billings sends it. To me, this is the NFL. Like we love Billings, but at the other side of it is a fight for your life league. Like if you're not putting in this kind of effort on every single play, you're liable to get cut. And it's a hard league for a reason. There's a reason that Dominique Robinson eventually got benched, right? And it wasn't effort. It's more that you have to produce results. You have to. There's just not enough time for people that can't. But that's the thing, John. I just don't buy it. Like if you told me 330, 350, I think that makes way more sense as far as his NFL playing weight. Here's a pretty easy completion given up. You're probably thinking of Keith Traylor, Irish. The Bears go with cover 4. I would love to see Smith be a little more competitive on a play like this, but it happens. He's a rookie. He's also a backup DB, so you're gonna take what you get and you're gonna live with it, right? 5th round pick. If he's a solid reserve DB, that's a good pick. Man, look at it from this angle. In, back out, double team. Sitting at the 40. Blitz from depth. Launch the ball. They bag him here for this, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. So, as much as I think I made a joke about this on Twitter, but first of all, holy smokes. Kyler just gets dusted at the line. So, when we talk about making contact and how important it is to make contact, it's for reasons like this. If you don't disrupt the route at all, you're hosed. And he was hosed. I'm never going to be upset about defensive holding, including when you hook the arm. It gets called, what do you guys think? 65% of the time? Sometimes it feels like less, honestly. The amount of times that we watch a replay and we go, he hooked him, are you kidding me? Is a lot. It's enough, at the very least. So, sure, if you're beat, don't let him just catch it on you. I mean, at least make the referee call it. But, Khalid, I'm glad you say that because I've liked him too. But he plays nickel, which is a hard position. So there are a lot of Bears fans I know that do not like him. This I think is so funny. Well, it's not funny. But I think it's kind of goofy how sometimes a corner will, okay, I'm going to break on this. I'm off balance. Just kidding. He's headed back up the sidelines, and now I'm tracking with him. If you just, against Terrell Smith, if you just ran up, took a hard step, and then turned it into a deep corner, you probably beat him. But because it's a double move, he can recover. And then on the other side of it, look at Jaylon Johnson. Option route. See you later. Fully competitive the entire way. Going to tackle you in bounds. I like the way you put that, Bearski. I agree. And it's funny because another thing that and Dynasty, what is kind of funky about the Kyler Gordon conundrum, if you will, the Bears did spend a top 40 pick on him. So they didn't make a small investment. That's a pretty heavy investment when we're really down to brass tacks. But the investment was made already. It is what it is. And at this point, I am on the fence. Like we talked about how Brisker is a player that I'd probably let go at the end of his rookie contract. Right now, I am not quite at keeping Brisker, but I think he's getting there. Play consistently and show you can stay on the field for a little while. And yeah, I'm absolutely going to offer an extension of some kind. They did bin him for intentional grounding here, right? Yes. And John, he's a coverage DB, which always a fan. What is this, cover 3? It looks like cover 3. Yeah. Bears call cover 3. Tremaine Edmonds blocks the passing lane. Sometimes it's just not there, right? Nope. Uh, it might be Dexter at edge, Akusai. We've hit the point of the defensive game that I don't have memorized yet. Let's see. Looks like it's DeMarcus Walker at edge. This is Montez Sweat not in the game. Man, look at him draw those double teams. Andrew Billings on the right side of the line, soaking up all kinds of issues. I'm actually really curious as to why the Vikings decided they were going to slash block, that they were going to send the tight end across. I get that it's to sell the play action, but we're going to try to stop the edge. I never get these. I never understand these. I really don't. Like, let's block an edge rusher with a tight end. Unsurprisingly, it doesn't work. Like, if we get one route deep into our read, maybe two, and instead we eat a huge intentional grounding. Like, all are broken. I'm with you, but he's taking on a tight end. So you're expecting him to win this rep, but he does. And then Justin Jones comes in with the big hit. 2nd and 24. Jibby, he's better than most, but like very few people are Mercedes Lewis, and even Mercedes Lewis hasn't been Mercedes Lewis the entire season. Pressure creates problems, and it does here. Bears aren't blitzing, are they? No. There we go, Gervin. Just competing. Can't hit the tackle. That sucks. But it's enough to bother Dobbs, get him on the move. It's so funky when you see plays like this, because, like, no, never mind. That's a good walking. By number 99. Push. Control. Wonderful interior pressure. I mean, we talked about this, right? There's a whole video on the channel about it. Like, one tech, interior pressure, pocket pusher. This, to me, is where I think Gervon Dexter could really, really shine. Akusai, I don't know. He's generating pressures. That's all I really care about. Ugh. Yeah, same here, Sir Lord. It's a screen, but it counts as a pressure, baby. Hot. Through. That's the thing, Irish. I think, okay, so Irish, when did your Gervon Dexter takes start, though? Right? Because the main thing that I look at with Dexter, and I think there's tons of this that happens, is I think a lot more people than one who admit are really guilty. And if I'm neanering you, I'm doing it out of love, right? That they want to make all of their, they want to build all their takes off of like preseason tape. The problem is that Dexter was always an obscene physical project that was winning off of pure brawn at the collegiate level. I mean, Eric, what did Coleman say? Was that the podcast he did with what was his name? Or with Bill Zimmerman? Because what did he say? What did he say about him? Like, Eric, one thing that isn't easy just for any of these guys, is how much draft tape you have to watch before you can come to nearly any conclusion on most players. I mean, it sure helps when you're in my position and then I go through and I put together little videos about these players after I've watched like 5 games when the Bears eventually draft them. But even beforehand, all you really got time for is 2 to 3 games. Then you've got your gist, you write your report, you move on. You got 150 players to do. And that's only to get to half the draft class, right? But so let me see, Jibby. I agree with you. He's doing it against grown men, but that's because of technique, right? Let's see. He was so down on him against the pass. He said he was one dimensional, would have to come off the field on third down. I'm actually surprised he said that, but we'll cover that later. Um, but so it doesn't even matter. That's his take. Maybe doubt it. Anyways, so let me see. Somebody mentioned, yeah, Jibby. What's funny about technique is that to me, technique is applied athleticism, right? Like if you aren't an athlete, most of the time, technique will not just casually overcome the problems in front of you. It might, but most of these guys are not Everson Griffith, right? With a six spin move, et cetera, et cetera. Jibby, it's more like think about it as okay. So if you think of technique, I I have a pen. Why wouldn't I draw this? Right? Technique. So let's go with this is 0, this is 1, this is -1. Do we understand the scale? Right? Um but so right now Gervon Dexter is rapidly approaching 0 from a technique level. It's not that it's special. 0, by the way, is league average, okay? So average. Right now, he's approaching decent technique. It's not amazing, but he's getting his hands in positions to apply his physical power. But the 0 in this case, is allowing him to basically put athleticism on athleticism. And his athleticism is going to beat most linemen. He is a unbelievable athlete, an unbelievable athlete. And like you're talking about, Dynasty, it's like absolutely. Latu is a superstar technician, and he's got long arms to boot that help him do that. Gervon Dexter started right here. Like he was, or the, Gervon Dexter started at a -1. He had nearly nothing, right? Like he couldn't place his hands well. He stood straight up. All the problems that you would envision that a player like him had. That's where he was. He's been slowly moving up. We'll see if he ever becomes a true technician. But guys, I will tell you what, you have permission to get excited about it. Like, you have permission to point out that Gervon Dexter has adapted hand technique much faster than a lot of defensive linemen do. I mean, Zach Pickens is here a perfect example. I think he's been a better run defender than a lot of people predicted. I saw a lot of people that talked about how he was going to get smoked in the run. Pickens had his moments, especially as a one gap run defender. As a two gap or as a double team eater, I think he's been better than expected. To be honest, it's just kind of come at the cost of his ability to truly practice rushing the passer. But man, Irish. Here's what you mentioned that on the plus side, Gervin appears to have insane strength. We knew that. What we didn't know. Okay, so there are some players that love what football gives to them. There are some players that say they love football. Gervon Dexter, am I crazy, guys? Gervon Dexter is striking me as the kind of player that is up at 1 in the morning, lining up in his pass rush set, exploding off the line, or like waiting for a whistle, popping off the line, and practicing a pass rush move on a bag he bought in his backyard. Like it's totally just my 2 cents, but Dexter seems like he's been putting in extra work on top of the work like that he started with because he really seems like he just loves ball. I don't know what the ceiling is for that, to be honest. There are too many of these moments where Dexter gets blown off the ball. Like Dexter at the moment is still very inconsistent, especially, believe it or not, against the run. But when he wins, he wins. So even if he's here and there, right? If he can make an impact on some of these downs, that's much better than playing Rasheem Green and legitimately expecting to get pretty much nothing from your defensive line. Like, an inconsistent player can win you downs, especially when you're talking about a one technique. Like, okay, if he gives up his run fit, in theory, in a system like this, you can push a linebacker behind him and not worry about it too hard. Nice, John. Yannick's just going to dive out of his gap. Justin Jones gets washed. Tremaine Edmonds doesn't know where he's going. Oh boy, this is not a good rep for Justin Jones. Unironic, good job by Eddie Jackson. You want your free safety. This is what I think is so funny. Like, you want your free safety to make the tackle, but what you need your free safety to do in this setting, because the running back's just got too much space. Like, the running back can absolutely create a missed tackle if he knows what he's doing at an NFL level, and Madison does exactly what he should. But Eddie's going to slow him down, and he's going to force him inside so that he can get him to help to bring him down. PFF's going to kill Eddie Jackson for that, but that tackle is really hard. And when you see people make it, you should give them credit for it. What happens on this rep? Well, if we were Bears fans, we would talk about 75. We would say 75 over here picks up Justin Jones, gets right in front of him, very casually, drives him into the ground, and then there's all the space, right? I have my favorites, and I understand that, but Andrew Billings is going to start the rep off by taking on a double team. He's going to keep 66 from reaching Jack Sanborn, who's going to immediately cut this edge off. And then when 66 leaves him, Billings gets his gap back too. So the fact that Billings doesn't cover 3 gaps is not something I'm going to deal with. Bearski, I hear what you're saying, but free safety, especially when you're playing from depth, is really tough when a running back gets vertical out of nowhere. And like you're saying, Khalid, once you've got those two in the middle, there's just not a lot you could do about it. Honestly, Dynasty, I imagine that there's an explosion, or there's also an effort and explosion piece. Gervon throws himself at these downs. I love it. Who doesn't love that kind of effort, right? Especially when you see it bearing fruit in the form of pressures and a surprising pass rush win rate. But it's not perfect. Oh, man. How beautiful is this? Come on. Putting the long arm on him. See you later. Look at the distance he's able to keep from O'Neal. Like, O'Neal just can't get there, and then he long arms the back, and then he long arms Dobbs effectively. Oh boy. I hear you, Bearski. I'm less trying to tell you to lower your expectations and more trying to tell you I think people misunderstand. It's basically, Bearski, what I'm also trying to teach as we go through film reviews like this is what should you actually expect out of your players? And a lot of people expect safeties, especially deep safeties, to be these outstanding tacklers. And most of the time, these tackles, especially if you get an NFL athlete that does an NFL caliber job, they're incredibly hard tackles to make. Let's see here. Terrell Smith does a good job playing his leverage. That's all he's got to do, right? Smith's job is to play his leverage on a play like this, and he does. Make it take a while. By the time he turns around, sack. Boom. Yeah, but see, Sir Lord, he's not. That's the secret. That's the loophole. Maybe we need to make all of our edges D linemen to take the penalty away. I'm just glad they don't call that head-to-head. Irish, I think there are a lot of ways you could go. I mean, Brad Biggs hinted at Danielle Hunter. I am down if that's the direction the Bears want to go with this. Danielle can play. Oh, this hit was awesome. Thank you so much, MJ. I'll make sure to add it. Ooh. Okay, so simple pleasures. Simple pleasures. But so Bears drop what looks like into cover 3, I think. Gordon's got the outside zone right out here. He's going to break in on what is effectively a check down. And look at the quickness. It's not that great a break. When does he begin to break though? Oh, yes, here we go. He breaks on the ball well before the pass is thrown. Now that's what we like to see. Nice hit. Dig the grave. Jibby, in this case, I think the quarterbacks are going to take too long. Like, my guess is that just based at we go through plays with enough specificity that it takes a while, right? Here's Billings with a little bit of interior pressure. Make it work, 97. And so I'm expecting that we may get through 3 or 4 games. Thank you, MJ. Love the Super Bowl shuffle. Love getting that rolling. And so we'll talk some Caleb. We'll talk some Drake. And I expect that'll be it. And then it gets a little easier when you get to other positions, because other positions you skip through a lot more tape. There's a lot less that happens. Man, they threw a huge blitz at them. That's new. Third and you gotta appreciate this, right, guys? What is this? 3rd and 16. The Bears are gonna show. Do they run engage 8 straight out of a Madden playbook? Just about. Boom. Eventually, Bearski, we will. But I mean, with the Carolina pick where it is, I feel like the quarterback topic is topical at this point. Like we have to. You have to know what you're advocating for. When you say keep Justin Fields, what are you passing on? When you okay, we're in agreement. I got you. The intention is to focus on positions that are needs for the Bears. We're not going to talk about just anybody, right? And that's the thing, Dynasty. I'm a big veteran center advocate, and so I'm going to keep advocating for my veteran center, dadgummit. But at the same time, eventually the Bears may definitely talk through. We'll get there, Bearski. There's going to be a whole draft thing where we may talk about tight ends, but it'll all kind of be opt in, opt out. Also, what somebody's mentioning, Irish pipe bomb. Yeah, Gordon is stout. That's been one of the things that I think has helped make him successful, is that he can drive TJ Hawkinson out in a situation just like this. Everybody's going to check. 4th and 7. Wouldn't surprise me if the Bears were shocked that the Vikings were going for it. It's honestly not an amazing break. I tend to think that the Bears, okay, so this is just totally my opinion, right? This looks like a play where the Vikings got exactly what they wanted to, right? They got Gordon ranging back to here because of this vertical stem, and then they're going to have TJ Hawkinson cut out, right? It's basic offensive design, but it's good offensive design, because this kind of separation is exactly what you as a defense are trying to avoid. We're talking about how Dobbs is struggling on a lot of these key plays. That is definitely behind. And Gordon does a great job of making the tackle happen. Like you're saying, Sir Lord, that is who wants it more, and Gordon wanted it more. But if the quarterback had made a better throw, it doesn't matter. The pressure the Bears are getting is still somewhat inconsistent. Here's Gervon. Looks like Dexter's over here, by the way. Whoop! He's going to pull off a stunt. Me personally, Rudy, I wouldn't. Bearski, I don't think. So it's not that you can't find an elite upgrade. It's that, to me, you take a look at not Paris Johnson. Paris Johnson's a great example in the opposite, I guess. But rookie left tackles are not a sure thing at all. I mean, no draft position or no draft pick is a sure thing. But there is enough stories like Evan Neal out there that I can't help but think that if you take a player good enough to actually replace Braxton, you would need to take Joe Alt or Olu Fashanu. And if you took one of those players, you left somebody else on the table. You want to not make the offense that much better, realistically. You draft a quarterback, which maybe that's a big improvement, but then you draft an offensive lineman to go with him. Maybe that makes the offense better in depth because now your swing tackle is Braxton Jones. But if you take that player, you've passed on a receiver, you've passed on the option to trade down. I don't know. That would throw me off. I could understand why they might think that they would want to, but I think that you could do better. I haven't looked at him yet, BG. Akusai, I tend to think Mooney's gone too. Now the question is, would the Bears pursue somebody in free agency? We'll see, right? These are plays, by the way, where if you wanted to critique anything with Dexter right now, it's that whether it's that he's light, whatever's going on, he is not taking on blockers like you might hope that he would in the run game. Here, the double team's going to buckle him. Taking on double teams is hard. It's not easy. But he did do a better job at this at Florida. But at least we're limiting our run losses to relatively manageable running gains. Like, okay, they got 7 yards. Still second down, right? And generally it hasn't been a down, but it's not been a true down to down problem. Dexter's just inconsistent at this stage, which is totally acceptable. He's a rookie. I'm not expecting him to be consistently great yet. Okay. Look at Tremaine Edmonds. Where's this been, man? Knocking the lineman over. I'm with you, Tumultuous. I wonder if there are injury problems that we don't know about. Boom. Bearsky, do you mean trading back from number 1? Just to be clear. I have a whole thing on that, but we can get there in a little bit. Okay, so I will say this very fast, right? We will switch to the Rob Cam over here. All right, so here's the deal, right? There isn't really a player in football that is worth 5 first round picks. If you talk about the theoretical trade where Washington is going to send like we just talked about this, me and Nick on our podcast. If anybody listened to the episode, I'd love feedback. I always do. But so the like a theoretical trade where Atlanta wants to come up, they want to give up Drake London and 3 firsts for number 1 overall. Or Washington, they want to give up 3 firsts, or maybe they want to give up a first, a second, next year's first, and Jahan Dotson, or something like that. Maybe then a conditional second in 2025, depending on this, that, or the other. It doesn't really matter, right? In theory, these players are that never going to be worth that. But also, Bearsky, I think you start to like. I think you start to get to the point where these organizations would never make these trades. Like, I don't think any organization could rationally do that and expect their organization to succeed. Bryce Young is not a grand example because I don't think Bryce Young's playing well. But at the same time, when you offer or when you surround your quarterback with nothing, like what do you do? I mean, what are you expecting to happen? I think realistically, the best you're going to get is maybe this year's first, a first next year, a second somewhere in the mix, and maybe a player. And that's sick. But here's the problem. In my opinion, Caleb Williams and Drake May are the kinds of bets that you keep trading picks to wait for. Like, you want these guys to show up in the draft class. And the Bears have a chance to get one of them without needing to trade up, without needing to reset anything, and with a roster where all of the contracts on this Bears roster that matter are at least 2 more years long. So that means Montez Sweat is still going to be playing ball for the Bears. Maybe not as well, but he'll be playing ball for the Bears in the new rookie's 3rd year of his contract. But certainly that 2nd year, you could expect to push for legitimate contention as you continue to use natural first-round picks that the Bears didn't have to trade away to get their quarterback behind this rookie quarterback. Basically, instead of doing it all at once, you have to start thinking about the Bears in terms of a 2 off-season plan the moment you draft the rookie. And I don't think that's a bad thing because here's the other deal, Bearski. You mentioned that these quarterbacks go to good teams. You're right. I think that the Bears in this case, Like the Bears in this case are a much better team than people realize. That's not to say they're amazing. I'm not trying to drown you in like blue and orange Kool-Aid. It's more to say that the talent on this roster is capable of producing pockets that that Bryce Young can't compare to. It's able to produce separation that Bryce Young can't compare to. And with two top 10 picks based on what we're currently seeing, the Bears can add a second receiver to create a Cincinnati like wide receiver duo, whether that's Malik Neighbors, whether that's Keon Coleman, whether that's in some crazy case, Marvin Harrison Jr., because for all we know, Caleb Williams goes, Drake May goes, people freak out, they draft Jaden Daniels third, I don't know, something like that, right? And John, I hear you, but at the same time, let's put it this way, Bearski. You mentioned Rodgers, you mentioned Mahomes, totally, right? But you gotta have your stable floor quarterback. And me personally, I mean, I don't want to spin all the way into offensive analysis immediately. I don't know the Bears have that guy. Like, I don't know that the Bears have the quarterback that is going to allow them to build an offensive system that then the new rookie would learn and move on from. Because any quarterback the Bears realistically draft, would you agree with this, Bearski? Any quarterback the Bears realistically draft, you are not trying to make him emulate and imitate Justin Fields, right? You truly wanted Patrick Mahomes to imitate Alex Smith. You truly wanted Brock Purdy, Trey Lance to imitate Jimmy Garoppolo. But Justin Fields, at this point, you just don't have the guy in place right now to make that plan work, which is okay. I mean, it's okay to say that. Because of that, I think you have to take the bird in the hand. Let's be clear, Bearski. Two in the bush is waiting right there. It's waiting right there, but it's two in the bush, right? To me, trading down is two in the bush. Who's the quarterback? We truly don't know. We have no idea, right? But the bird in the hand is taking the quarterback, putting putting him on a roster. I'm not saying it's ready to win immediately. I'm not saying it's instantly an incredible team. I'm saying it's as close to it's the best bet you can make at quarterback. Like, this isn't number one on Kyler Murray, who I like. This isn't number one or this isn't trading up for Josh Rosen. This isn't number one on Baker Mayfield. This isn't even number one on Bryce Young, right? This is a number one on one of these quarterbacks that to me is in that like Trevor Lawrence, Joe Burrow tier. I don't care if you think he's better. I don't care if you think he's a little worse. It doesn't really make a lot of difference to me, right? These are two quarterbacks whose tools, records, etc. put them in that zone of quarterbacks. And to me, that's a great way to set your franchise with a relatively cheap rookie contract up for success in the future. And John, I'm with you. I want it to be with the new head coach in place. But if you made me choose between trading down, keeping Matt Eberflus, and then figuring out the quarterback later, I'm just going to be bummed out and wonder how long this is going to take. And I'm going to wonder if at that point you build a 2024 team, because this is the situation nobody's talking about. And to be honest, it actually frustrates me that nobody's talking about this. Okay, so you draft Marvin Harrison Jr. Let's go through this. You trade down to number 3. You pick up an extra first round pick next year. You draft Marvin Harrison Jr. Then at number, 8, you draft Dallas Turner. You draft Job Robinson. You draft Johnny Newton. It doesn't really matter. Again, like, pick your favorite. Let's just get the talent option. Okay, now you build a team. They go out there. They go up against a 4th place schedule. They win 10 games, right? Maybe they win 11, but let's stick with 10, right? Let's even say that at 10 wins, they win the division, okay? You're going to extend Fields. Agree or disagree? Simply because you won the division with him, you are going to extend Fields. No team is that pragmatic, and everybody forgets this. When Daniel Jones makes the playoffs, you hand him new money. When Justin Fields makes the playoffs, God forbid he wins a playoff game, it doesn't matter if he took the next step forward or not, he will get new money, and immediately you're going to crunch the rest of the roster, in my opinion. And you're right, Bearski. Maybe you do give Fields the franchise tag, but if I am living inside of George McCaskey's head, and I'm not, but if I am, He's going to see the way this fan base is going to rally around Justin Fields. He is going to see the way that this team responded to Justin Fields, and they're going to say, this is our guy. We're going to extend him. And I can't help but look at that and see that as a much riskier future bet than people want to make it today. I'm with you, Bearski. It's why it's the two in the bush, right? But I think if it falls into your hand, you have to take the bird in the hand because you know that at that point, 2025, 2026, 2027, 3 or 4 more years of cheap rookie control, like cheap rookie control. And that's what lets you, when you make that move, like that, once you make that move, you can sign a Danielle Hunter. You can sign Chris Jones for all I care. Like, get these guys on 1.5-year guaranteed, maybe 2-year guaranteed, but 3-year total deals so that the rookie's first year, you might squeeze in. I mean, not might. You're going to aim for the playoffs anyways. Rookie quarterback or not, I think we'd agree that if you drafted Malik Neighbors to go with DJ Moore around this offensive line, you added Connor Williams, the center, to this offensive line. Now your offensive line is Braxton Jones, like going left to right. It's Braxton Jones, Tevin Jenkins, who I would hope gets a contract extension, a veteran center, a veteran Nate Davis, and a second-year Darnell Wright with Larry Borum, Jatiri Carter, and for all I care, it's Lucas Patrick, but maybe they draft a kid, like backing them up. Not a bad offensive line, to be honest with you. Actually, potentially pretty good offensive line. And then you've got a receiver room that's pretty good. Is it like top 10 in the NFL? That depends on Malik Neighbors, but it has the potential to be, and it has the potential to be pretty doggone good, right? And so then you've put this rookie in a position where now, like John's talking about, it becomes all about coaching. Like, do you get a Ben Johnson? Do you get an offensive coach that's really good? Now this team may take off. Like, it really might. It's totally on the table. Look at what CJ Stroud is doing and telling me that it's not emulatable. I didn't tell you that CJ Stroud is going to be easy to imitate, but I'm saying it's possible, right? Or even if you get 80% of what CJ Stroud is doing, now with a defense that might have the talent to kind of shoot a little bit with teams, right? Gervin Dexter takes the next step. You tag Jaylon Johnson. Tyreek Stevenson looks more than, like, at least he looks like a CB2, right? Now you're a free safety away from a defense that's got a spine. If you add some people on the defensive line, like, you don't need Chris Jones. You don't need Christian Wilkins. It would be neat if you did. But if you added a Bryce Huff or you added a Danielle Hunter, now you're talking about a legitimate Bears defensive line with legitimate field tilters. You're talking about good DBs that make life hard on the outside. And you're talking about a rookie quarterback that has the ammunition to score 21 points, 22 and 24 points, league average in the NFL. And you might go out there and win 9 games anyways, right? And if you had a rookie that won 9 games anyways, and then he takes the next step the year after that, the Bears are cooking with gas. And if the rookie sucks, that sucks. But you still have a rookie contract on the roster. So if you have to bring in a veteran backup for year number 2, year number 3, you're going to live with it. At the very least, it should be a manageable situation. But anyways, I promised Quinn we wouldn't talk too much about draft stuff, so we'll move on. And I'm with you, Jibby, that if the rookie quarterback busts, you got a huge problem on your hands. It's why I would love to see the Bears move on from Matt Eberflus, grab a coach where you can do everything you can reasonably to set that rookie quarterback up. Rudy, if there's a scenario where we go quarterback and Marvin Harrison Jr., I would love it. I would love that. But like you're saying, Akusai, each scenario, sticking with Fields, sticking with the rookie, you need the quarterback to play well, right? I actually think that it's a little easier to recover if the quarterback plays well from a rookie position, because then you go out there and you find a veteran as soon as you can. I mean, look at what the Jets did. It's the same difference, right? Where if your rookie quarterback absolutely sucks, right, then you can insulate yourself from failure in the future. Let me see. No, I'm with you, Bearski. I like the way you put that, where the 49ers built themselves so well, they traded up for a failure in Lance and they didn't skip a beat. But here's my thought, Bearski. If you play this right, you don't necessarily need to trade down for the Bears to get near that level of good in 2 more years of drafting. You just need time because the kids that you're drafting need time to develop. And then you may not have as many needs as you thought you did. 2 first round picks, extra picks is super tantalizing, but I think you still have a decent trade down. If you gave me the option right now, I would definitely consider take the quarterback, trade down from like 5. Yeah, all right, Quinn. Quinn's right. And Quinn pumped us with a bunch of gift subs last time. So let's shift back and cover some more film. But more than anything, I wanted to talk through because I do think it's so easy. I think it's so easy to get distracted by glittery trades that just aren't realistic. Like, and that's not a dunk on anybody because I've pitched them too. But you start to hit a point where I think if I can say 3 first round picks and Drake London isn't worth any quarterback on the planet, then NFL GMs will too. And the trade offers that it's why I think like what the Bears got out of Carolina, realistically, do you actually think they could have gotten any more? Like, answer that one as we go through the Bears, like the rest of this, most of this Bears defensive film. But when I look at that trade, the main reason I trumpeted it about how good a deal I thought it was for Ryan Poles is because I don't think any franchise in football is going to give up more than that. And that is enough to doom the Panthers. Like, they're so messy right now. But so Jibby, that would be the dream. But what if he doesn't? Anyways, moving on. We get a couple more motions. We go run game. There we go, Dexter. I said he was inconsistent, not bad, right? They put him at one technique. Number 99, right here. Push, hit. The other thing at Kusai is I would treat DJ Moore as a current first, which is nearly impossible to. I mean, most teams are not going to give you 2 current firsts. So you get 2 current firsts, a future first, and like 2 second-round picks in that deal. Holy moly. I don't think it's ever happening again. Like, I tend to think, in fact, if the Bears asked for anybody, or I'm not going to use the literal language, but I tend to think that if the Bears asked for a similar deal to DJ Moore, they would get told to F off just because of what they got out of DJ Moore. People would be like, hardy har, no, and get back to other techs. Because I imagine at Kusai, teams really are going to be scared of becoming the Panthers if they're not careful. Look at Zach Pickens. Zach Pickens is quietly also developing. I mean, I keep seeing this stuff. Nice little work there. I mean, it just forces the ball to come out early. But woo! Jibby, I just hate the G word. Let's just say really good. Let's say in that top tier. I think so too, Irish. And if they're all thinking about making that move, the Bears should make it when they only have to spend 1 pick on it. That's all I'm saying. Like, if everybody's out here, if everybody is out here saying that they're willing to trade all of that to get this, why would the Bears be so proud as to say, no, we're good. We don't need that. It would be very Chicago to try to run the first quarterbackless team, like, or to run it like my fantasy team, where I just try to ride the 12th to 8th quarterback and try to get matchup advantages nearly every week. But I tend to think, like, I get that everybody's terrified of another rookie quarterback busting. I get it. But I do think that this part of the reason I do want to talk about the draft thing is just because I think there's a lot of encouraging stuff on tape, and a lot of people haven't watched any tape on these quarterbacks. You've watched games, which is not the same thing. And it can, Bearski. Everything is an opportunity in some way, shape, or form. If I'm going to get distracted, I'm going to get distracted while playing through some of the film so that we get more action here. Look at this. So Montez Sweat doesn't do anything crazy, but like again, these Tremaine Edmonds flashes of athleticism are nasty. Comes out like a rocket ship and doesn't make the tackle. What is up with Tremaine Edmonds and tackling, man? He gets his tackles broken like nearly nobody else, but hey, good for him that he's got Sanborn to help clean it up. Sanborn's taken a really strong step forward as a rookie, I think. Or as a sophomore. He does tackle like a DB, Eric. Quick out. Terrell Smith crashing down. More cover 6. More pressure. Is that DeMarcus Walker? No, it's Yannick. It's just so funny watching Billings. Because Billings is just trying to impose himself physically in some form or fashion on every play. I mean, why wouldn't he? Right? But it's so fun watching him. Loud he coming. Go get him, TJ. Was he really? Oh, on the other one. Yeah, TJ's going to just come across in man. Plays the angle wonderfully. You're down. It's really athletic, Akusai. Boom. He's a heady linebacker. Really heady. And I agree with you, Grant. These are little ways that the defenses just tighten things up. And the best part is, if we were the Bears, so jersey flip, right? We like this matchup. I mean, we're going to pull an offensive player all the way across the formation mid-play, right? And I would see this and I'd be like, okay, we got to be able to catch him in the wash, right? Like they get 3 receivers downfield, and all they're really trying to do is just pick TJ Edwards. They don't pick TJ Edwards. Good play. Avoids it, gets back down, guides him to the sideline. Boom. Another 2 years, Irish. Edwards isn't a 1-year deal, Eric. Edwards is a 3-year deal. And go look at the money. You're going to be excited about it. He's like a third the price of Tremaine Edmonds. Jibby, the good news is you got to remember they would be competing for the playoffs next year. They would be fully expecting AJ or Akusai at 6.5 per year. Third down. Oh, man. Beautiful play by Jaylon Johnson right here. And the other piece to this, Jibby, is that a lot of the Bears right now are young. A lot of them. Especially the Bears core, in my opinion. Yeah, they've got some guys that are 26, 27, but plenty of those guys are still going to be here in 2 years. I think we are impatient. And that's not to point the finger at anybody, because there's an awful lot of opportunity. No, this is the 3rd pick, tumultuous. There's another pick coming. But I do think the Bears are going to be okay. I completely get it, Jibby, because I want them to win too. The good news is Matt Eberflus is giving us a very, very easy bar to clear, Jibby. Think about it. Right now, we're talking about a 4-8 team. Could a rookie do better than 4-8 with the talent that they're hoping to infuse next year? I would hope so. Wouldn't you? Like, it is. I agree with you, John. Bears fans have absolutely earned the right to be impatient. Austin, how you doing? Is there a way to demote Flus? I wish there was. I really do, Austin. Did you miss any TJ highlight reel plays yet? Actually, yes, Brandon. If you'd like, we can go back over the next 2 or these 2. Just watch these. I agree with you, Brandon. Let's see here. Oh, this is second down, so we want third down. Here's TJ Edwards, Brandon, coming across the formation. Drive on the ball. Sit down. Forces 4th and 3. That's where Bearski, this can get so ugly sometimes. And then TJ just snatches the pick off of right here. Great play by Jaylon Johnson. I mean, outstanding. Like 17, that's Osborne, right? Trying to play physical with him. Throws just a little underthrown, but it's low too. And Jalen's just going to stay on the back, tip the ball in the air. Interception or deflection doesn't matter on 4th down. That's the job. Nasty play by the DB. Oh, yes. So that's a great question, Brandon. You're talking about not that. Is it this play or is it one of the other ones? So, Brandon, we saw Danny Trevathan, if you go all the way back to 2019's game against Washington, we saw Tremaine Edmonds have a huge sack, or not Tremaine Edmonds. That was somebody beats me to the name. Danny Trevathan. Danny Trevathan, way back. Remember? Like, it's a Tampa 2. So the fake bail is the linebacker looking like he's going to bail into Tampa 2 technique and then recharging the gap. And so if the lineman sees him bailing and says, okay, got to check out here, and pokes that way, then punching through that gap might get you a free runner. And on that specific play, Trevathan's step out opened the gap right up. He ran through, and I think he even forced a fumble, if memory serves, but I can't remember. It may have just been a sack. I love DeMarcus Walker's just like, I'm going to tunnel my way there energy that he shows on the overwhelming majority of his good snaps. Like, he's just going to engage you and drive you to the quarterback. Best he can, anyways. Eric, it does feel that way, doesn't it? Defense just seems like it's hard to do, or it's hard to coordinate, especially if your offense isn't scoring for you. Those high leverage situations seem like they get to everybody. Throw, catch, nothing crazy there. I don't know about you guys, but 9-3 felt like a 2-touchdown lead. Like, in the middle of this game, I was like, 2 touchdowns just feels massive, massive, and it did for a little while. This is where I really believe that Gordon has separated himself. Like, Kyler Gordon is so willing to stick his head into the run fit that it separates him from a lot of DBs. In this case, he's even going to read 2 gaps. Like, he's going to come up right behind here, watching the back, and then dart into the hole and stop the runner outright. He battles. Tumultuous, if you want a new coach, you want those 2 touchdown leads to feel unsafe. This game, in my opinion, have put Bears fans into, so this Bears game, as fun as I think this defense is and a lot of the defensive players on it, if you weren't, so I'm trying to think of the least polarizing way I can say this, but now that Flus won this game, which looks like an unequivocal advocation for Flus, like, this is a game where even if you were down on Flus won it his way with a feisty defense that dominated Josh Dobbs in prime time, right? And with that, the guy who runs the defense, the coach, is going to get a lot of attention. So if you want a new coach, I hate to tell you this, you are going to have a hard time cheering for your own team over the next couple weeks. And you'll figure it out. You're all smart fans, right? But this is where we don't like affect the game. I think we obviously know that, right? But you need losses if you want Eberflus gone. He can probably only win about 5 games total. If you want to be certain he's gone. And that's if you do that. So you need the Vikings, not the Vikings. You need the Browns, you need the Lions, you need the Falcons to basically squeeze the Bears. And then if you're hoping for Marvin Harrison Jr., you do need the Bears to lose to Arizona too. Uh but I think that's hard. Like I think cheering against the team is not easy because there are guys. Come on. But just thought about it. Throw, tip. I don't know what Dobbs was doing. The problem here, John, is can and will. Because the Bears cast is playing good ball. And this defense is spicy. I mean, they're causing pressure. Look at this play, for crying out loud. DeMarcus Walker just beats Darisaw clean. And if he didn't beat Darisaw clean, our guy, our dude, 97, has thrown 66 in his lap. Man. Like, it's okay if Valus loses some games for us somehow. That's the thing, Eric. Like, it would be it would be the most Bears game possible, if you ask me, or the Bears season possible, for the Bears to to dangle the tantalizing light of the future right in front of our eyes and then just rip it away with a really, really strong set of defensive performances. What the? We're saving the defense. You gotta check the schedule. What the? I figured we could do it here at the end. Honestly, like, here you go, take some Tylenol. Just because for some reason, right when I started to stream, my head started killing me. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Billings just doesn't stop, does he? Come on. Boom. Talk about opening the gap. Talking about stopping a run. It's outside zone. He's supposed to go this way. How do I get onto that? Yeah, it was outside zone, right? He's just a physical force. And now he's playing in Chicago for 2 more years for dirt cheap. I don't know. Can we just like look into the camera and say that it is a little ridiculous how cheap Andrew Billings signed for? So I'm really interested to hear what JT had to say because all right, so here's what's going to happen. I'm going to go get some water. There's 12 more minutes of Bears tape left. You guys saw what I think you needed to see, right? So Kusai, there's a whole separate thing I could go on there about how Andrew Billings has now been in 4 different cities in 4 different years. So I have a feeling that his negotiating leverage was just not much, right? But so I'm gonna grab some water. I'm gonna take some Tylenol. I'm gonna run the film as I do it, and then we're gonna do an overview of the Bears' offense. But honestly, like you saw the game, I mean, we don't need to go through everything. I just want to give you a general gist of what happened because it's messy, right? And the Bears defense, they made a lot of plays. They really did. Like you've seen it. You've seen what Flus was generally doing. We're dialing up Zimmer-like pressures on 3rd down. On 1st and 2nd down, we're winning with talent. We've got a corner in Jaylon Johnson, who's just a flat-out matchup nightmare for a guy like Jordan Addison, who honestly, it must be the fact that Addison's not that fast, but the Bears aren't going to face another speed demon until they face Amon-Ra, and Amon-Ra didn't really test anybody but the linebackers. Like, I'm interested to see what Ben Johnson does. If Ben Johnson's first interview was that first game, his second interview is coming up, but we got a little bit of time. So we got time to kind of mess around. And I think that's a good thing. But let me go and like talk through what's going on. I'm interested to hear what JT said. I have not watched his video yet. I need to subscribe to his Patreon just because he teaches me so much too. But I have some, they're not even takes for anybody out there. I think there's a lot of interesting components to talk about within this Bears offense. Like the old phrase, the good, the bad, and the ugly, it is all over the Bears offense. And it is just, it's worth a discussion. It's not worth a wildly long one. My hope would be we can close up this stream by 12:30. We'll see. But that would be my hope, and we'll see. We'll get there when we get there. Be right back. Like the stream. Support me if you can. Tell your friends. Let's make this a full-time thing. With videos. Oh, wait. What happened here? Now I want to know. Was the draft so rainy? It was moved because I logistically forgot that it was a Monday night game and that would make reviewing the game hell eventually. So we bumped the draft stream to Monday now. I'm so sorry. I know I'm a mess, but now you could potentially get a second draft stream going. Okay, so they just play man on what is this, third down? Yeah. So they're still kind of predictable, right? Because you can tell they're only running this on third down. Third and short, we're still running third down, or like we're still playing man. And eventually, Kevin O'Connell had an opportunity to do something about it, and he did with this series of crossers. Creates some traffic, generates a national or like a natural meshing pick here. You can see it. So Kyler just gets caught in the wash. Fine. Ooh. Ooh, John. Okay. All right, I'm going to let this play finish and then we're going to move on. Let's see. So Starview, that's the problem, right? Let's see. The TD that was out of bounds. Oh man. Yeah, let me go back for that. We'll look at that one. Let's see here. Man, pressure even then. Boom, break. These to me happen a little too often. Like if I was going to bag for something, like it would be that in breakers, Terrell Smith is just not competitive on right now. Not even near. And yes, you could say that some of this happens with some other stuff. Uh, so hang on, everybody. We got a lot to talk about when it comes to the offense. A lot to talk about. Like, what you? I think that what you're talking about is totally fair in a team game, right? Everybody always wants. Oh boy. Pop. Boom. I love that Gordon's physical on this route, but he gets dusted. That is a bad rep from him. What is this? Cover 3? I'd imagine. No, I think they'd call it 1. Sheesh. Well, that's the thing, Ben. That happens, right? Like, okay, seriously, when it comes to Smith, man. All right, so everybody, I'm going to need you guys to do the ultimate bear with me. My head is killing me, but I can do it. And no, I don't need well wishes. You're not in my house. This is my stream, my rules. I'm going to make it work. But you may not get the uh extra emphasis that I may normally have as we go through stuff. But so to talk this out, like in my opinion, the only reason that I am hard on on Terrell Smith, really hard, if I sound like I'm kind of being an ag about number 32, is because I've seen a lot of people bake Tyreek Stevenson. Akusa, I'm kind of looking at you. Not that you did anything to upset Rob, but you're gonna get it when Tyreek is playing full CB, whereas Terrell Smith is playing his leverage, but he's just giving up like the stuff that he can't cover. He is not fighting back into plays that like he's not competing on plays that are outside his leverage. And as a CB, you kind of have to. I mean, you can't do everything. You can't do everything, but you you can at least force opposing quarterbacks to make a good throw. And when you're giving up plays like the one we just saw, all right, so I'm going to kind of dunk on one of our favorite Bears heroes right now to make my point, but Fields would throw this too, right? And when Fields would throw it, we probably gave up too much space. Wouldn't we agree? Like from a DB perspective. And so if Fields would throw it, then it's not amazing. Like even after the break, 2 yards of separation. Tyreek has been trying to do all the good stuff. And like you're talking about, Jibby, the main thing I see is like Stevenson is getting cooked on about 50% of his plays. I would say what there is to take away from this is that there are any plays at all that are going his way, and there are in many cases. But so what I think that's fair. But so yeah, no, that's true, BG. I would hope he is. I would hope he is. Let's talk about the offense. It's not going to kill me. I've watched it too many times. But so here's the deal, right? Bears offense. So If you ask me, following the course of the entire season, right? The Bears have designed an offense that has been supposed to showcase everything good about Justin Fields, right? And it is full of shots downfield that are deep. It is so that's the thing, all are like one more thing about Tyreek Stevenson. You got to remember all are broken. Your boy here, Robert, thinks that like so Bearski, we're gonna get there. Anyways, I've said a lot of things now. Tyreek Stevenson is a rookie DB. Rookie DBs are bad, period. Especially when rookie DBs go up against Devontae Adams, and let me see, it's Devontae Adams, Mike Evans, whatever you could throw at Tyreek Stevenson has been thrown at Tyreek Stevenson. Rookie DBs are not going to be good. Like Sauce Gardner. That's it. Outside of that, you get Derek Stingley stories and Jaylon Johnson stories. Jaylon Johnson showed some moments as a rookie. So has Tyreek. He's had moments, and he's had plenty of other moments where he's way too handsy and all kinds of other problems that you see. To me, what there is to like all are broken about Tyreek Stevenson is that you see the athleticism, the anticipation, and the physicality needed to disrupt nearly any rep in football. He just needs to figure out which tool to which tool to pull out of the bag on every given down, and to basically fix the little errors that are allowing catches here and there. And I would argue that that is the difference. Like that's why I end up liking Stevenson a lot, is because I can see a future where Tyreek Stevenson might actually be a corner one, like legit. Maybe not better than Jaylon Johnson, because right now Jaylon Johnson's not going to give that title up. But Tyreek Stevenson has the like physical tools plus the anticipation to mature and at some point become a legitimately good corner. But it takes time. I mean, look at the difference between Kyler Gordon last year, who was just a free completion, and and Kyler Gordon in the future, who or like Kyler Gordon now, better. You don't have to think Kyler Gordon's amazing, but you can see a market improvement. And you're gonna see something similar with Tyreek Stevenson. Anyways, back to Justin Fields. The problem, Bearski, is the Bears entered the season with a vision of Fields throwing deep passes, right? Okay, so I actually am glad that I'm in control of this, because since we're in control of this, we can kind of use this game as a full story, right? We can go all the way back to week 1, right? And we can watch plays like, it won't take long to find one. Screen, lol. They're using Fields' reputation. Like, think about what's going on here. We're using Fields' reputation as a deep thrower to create opening seams, dump offs, easy passes to open things up. But immediately we take a look at this. This, maybe you could argue that CB is midpointing it. This is not a bad read, but all of a sudden, because I've watched so much of Justin Fields, I'm sitting here wondering, no, 29's ready for that. You can't throw that. Throwing it to Tyler Scott is absolutely the right call. But now I've got to look over my shoulder and check half the time. Instant interception, Ben, unless you drove it way down the field. And even then, you might get it, or you might give it too much to the safety. This is where they're going to fail on 4th down. Not the point. I don't blame them, though, Bearski, wanting to generate a pocket passing offense for Justin Fields where stuff is potentially open. Like, especially even if you're running him on the edge and you're getting Mooney open like this, and you're not gonna, I mean, maybe we'd love to pass. Oh no, we do. Good. Boot, throw. Everybody looks at a lot of this stuff, truly, and they see, wow, Justin Fields is like the offense isn't designed for Fields to succeed. And I'm like, well, I mean, it was kind of designed for Fields to succeed. And especially early, we haven't lost really nearly any confidence yet. But then this happens. I mean, this is a play that obviously everybody's seen a million times, right? And you go, okay, what have we generated? We've generated a deep out for Justin Fields. Is it in the box of sadness, as Eric calls it? No, it's not, right? Is this, yes or no, everybody? Is this playing to Fields' strengths? Obviously, right? But it doesn't look like it because on the broadcast, which is most of what Bears fans have watched, I'm not expecting every Bears fan to have watched JT O'Sullivan's breakdowns, and I definitely know that not every Bears fan has watched mine. Uh, that is playing to Fields' strengths, and we didn't make the throw. Like play action, deep shot, check down, which looks like we're just going to play a bunch of short ball, right? Look down. I don't like it. Boom. Still a completion, right? But it is playing, the offense was attempting early on to play to Fields' strengths. And then you've just got some of these other plays where, like, yeah, you got a center issue. Fields is mad about it. That never went away, right? It's so funny going back and watching week 1 film at times because now you got another false start. Lol. But so drop back. These routes are super messy. It looks like the Bears are trying to run stick, but they don't do a very good job of it. Now, he is open. Are we going to throw him the ball? I literally don't know. We're just going to run it. Did we need to throw it? Well, Fields is so athletic that it doesn't really matter, right? But there are some of these that JT calls it universal football. And there is a lot of that stuff that I would say that, like you're saying, Ben, to me, and I'm trying to prep you for something if you can't tell, Ben, like, to me, there is an implicit, like, okay, if we never throw this, like, do we have a problem? But on this specific play, it doesn't really matter because Fields does something athletic and we're able to get a good result out of it. But the big, I wouldn't say argument. It's not really an argument. It's more like the observation that I have is that Fields has struggled in structure the entire season. And he was a little better in pieces of the structure in Detroit. But I will tell you that, in my opinion, what you're going to see in this Vikings game is a lot more of not this. It's not like a bunch of stuff is holy smokes. Oh my God, Justin, how could you, wide open? The Vikings make him work for it a little bit, but there's a lot of universal football like this play right here where, hey, I'm so glad we were able to run it last time. We can throw it to Kmet. We should throw it to Kmet. It's 2nd and 12. He's wide open at the first down line. Like, we're running shallow cross. We've pulled him across and we've pulled Cole Kmet right up here. They're both open. Like, both of them are open. He is open. He is open. We are staring at open guys. It's also 2nd down. Throw the ball. We have to throw this ball. We don't. Instead, we check it down, which works out. We still get a completion. A completion is helpful, but this is the same stuff we would agree that we've seen all year, right? Where it's like, why didn't we throw the ball? What stopped us from throwing the ball? Do we know what stopped us from throwing the ball? Not really. And so we work to our check down, which works. But it creates an emblematic issue, right? Throws in the hashes or second guess till the pass would be too late. Exactly. So then we throw a screen. The screen sucks. It doesn't work. It doesn't convert. This is something that is also emblematic, which is I know it was tipped, but so JF mistakes? Like mistakes? It's the worst writing of the word screen ever. But for some reason, when Justin Fields makes a mistake, Getsy just panics. Like, he panic calls a screen, which is part of why you've seen like this hilarious theme of screens popping up in Justin Fields games. Whenever Fields struggles early, you just pivot to a bunch of screens. And this literally happened. again in the Minnesota game to the point where it was disturbing. Now, do you have to do this? No. I'm going through week 1 again to try to show off that the Bears entered with this notion that Fields was going to throw the ball a lot, right? And I'm with you, Reinhardt. I'm not trying to absolve Justin Fields per se. I'm trying to levy the blame on both a little bit because I would argue that when you look back, right? I mean, there's that, Ben, where it's like Getsy's not scheming one route concepts well. We could do more option concepts. We could do all kinds of things. But the other thing we could do, to be honest with you, man, is we could condense set. And it's not my way of playing football, but we could just run the piss out of the ball. Like, it, relatively speaking, worked in 2022. Like, there are worse offenses than basically running the Tennessee offense plus a supercharged quarterback's lower half, right? I am not saying it's the best offense ever, but it's probably better than that, right? I mean, now we've got 2 screens in a row. This game is looking awfully similar, isn't it, all of a sudden to Minnesota, which is kind of my point. I forgot how similar it was going to look, but it's more to say this keeps happening. This keeps happening. Like, the Bears try to funnel the offense through Justin Fields. If it flounders, so far it has more often than it hasn't. Like, Getsy pivots to a bunch of screens. NFC North opponents just blow him up. And then all of a sudden, there's nothing there. Now, can we throw this ball to Chase Claypool? I sure think so. Oh, I sure think so. But for some reason, Justin Fields really doesn't like inbreakers. I couldn't tell you why. And any real sense of pressure is going to pull his eyes down for the most part, which is not fun. It is what it is, but we don't see a lot of Justin Fields throwing amidst pressure that we saw when he was a rookie. Like, even as a second year, like a sophomore, he could take a bump and throw the ball. We really don't see a lot of that right now. Instead, his eyes come down when he starts to feel any pressure, whether it's there or not in some cases. And then we run the ball, and then we catch a break. I don't know what the foul was, but now it's 1st and 10. But it feels like the run game is underinvested in. Nobody really knows their cues in the run game. Like, guys can't get to their spot. They're not certain of where they're going, which is infuriating. This run game was so good in 2022. What happened? Did we simply not teach it? It's the same coaches that are running this run game, which is beyond me. Like, there are so many pieces to this that are just so frustrating, and Bearski, we're going to. I'm trying to look for like one more. Is it that we fired the running backs coach? Is that the answer? Maybe. Yeah, let's go back to the new one. Radcon, I wish I could tell you, but they did. But so getting back to week 12, Drex, are you in here? Have you just been quiet the whole time? Because we talked a little bit about this one. For some reason, the Bears decide, for reasons I can't understand, to open up the game with a Kmet tunnel screen. I don't really get it. I heard JT freaked out about this one. I don't know why he freaked out about this one, but this was one of those things that you see it the second time on tape and you go, what are we doing? Like, to me, this is misunderstanding your personnel. It's the same problem we've talked about with Kmet for forever, that Kmet seems to just, like, that Cole Kmet has seemed to convince all kinds of coaches that he is a guy that you can use on the perimeter. And I'm not trying to go after Kmet. I don't hate him as much as plenty. But if you're choosing a pick a side read, this is me personally, right? So if you're choosing a pick a side read, why did we pick this one where Tyler Scott is our lead blocker? I'm not trying to say Darnell Mooney's an amazing lead blocker, but at least you got DJ Moore on this side, right? Like, what are we scared of? And then 44 comes flying over the other way. Don't throw it there anymore, right? Like, can't we turn the other way? DJ's still waiting for the ball, for crying out loud. Like, I'm sure it's because of this action right here, where it's just an RSO. But then what was the read? What were we reading that told us we liked this? Like, it's weird design, but the guy who makes the tackles 44, we can't not see him. We can't not see him. He is flying across the formation. Just give the ball away. And and then it's probably still like something else. I mean, I don't get the play design. The play design super super ugly, and the quarterback just throws the ball to where there's nothing to do with it. And no, unsurprisingly, Cole Kmet, when Darnell Wright basically decides, oh shoot, okay, I need to come over here and hit 44, huh? Like Cole Kmet can't out wiggle. Uh, Cole Kmet can't out wiggle this. It's over. Let's see, was it? No, it's not slants. Mooney's chasing his man. Radcon, I would say he does some, not an absurd amount, but not like a bad amount. Some. There are a lot of people that I can tell you, Radcon, want to turn this into Justin never checks at the line. Justin checks at the line. I can't tell you that like every single check works or something like that, but Justin checks at the line. Second down, what you are going to see a lot of. You are going to see, let's see. And then let me see, let's call it the theme you're going to see is this simple. For the first two drives, you're going to see a lot of structure does not work. Like not as in the Getsy sucks, but more like there's a lot of things that could have been done in structure. Maybes, right? Let's make this clear. I'm not saying they're all gimmies. They're not all going to be gimmies. They are not all going to be gimmies. But there are a lot of plays that could have been made in structure that then Fields, at times, will make a better one. I'm talking about little hits to the flat to give you a clue on what I'm talking about. Or hanging tough in the pocket and throwing a ball over to Tyler Scott. These are not going to be obscene big circles down the field, but Fields just breaks tackles in the pocket for a lot of the game and ends up making it work anyways. Here, the Bears are going to run toss crack, and then they're just not going to do this not toss crack. They're going to do like a toss lead zone run, and then they're just not going to bother doing this for the rest of the half. That one I don't understand. Truly, like, I think that this team would be so much healthier if it had more of a run-first approach, because it was a lot of what worked for him last year, especially if your quarterback's struggling, but they don't. That's okay. I mean, it can work out, but like you're saying, Akusai, it is a little weird to me how much the Bears wanted to throw the ball some form or fashion. Here, ball comes out. Like, basic quick game. Sure, we scheme something open. It's basically just an overload at the end of the day. Like, you go bunch set, and these guys have to check into certain coverages. Like, you could try to run true man at this point. You can. It's hard, right? But on this play, like, we're going to read it. The variety of routes pulls this defender back and then pop. No kidding, right, Spectre? It does feel that way. And I want to point one other thing out. I have whined and moaned about Fields' long release. It looked better this game. Like, let's talk about this. Fields gets the ball out very quickly on this play. If anything, it makes me wonder why he can't do that more often. Just flick the ball. Zoom. This is great. Lucas Patrick in our lap, get the ball out. You need to be able to do this. This is a legitimately solid play by Justin Fields. Just throw it. It's pretty, like, it's something people do a lot, but we needed to see it. Needed to see it. So, 1st and 10. Moving on. Is he like, okay. We got DJ Moore in motion. Nobody's really moving. Looks like it's some kind of a zone blitz look, and we're running it. which is good. Running into the teeth of the blitz is not an awful idea. Is that Kairos Tonga? I think it's Phillips. 97? Is Tonga still on the roster? No, Reinhardt, I wish it was that simple. I wish it was script only, right? I don't even know if it's that. Is this another RSO? They ran so many run screen options. So many run screen options. And early, Fields gave a couple of them, but as we saw later, he just threw it every single time. Yeah, Lucas Patrick is bad. 97 just gets possessed. This is the kind of thing that we, if the jerseys were flipped, we would look at 97 and we would say, holy smokes, what a nice play. Like, takes that gap away, takes that gap back. Lucas Patrick does quite literally nothing. Falco, I agree with you. Like, the wrist and flip throws needed to be better. They have been better. 2nd and 9. They check to something. Okay, so watch this play. Nothing. Did you see it, though? So the Bears call a rollout, right? Rollout. Ooh, it's right there. So what's going on, right? The main thing that I see is that Fields drifts way too far, right? Because, at least in my opinion, we got to settle. The way I would say it is, you are not expecting, when the draft live is Monday, no worries. But so when you've got a tight end on Daniil Hunter, you are not expecting Kmet to win, right? Kmet is going to do his best to get on the outside shoulder, but you don't know if he can, right? And the moment he doesn't, the moment Hunter wins, just stop. Just stop moving. Just stop moving, right? Like, that's the thing, BG. You need to not move. You need to just stop moving. Like, Kmet is losing. We are drifting to nowhere. Stop moving. But I don't think Fields has any confidence that he can throw it to DJ Moore. To be honest with you, you could argue he still can. Like, he can still throw this ball. Now he can't, probably, right? But it sure feels to me like we can settle and get this ball to Moore if we're thinking about it, right? But we don't. We drift into pressure. We create pressure. At that point, Fields tries to work back. But now there's a defender on DJ Moore. You can't throw there. You can't throw there. You can't throw there. The hardest part about the current NFL right now is that defensive coordinators have been in the lab. They will start in these 2 high setups. And from these moments on, you have from 0, let's go. So 2 high setup gives you from about 0 to 3 seconds to find your throw. And if you don't find it, there's just not as much like wheel and deal improv open these days. It's hard to do. Somebody has to separate against true man coverage, and then you have to find him in the middle of the melee and hope to God your offensive line didn't just charge down the field for no reason, right? And then what does it do? It sets up a big hit, which is not fun, right? Fields gets wailed on a couple times this game. And I'm with you, Falco. He's looking for a throwing lane, I sure think. But we don't get the ball out. And we do want to get it out. And he looks back. He's going through. Absolutely. Like, let's see. Spectre, you do wonder what a quarterback room looks like because it seems similar to, is it Green Bay where it's instanced? I'm with you. And it is a good play by the defender, Falco. I would say that the hardest part right now about watching Justin Fields is that a defender can knock him off his game, right? Goalkeeper. Gotcha. I just don't want him taking those hits. Maybe I'm a wuss. I don't think so. Those are 300-pound dudes. Why would I trust him with my guy? So here's another really interesting play because this is a great. The next like 5 plays are great examples of Fields doing it his way and it working. And like technically there's another thing you could do, right? Main thing to watch here is that I think, is it DJ Moore on a curl route? Let me play this. Yeah. Okay, so DJ Moore on a curl, not open. Tyler Scott, backside dig, very open. But we got to sustain some pressure first. Then Cole Kmet is our pressure release valve. Is he open? Well, sure he's open, right? But we're offloading the play. Like, if we hang tough in the pocket, which is hard to do, and it takes trust, and throw it right now, and I understand. I'm more talking other options. We get off the first read, we set up, maybe we drift a little to our left, and then throw this. Tyler Scott pops free. But we throw it to Kmet in rhythm too, by the way. This is not a bad play. It can't be a bad play. It might not be a good play, but it's not a bad play. It's just that we need our guy to go break a tackle, right? And lucky for us, Cole Kmet gets the tush push from Jaylon Johnson at this point, and then shoves him over the line, and bada bing, we got a first down, baby. Like, in this case, it's totally fine that Fields picked up the first down, but you can see the structure, right? That we've got a throw we like. We're not going to get there. Instead, when you watch real closely, you're going to see that Fields' eyes go to the right. They go back inside for a little bit, but I don't actually think they make it to Tyler Scott because he sees the blitz coming at him and doesn't want to deal with it. Like, you mentioned he doesn't want to challenge the DB, Ben. I think his eyes come down. I mean, and I promise you guys, I'm trying to be as earnest as I can. And another thing that doesn't help, because I'm really trying to work on this. I think I come across like a quarterback hater a lot of the time. I think quarterback's an incredibly hard position. I try to speak with the same tone that I can about every quarterback, but the truth is that bad begets bad. Bad offense gets bad quarterback play, begets bad receiver play, begets offensive line chain mistakes. Y'all, we're Bears fans. We've lived it. You know what I mean? Good begets good. You look at what's going on in Green Bay, and Matt LaFleur is calling such good games, and the young receivers are playing such good games that you're starting to see Jordan Love make some, like, throw some seeds. Like, we've watched a Green Bay game now and again, right? Like, good begets good. In Shanahan, or like Shanahan world, good begets good. The good offense, the good structure begets good quarterback play in a lot of cases. So I want to point out that there is a lot of Justin Fields' stuff that I just don't know. Like, I can't say for certain he can't hit it in the future, right? But right now, in a core Monday Night Football game, where is he looking, Ben? 91. That's what he's focused on. He checked DJ. Like, he checked DJ over there. We've got Tyler Scott over there. But we're not going to – our eyes don't make it past the midline. But we do get the ball to Kmet. We find a throw. We give ourselves a chance. It's the Brian Hoyer throw, right? It's the Andy Dalton throw. It's the Tyson Bagent throw. But a conversion's a conversion. So maybe it's not a double minus or whatever, but it's just more emulation. I think this first snap, he's definitely looking like he's trying to find the safety, but I don't think he gets all the way there. And then they think they got him. This stuff just drives me crazy. Okay, so for all you've never heard me say this. You guys have never heard me say this. Quantum, how you doing? But I'm gonna come out here and say it. If we're really gonna do this thing where we send Kmet on an out to yo-yo back into 3, let's just draft Bowers then. Like, you guys have never heard me say it because I've never been high on the Bowers idea. But if we're really gonna, if somehow Getsy stays and we're really going to motion our tight end to the slot. Like, sure. You can go get Bowers. I will live with it. Right? It's just weird to me. And hey, we run it right. Are we a little late? Sure, but we fit the throw in, right? Like you would hope that once we get, by the way, this one's funny, or it's not funny. It's just we've all thrown this pick in Madden, haven't we? Like where you rip this ball, 44 undercuts it, and it's pick six the other way. I've thrown this pick in Madden. Because I'm staring at the corner. I don't see the underneath linebacker. Like, I never said I was good at it. Right? But so we do a good job of then getting to the backside, planting our feet, and throwing it. Defender almost has the time to come back and make a play, but he doesn't. So that's okay. Like, Sweat does have crazy closing speed to stop. And the fastball's nice. I mean, the only reason this works, honest to God, is because Fields' release has gotten better. Like, whatever he worked on, it improved. Because being able to fastball this ball and fit it in is why you get 5 yards on this play. And I'm with you, Akusai. I mean, the other thing that doesn't help is when we talk about quarterback mechanics, like right now, Akusai, Fields is about as loose of an athlete as you're going to find, for better and for worse. Like, he's going to try a bunch of stuff. He's going to do all kinds. Falco, you actually sound like you know a lot more about quarterback mechanics than I do. Is his footwork as ugly as it feels like it is to me? Because it feels to me like he plays a little bit with lead in his shoes, and I can't tell, but it's like his weight seems like it's off. He's throwing with a lot of arm right now. Not that that's a horrible thing. I mean, he's able to control the ball, but he feels rickety back there at times. And to me, to stop, I tend to agree with you about, or I definitely agree with you about Patrick. I think that the weakness being Nate Davis, the way that Davis is playing, is not horrible on in a competitive setting, right? If you've got a competitive center, I think we'd get over the right guard being fine, right? Because Davis has moments where he's plenty and he's just inconsistent, you know? But that's just my take. 3rd and 2. We're going to send DJ on a long run. JT pointed it out, and I can't stop thinking about it now, that DJ spends a lot of the Bears' offense just charging to the other side of the field. The run game is the real killer, what the? Now, this play is sick. Unironically, like, we talk about this as if it's a joke, but it's real. Like, if Patrick Mahomes made this play, it would be nearly a top 10 Sports Center play. It's a really, really sweet throwing lane he finds and just whips the ball into across the field. And when we go back, we're not looking for the ball. We're not open. We're not, and then I think DJ Moore's running a whip route. So he's not open. He's not open. He's not open. Now, I do want to ask you a quick question. And I'm trying to be chill. It's 3rd and 2. What are we doing? What is going on? What drives this? What makes them think? What is the thought process behind, oh, here's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-man blitz with a potential 7th man. Let's run one of the longest route concepts we have. What are we thinking? I mean, is the goal to hit Kmet? You could probably do it if you wanted to. But do we really need a full-scale whip route for DJ Moore when they're giving us cushion? I mean, what? What am I not seeing? Like, I don't know if you have to audible out, Redcon, but like, this is the kind of play that I know I've seen Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams would just, like, what I remember Aaron Rodgers doing is that ESB would just turn around Like we saw it a million times, didn't we? Like he would just turn around right there, and then you'd have your hot answer. Boom, first down. Like it, Spectre. It's more to me. You'd need a hot read, right? Like you would just have your guy turn. The Bears don't have a hot answer to this. Like, okay, they sent everybody. So why does nobody on this offense has any awareness of the blitz? One of these receivers should be paying attention. And I'm with you, Reinhardt, that Mooney's looking for the ball, but Mooney also doesn't get his head all the way around. I think it's a fake. Like, I think he's double moving. And so he's just trying to sell it so that then he can get back up the field. He only really turns right about there. But man, where you got to give Fields some credit, interior pressure. What interior pressure? He gets out, breaks 2 tackles, finds a very athletic play, and saves a conversion where there wouldn't be one. The throw also did not strike me as being that low. Not that I would consider Jaylon Johnson. Oh, no, it's pretty low. Never mind. Also, how often do you see this? Oh, man. Oh, man. All right, so where are we? We're further back. Starview, Brown may have been like open-ish. Let's see. So if somehow your pocket holds, then no, he's still really not open. He's really like I don't think Brown is open per se. Like at this point, you got to remember this DB's still like right there. Anyways, I didn't realize when I first watched this that Roschon just waves his arms like a crazy maniac. Like Roschon's gonna leak out. Hey, I'm right here. Boom. It's the same play for what it's worth. Like, Grant, it seems like it is, but then Fields isn't looking for him, right? Like, if it's designed for Kmet, put your head there. This is something, okay, I'm going to ask you guys this, and I really want your honest answer. I want my quarterback to see that we got a look we like and just stare at where the ball needs to be if you know you've got a blitz. Like, to me, one of the other problems, and this is where I don't know if I'm being unfair, but it feels as if Fields is still reading something. And I'm like, what are we reading? Like, what are we trying to see? What process is happening right now? Because it's not that Cole Kmet is wide open and I need him to get the ball because Orlovsky touchdown or whatever, right? But it's just something I feel like happens a lot. And Ben, when you say 22, oh, totally. I absolutely get that he's reading Harrison Smith right now, but it's 3rd and 2. I'm so stoked that we want to jump this, or not jump this. I'm so stoked that we want to hit a major home run shot, but we gotta know the situation and get off it, right? He's honestly trying not to throw a pick six. So that's the thing, Jay Sanders, because I'm not trying to say he has to throw this ball to ESB, right? I'm not even trying to say it's a well-designed play. I would say Justin Fields saves this play, but it does feel like he's looking for something that most quarterbacks have gotten off of, right? 1st and 10. That's a great way to put it, Brandon. Touchdown to check down, but with zero nuance. And here's another great example of this. Sick play. Sick improv. Oh, and Grant, that's the other thing, right? Because you mentioned stalling and letting the chip and leak happen, but then we don't throw the chip and leak. Like, and I don't need him to throw it. But if the plan is to throw the chip and leak, just jump pass it. And with Kmet signaling for the ball, part of me wonders if Kmet is trying to basically just make the play work, right? We don't know. We're not in the coaching room. We can only guess. We don't know. But anyways, because color is flashing, but in theory, look, I understand it's a hot button word, but if we have anticipated it, we start moving right now. We see commit coming off, and the throw is happening, gone, right? And I know that's harsh. We're not going to hit all of them. We're going to, like, the Bears frustrated Josh Dobbs. The Bears have frustrated a lot of quarterbacks. It's not that easy. It's not that easy. It's not the fact that Fields didn't hit that one. It's never about that. Does that make sense, everybody? Oh, great. All my wonderful people showed up right as we're talking about the Bears offense with a migraine. This just rules. Where were we only had 70 during the defense, which was the fun part. Why did everybody show up now? But anyways, like what's funny is that, like, to me, I see this and I think the problem isn't that Justin Fields didn't hit a ridiculous jump pass, Grant. The problem isn't that he didn't find Tyler Scott over the middle. The problem is that we seem to never do it, right? And that we're not even looking in the right spot at some points. I'm with you, Ben. Bad play call. This isn't defending Getsy, but doesn't it start to feel like a pattern, right? And because I'm here with you, Khalid. I mean, this play doesn't make any sense. It looks like the Bears are trying to run stick, right? But for some reason, we don't go 1-2. Like, look at this. It's a cover 3 look. We move off of Trent Taylor with DJ Moore. Look, it's not an amazing play. I'm not expecting this ball to be incredible, but DJ has broken crazier tacklers and even taken them to the house this season. That's a real thing that's happened. So why isn't he in the read is more what I'm wondering. This is actually more of a Getsy complaint, to be so plain. Like, we look for Mooney up the big seam. We've got this silly little screen action that a lot of people like to do where they get Cole Kmet out blocking for Khalil Herbert. But it's like, what? DJ Moore even looks for the ball. and that's okay. I mean, it's fine that we don't. We break a tackle, and then we make a sick play to Herbert. This is awesome. Like, this give and go is legit street ball in it the best way. Herbert makes a nice little catch behind him. First down is a better play than the throw to DJ Moore. But I think we'd agree most quarterbacks are done. That's it. It's over. Right? Play dead. Right there. And that's kind of the conversation here. Now, Fields, because he's Justin Fields, is going to get out of some of these. And he does. Like, zoom. Pop. Bang. Yes. What do you mean add live? But I'm not saying it's automatically frustrating. And my wife has a phrase called chick eating crasher, or like mean girl eating crackers, which is me replacing a B word. But basically the concept is that you can get to the point where you don't like somebody enough that you don't. Oh, gotcha. You can get to the point where you just start over critiquing somebody. And I'm really trying not to enter that point. Call me on it if I do. I really want you to, because I want all of this stuff to be fair criticism. I even just want to open the door. I'll let actual quarterbacks like JT talk about what is real criticism. I more want to just open the door that, hey, there's a lot of this stuff that is a pattern. But like you're talking about, Brandon, I mean, the other thing is that if you want to, during the draft stream on Monday, we could talk about some of, yeah, no kidding, right, Ben? We could talk about some of Fields' tape and see what he did and didn't do. Reinhardt, I think I have to be honest with you. Like, I think the fact that I've never been in an offensive room means I have to skew positive. There has to be this element of, if Robert's talking about it, then it's on a certain level. And even then, there are Bears analysts that are too positive, like that won't say anything negative, like anything at all. At least we're talking through the tape, right? I want to give as much grace as can possibly be given. I really do. But let's see, which play is this? It's the sack. Yeah, Chase Daniel is not great about it. So again, we've got another blitz, and we don't have a hot. And like, if we rip this, we still like, this is covered. What are we doing? What are we doing? Like, but Grant, it's funny you mentioned this. This is such a hard block. Like, good night, Bearski. This is like coming from the pistol to Ivan Pace, like who times the snap count perfectly. Come on. Like, Ivan Pace is across the line before some of his defensive linemen have made contact, for crying out loud. Um, and then Roshan's gonna race out of the pistol and pick up this blitz with ease. Like, you gotta remember that, because I understand you're saying that, but this is a great example of where like scheme makes a big difference, because when you're able to step up and then like hit him right here, there's just less angles. You don't have the speed, right? Like, that is a really tough block, I think. Now, I'd still love to see him hit it, but he does at the very least interfere with the man. Like, that's as good as you're going to get on a play like this. What is bizarre to me is that, again, nobody's hot. Where is the hot route? It's barely a play action fake. Like, and if it is a play action fake, well, then that's just too bad. Like, we're screwed, right? But you're missing Monty here, absolutely, Reinhardt. But like, you almost wonder if DJ could have, just looking back at this. All right, I am totally just dreaming. And if somebody knows ball better than I do, I'm wondering what it would have been like if you had ESB do that and DJ takes a moment, checks if the blitz comes, and if the blitz comes, just dart underneath, right? Like, at that point, I understand that like I am truly back of the napkin play designing here, but if you see he's hot, just put a foot in the ground, come through, catch the ball right here, and be a yak artist, because this guy should clear at that point. There's a chance that Harrison Smith may have blown it up anyways, to be honest with you, because Harrison Smith is good. Like, but a play action shot where you get a 7-man blitz and we're like not doing this, I don't know. This, like, I'm not trying to tell you that I think everything that the Bears offense is doing is somehow amazing. It isn't. But you start to feel like it's all compounding, don't you? Like, we've got a quarterback who isn't seemingly working the line of scrimmage as much. Because I'm right there with you, Ben. You go with a 2-man route, max pass protect, but you create a bunch of one-on-ones, and then this guy, 40, just makes a better play, because apparently we've got a timable snap count too. Like, he's on it. And this is something we saw in the Lions game, where very quickly the Lions caught on to the snap count also. Did you ever wonder why the next play after this, is it the next play? No, it's later in the game. You ever wonder why the Bears have these snap issues? They're clearly trying to run a cadence after they get snap jumped, but it's both early in games when they get snap jumped the first time. And I don't know that it's a quarterback problem, but the quarterback is involved in the snap count cadence. Terrible screen. Borderline embarrassing idea, to be honest. Like, especially because you've hit stuff to Kmet the entire drive so far. Also, I know it's not the deliberate intent. No, never mind. I mean, 2-stop, I think it is. Like, I'm not saying definitely, but I think that that's a very valid reason why it may be happening this way. Now, there are ways to beat the blitz with the run game, but we're not going to do that, of course. It has to be a tunnel screen. It has to be a spear screen. It has to be a slip screen. Like, I think it's frustrating because we're all the way back. Remember when we said this in like week 3 when I whined, we're back to the Nagy chicken or egg thing? There's some of this stuff that it looks like Getsy has his pants pulled down by Brian Flores. There's some of this stuff where Getsy's play had an answer and we didn't use it. And so you end up with both guys making each other look way worse. Way worse. And I'm with JT. The run game is bad enough that I don't think the Bears offensive staff is looking good. It's not like when Bajent was in the game. Bajent was improving and getting better, right? Like it's just wild watching this whole thing because then let's see, it was a little different scheme. I'm with you. Destroyed Flores' scheme. I got you. This is beautiful, by the way. The funny part about Getsy's scheme is you're going to have some plays that are awesome. Do you recognize this? Do you see what's going on here? Like do you see what this is? Do you know what play you could call it that the Bears basically just jumped and got? It's not quite crack, but the Bears emulate crack out of quarterback run read option, which is sick. Like, this is legit. If you do want to use your quarterback run, this is awesome. And we don't even take a hit. Like, these are plays that can be the difference. You just can't run them forever because you're going to you're going to give up a free hit when stuff goes south. And stuff goes south later. Pretty much, BG. I think that's a perfect way to put it. Where it's like the awesome plays and the booms, because Fields, when it works, it works. Like, he is a boom or bust quarterback in the most explicit definition right now. But no worries. Like, I'm with you, Reinhardt. I want a new chicken. I want a new egg. I at least want a new egg. You know what I'm saying, Reinhardt? Like, if they're there, I'll take a new quarterback. I'll take a new quarterback and a new head coach. I'll take a new head coach. I'll take a new offensive coordinator. Something. I personally don't think that I would worry about Fields' rope in Chicago. I really would. Now, that doesn't absolve Getsy, but I won't be surprised if the Bears are going to be looking for somebody to blame. I really do. This is a good little play by Fields. I mean, it's fine. I don't think there are a lot of people, or I think there are plenty of quarterbacks that would make this play, but it's still a good play. Also, Roshan looks really, really fluid. Boom. Get upfield. Now, Reinhardt, you can bump all the way back to the defense, and there's some fun. Like, the players are popping on defense. It's actually pretty stark, in my opinion, looking at the difference between Justin Field, or not Justin. Whoa, sorry. It is stark to me looking at the difference between the way the defense is improving and the way the offense seems like it has players. I mean, I feel like there's clear talent on this roster. Like, I look at the way 70, 76, 58 at a minimum, going back to the wide, DJ Moore, even 11 are playing. You can build an offense with these guys, for crying out loud. I think 64 is playing well enough to be included in this conversation. It's not that bad, right? We have seen worse. I would say the 2019 offense had worse talent. The 2020 offense, the 2021 offense, the 2022 offense, the 2016 offense, the 2017 offense. Everybody but 2018. 2018 is competitive. Like, the Bears had holes then too. But it's wild watching this offense look this inept against a defense that, I mean, it's good. It's good. It's a good defense, but they just get shut down. Because I love that. That's the OG. Man, Dontrell Inman came over for a 7th-round pick, and us in Chicago, who'd been watching Kendall Wright for a whole year, were like, this guy's a god. This guy rules. This guy's unbelievable. Seriously, Brandon. I mean, it was a thing. What? No kidding. But I mean, look, I like to think we know what Roshan Johnson is, right? Let me see what happened here. I can't remember. All right, so 2 methods to this, right? Because this bums me out. I don't disagree that the offensive line messed up, but at the same time, we're looking at, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 protect, 1, two, three, four, five, six blitzers by the time we run the play. We've just left one open. I don't really know why. And Radcon, who's the hot read? I couldn't tell you. I would tell you that I think that there's a chance that if you want to be a big dog quarterback, like you plant your foot right here, you throw to a breaking DJ Moore, and you eat a hit. Now, that is hard. That is hard level quarterbacking. Hard. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm saying it's been done. Right? And I'm with you, Ben, that it is going to be tough to get the ball out to Kmet. Now, I think you just plant your foot, feel the pressure, release the ball. If you got to flip, or if you did flick that out to Kmet, good. But that would be pretty difficult. Like you'd have to step up in the pocket and then just jump toss it. And then you have no idea if you'd even get it there. That's a very difficult throw. And like you're saying, we haven't made this easy on him. Like the offensive line is befuddled, and I don't think I actually know why. Like it looks as if it's a right mistake because Nate Davis suddenly looks at him, and you can almost see this like dot, huh? Going on in Nate Davis's head as Darnell Wright then picks up 85 or 95 or whatever. But it's like, and well, that's that then. Like Bears go, what is this? Man, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guys in protection. So we are actually +1 in protection. But nope. So what do we take? A true drive killer right there anyways. No, I actually think they picked this one up like later in the drive. Yeah, Radcon, you're definitely getting cooked. You're getting big cooked. And that's the thing. So Reinhardt says something I need to speak to. Because Reinhardt, you mentioned this is on Lewis. They did this all game. They did this all game long. They did this all game long. For some reason, they prioritized the outside guy and left the inside guy to rush. Braxton does it twice. And the Mercedes Lewis kicks out and takes it. I don't know what Chris Morgan thought about this play, but for some reason, it looks like it must be on purpose because it happens a lot of times. Like you would expect that somebody would get reamed. Don't do it on the sidelines after you see it the first time, but it keeps happening. And so I couldn't tell you. I'm smiling through the pain. And this is the key, okay? This is so important. This is so important. When I say this is hard, what I'm saying is it's not a demerit to Justin Fields that he doesn't make this throw. It would just be sick if he did, right? Because there are, what do you guys think? Probably 8 quarterbacks that can get this ball off. Might be closer to 6. I mean, it's hard. Don't get me wrong. But Josh Allen, absolutely. Like, scoot step, throw the ball. And then Tua, 1 step, throws the ball. Like, there are quarterbacks. Brock Purdy probably throws it, but I mean, Brock just trusts Shanahan with his whole life. And so you end up, let's see. And he just goes, does he even see DJ? Is that looking at DJ? It has to be, right? He's looking at the safety. But Harrison Smith opens his hips this way. Like, you plant, you throw. Because Harrison's not breaking on this ball. Like, I don't know. Because I promise I'm not trying. I really am not trying to just eviscerate the kid. I promise. I want the Bears quarterback to be good. That is my whole goal. Look at my channel and tell me I'm chasing clicks for saying that Justin Fields is bad. And I know you're not saying that. I know you're not. That was too far. It's more to say that you just start wondering. Like, that's the truth. It sucks. Uh, what I want is to figure out what Justin Fields is giving the offense because there are plays that we're not getting, and that's okay. I mean, not every. Let me use an example. Jared Goff right now, that's his box of win. Like, Goff wants to hit the whole thing. Like, this is his enchilada. He can throw. He can hold water on the outside, but that's where Goff wants to kill you. Like, him staring down Amon-Ra St. Brown and ripping it between like underneath defenders in this setting. Oh no, come on. Why does it have to be phallic? Football sucks. Like, so Jared Goff being willing to rip stuff through that's what you can design nearly an entire offense around, and Ben Johnson has, and make Jared Goff look like the best of himself. Because burning a ball into a tight window, that's just what Goff does. So if us as Justin Fields, what does? This is what I'm trying to figure out, and it's really the whole question. Like, okay, so if we can't throw here, right, and we also can't throw anything with medium separation or worse, and we're not gonna throw anything early, right? And we seem like we're late to most plays, then what offense are we running? Because I'm not saying you can't run any, but if you like, we could see where. Let me see. No worries. We can see where like the empty stuff should be working, but empty attacks over the middle a lot. And where's Fields struggling to throw the ball? Right there, unless you throw it to Cole Kmet. Like, pop. Good check. Seriously. Like, this is good. Boom. Fit the ball in there. Find a way. Let's see. 3rd and 20. And that's the other thing. Like, Ben, I don't think we want to make it as I don't think we want to make it too much the other way either, right? Oh man, is this the one where Santos when did Santos drill the 55 yarder? Like, there's one point in the game where I remember like Cairo Santos just bowed up and drills a 56-yard bomb where I was like, okay, Cairo wants to win. Like, Cairo's mad about missing the 48er. But was that in this game? I think it was, but I think it's a little later. I know, Drex. Seriously. Like, everybody else is good at empty except for the Bears. I know. Jibby, the good news is, like, I honestly, I don't know if I'd have the stones to talk about this if I didn't think that there was a better way. So, this is sick. I'm serious. Like, it's as simple as it gets, right? Like, four verts, baby, with an undercut, right? And say what you will, everybody does a good enough job slowing enough down to get the ball to a hilariously open Kmet. Oh my gosh. Well, so it's funny you say that, Ben, because Ben talks about how it's an insane decision to go for it. I think this is an extremely sane decision. I'm not even playing with you, Ben. Just because of the field position. Like, I'm a huge believer in if you're beyond the 40, why not? Like, this is modern football. You're expecting the game to be 24-27, right? You're expecting it to be 21-21 or 21-24. Like, I'm not trying to invite the slobber knocker, but at the same time, like, there's just not enough on the table. Like, I'm with you. 4th and 10 sounds like a lot, but I mean, Ben, I'm also the passing guy. You know what I mean? Like, I'm fine with this. It's definitely bold, but I also don't think that the Vikings could have gotten into field goal range from here the way that they ended up playing early on. And like you're saying, John, most of these punts, the problem, Ben, is like, what do you stand to gain? Like a punt that lands at the 10, maybe. What if it's a punt that lands at the 20? And it's not that I'm trying to say it's an easy conversion to stop. It's purely saying, like, I promise it's more just me being procedural. Because as much as I would love to be ultra analytics focused, the main thing I look at in these kinds of settings is like, okay, I mean, I'm beyond the 40. Uh, what am I gonna lose? But that's just me. Boom. It was crazy, Brandon. What was wild to me, like you're talking about, Ben, is if Andy Reid went for this, we wouldn't be phased. If Nick Sirianni went for this, we wouldn't be phased. If Jay Sanders, like you said, both teams tonight, it sounds like treated fourth down like it was just an extra down. It's the fact that Matt Eberflus, who considers fourth downs worth their weight in gold, uh, went for this. And also, I mean, I don't know if anybody else felt this way, but Cole Kmet putting the moves on number 7 and getting out of the tackle, picking up an extra like 10 yards. I did not see that coming. I'm actually, Star of You, I tend to, now that you mention it, it could be a longer field goal. Like they could have gone for the 55-yarder, but they probably just didn't trust their kicker yet. This part bums me out. We are at the 15. Check, check. I think they're about to run the ball, which is never going to bother me. But it's a huge shame that they don't get in. Gosh, we get 7 yards on first down. Solid blocking, too. Like, enough. Nate Davis getting there helps Roshan cut up the backside and get that key extra few yards. I mean, like, he shaves off half of the goal line yardage. 2nd and 4 in the red area, feeling great. And then we call a half field read. BG, you mentioned the one route bootleg. Is it this one? This sucks. This is so bad. What are we doing? What are we doing? DJ Moore's adjusting his gloves. Like, come on. That's a good point. The Komet's probably popping out there. I mean, I think Mooney's probably popping out, to be honest with you. Like, I think Mooney is supposed to basically check and release. He just gets domed, right? But also, quick question. Why are we booting in this area? Like, in my opinion, even the boot is just a little bizarre because the boots take forever, right? Like, not only are the boots forever, you run them a lot. And so I just can't help but feel like it's a major missed opportunity. And nothing, Eric. That's just his path. Oh, Kevin, I'm not bothering DJ about adjusting his gloves. I promise. More than anything, I just think it's funny. Like you watch the All 22, you see things that you just don't really focus on. You know, you got to have your gloves right. I mean, you're a receiver, they're your lifeblood. Patrick running trailer, right? And then, quick question. What play is this? Right? We're going to do this a couple times. Okay. So it's third and 4. What did the Bears call? Right? I want you to put your answers down. Okay. So take a look at the formation, right? Uh, the Vikings have, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 threats on the line with one right here. You're looking at like maybe a cover 4 look, could be a cover 3 look. Like, unsurprisingly, it's a screen. Unsurprisingly, it's not even close. Like, What I want to understand is where they thought this was going to work. I mean, we don't even have DJ Moore block, which is either DJ Moore screwing up or them just not feeling like asking DJ Moore to block because they think that somebody's going to honor him, as if these guys don't have eyes, right? I mean, they've been playing with blitz stuff the entire game. The entire game. No, that's not true. That's not fair. That's a terrible way to phrase this. Y'all, this defense, this defense only sees screens. Like, you think the Bears were the first ones to try to run a bunch of screens against the Minnesota Vikings? They throw 7 at you weekly. Like, of course they see screens. So, of course, their corners are really well versed in basically giving you until this in your route stem to check whether or not your quarterback just threw a screen. Like, look at all of these cats. Like, they are all playing eyes to the quarterback. Stare, 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 break. They're on it. You're going to have to run a better play. And if you're not going to run a better play, at least for the love of God, can Mooney get the guy? Like, where's Darnell going? What does he think he's doing? Catching a throwback? Like, go get the guy. Go block a guy. Go block a guy. One-on-one. I'm not saying it's going to work, but it might be better. Like you're saying, Brandon, it just didn't have a chance. And I don't know if we've got a double move. Like, we sure didn't run one. Any of them. Part of me wonders, to be honest with you, like, let's see, it's a tunnel screen. You mean tunnel like tunnel over here? Oh, no. Reinhardt, you mean the pump thing. Right. Ben, it might be. Oh. Ben, I think you're right. I think Justin Fields makes the call here. Because both of these receivers, I mean, they either think it's a different play altogether, but this could easily just be like, I don't think it's an SRO, John. I think it's that ESB is doing a screen option. Like, that. So the difference being, I think Mooney's running a real route. I think DJ's running a real route. I think Roshan's running a real route. And I think Fields may take a look at the blitz and say, okay, Roshan's my hot, and just punch it out there. Not that he should have held on to the ball. For crying out loud, it's not that easy. And Lucas Patrick gets blown up on the play. More to say that looking back, why weren't the blockers there? Well, because they're not even clued in. Like, they do not think this is a screen, right? And if they don't think it's a screen, well, then we just gave up. Like, we didn't do anything. Like, at that point, we compromised any shot we had at picking up the first down by taking blockers out of the play. Something, Ben. Get it past the blitz. And look at this. You want to talk about a sweet, like, exactly, Reinhardt, right? Like, it looks like a play with a screen option, with the problem being that now it is a half screen, right? This is a beautiful. Ivan Pace is a hell of a blitzer. Number 40, he was a problem for the Bears to solve nearly all day. And here, they don't communicate well. Whatever the line thinks they're going to do, like, they don't do it. With somebody over the nose, I'm stunned that Nate Davis, that they aren't collapsing here. Like, that they aren't giving this away. But they probably think that the guy on ESB isn't going to fall off the line. You got Flores, right? I don't think Davis blanked, Ben. I think that they're looking at the line threats and that they've got him locked out here, meaning that Davis has to come over there and that they're basically just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 across the line and not commit. But I can't say for sure. Davis, because Braxton is staring at him. Davis is looking at him. This D just got him. And credit to Harrison Smith. Like, Mooney would have actually had to legitimately block him. Because then, if ESB hits his block, which he did, and we assume that DJ Moore hit one block, Roshan could have cut up inside and scored a touchdown. Of course, we don't do that. Instead, we run a screen without any blockers. That's basically what this is, right? And like you're saying, Ben, it's better D design than the offensive design. So, of course, it does not work. It's just a half answer. Like, Jay Sanders, I would guess it's on Patrick for identifying the front because Davis looks like he did his job. His job just put the Bears in a jam. Like, pre-snap, the offensive line is going to assign blocking assignments and basically blocking patterns to who's got who, right? They can't just guess out there. And so I would guess that Patrick is the one making the calls. Why wouldn't he be? Like, he's the center that they picked over Cody Whitehair. And those blitzers didn't show, Eric, but they're in the box. Like, generally speaking, the whole reason you hear people say, who's the mic, right, is because you are going to honor the blitzers that are in the box. Harrison Smith may beat you, right? But 40 is in the box. Like, he's a blitzer by default. I mean, this is how the Bears have snuck TJ Edwards through the line a lot because apparently a lot of lines screw this up. But man, look at how quick he's on him. They know the snap count, right? They know the snap count, don't they? Let's see who moves first. Pace. Ivan Pace is crashing before the linemen have moved. We're going snap by snap because I want to basically see as they make contact, Pace has caught up to the line of scrimmage. It's the second week in a row for certain. I could go back and look through Bajents if you want me to, but it's definitely the second week in a row that the defense has timed up the snap count very fast, like very early in the game too. Mooney comes in motion. And yeah, you saw what this was, right? Screen. It's not there. Like, this defender takes it away. So now you're just going to run for your life because there's literally nothing open and take the illegal man downfield call. BG, I couldn't tell you. I would imagine it's both in some fashion. Somebody's got to have the idea, but the quarterback has to be comfortable with varied snap counts, and the offense has to be ready to handle the fact that you're not going to go on 1 or 2, right? Because if your guys false start, that's on you. Let's be as diplomatic as possible about it. So we gave away a free play because now we're running at too many screens. And then this happens. A false start. Why do we false start? Probably because we changed the cadence. This is actually more common than it should be, right? So now they've been timing up the snap count. We've gotten caught twice, right? But now that we're going to do this seems like it's the Bears' answer on the road. They go leg pump, delay, snap. Like there's some kind of almost a literal Mississippi count of some kind where you're supposed to kick and then everybody reacts just like that. But then Darnell Wright doesn't catch that we've changed the snap count and he rocks with it. And then we false started. Brandon 44 was going to still get the edge because he doesn't need to time it. He's blitzing from depth, right? So he's got the room to get or to basically gain ground and then catch up the snap count. I mean, Brandon, let's put it this way. I'm not saying I know for certain this is the case, but doesn't blitzing from depth make an awful lot of sense for a team that thinks that they can get the snap count pretty regularly? And then, as you assume that they're going to delay the snap count, you blitz from depth so that you can get this exact same effect. I mean, I'm not even playing with you, Brandon. Doesn't that make an awful lot of sense? Like, if I was Brian Flores, I would be like, I'm a genius. Because, like you're saying, 44 is just on this. He is just on this outright. And part of me thinks he's on it in part because of the way that the play is designed. And like you're saying, I mean, it could easily be Lucas. And just that head nod. It's hilarious. Doesn't stop right from false starting. Feels pissed. Are the Bears running tackle over? No. What's wild to me, O'Shea, is that if that's the case, the Bears have not one, but two backup centers that they could easily put in over Lucas Patrick, but they don't. They think he's their best option. Fields runs dragon. They get cooked. Donald, we did the fun stuff earlier, and people weren't there for it. And now I feel weird because now we're doing the sad stuff. Basic dragon. Fields is making the right read. There's just that the Vikings play it well. Not every concept is going to work for you, especially when it's a 1-2 concept. But the Bears are trying to be ready for quicker pressure, and the Vikings drop 7, make a nice tackle, force 3rd and 10? 3rd and 14, even better. Deep drop. Oh, this one. So this one is like not good. Wait, John, what did JT want him to do? Or did he just not like that he threw it at all? Because I would assume that this is just like, did he want him to hit the slant? Like, because I figure this guy is just sitting on the slant. That if you throw this slant, he's going to jump in front of it. In fact, he tries to. He wanted the slant. Did he want? Oh, like, so did he want him to not throw it? Okay, so he wants him to get to Kmet. That makes sense. Here's the problem. Kmet's not in the read, I think. Okay? Look, I am trying to put this together as if I am the coach and trying to make it make sense, if that makes sense. It like if we're all tracking, right? And I assume that all of this, like I assume that they are trying to shift back towards a matchup offense, right? Where Fields can opt into Fields can opt into Dragon if he wants to, or he can play the over the middle with Cole Kmet, or he can play the curls over here on the left side. But he's only going to pick one of these three. Now, I'm not an offensive designer. I can't say I know for sure. JT's going to have a much better idea. But with how slow it takes Justin Fields, I mean, maybe he's checking Kmet first. Maybe. But based on the way Fields usually plays, I have a feeling he went 1-2 to assess whether the slant was there, did not like it, and therefore just triggered down to Herbert. 1-2, throw on sight. Right? Is this first part of the slant? No. Get the ball out. And I'm with you that we shouldn't make that throw, to be honest with you. Like, because Donald, it's not even a hot route. We're not hot. Like, it's 4-on-4 or it's 4-on-5. We're good. It's still completed, Starview. It's just it could be bad. I also don't think it's great design, to be honest with you. Not amazing, at least. But if you are going to go slant curl, it makes an awful lot of sense to game the linebacker and try to put him in conflict. I'll let you make the decision on what you think because Komet is open. Oh, also, everybody's calling for slants. Here are the slants. We don't throw them. We haven't thrown them all season. Could you fit this to ESB? Probably, but we just don't like it. That's not our thing. We don't do that. I tend to think you're right, Ben. I mean, I think the defense just plays it well. I mean, I'm really interested to hear JT's take just because, I mean, I truly learned so much from him. Um, Friend of the show, if you will. But so then, I mean, Donald, I would tell you if I knew. What bothers me about this play is that you almost think Fields doesn't see Harrison Smith. Yeah, O'Shea, he threw the one slant to DJ. You're right. Was that let me see. Was that the one in Kansas City? Like the one way late? But let me see. What bugs me about this one isn't the airmail. People airmail things, right, Ben? Like we people miss throws. I mean, Josh Dobbs missed throws. We've seen Aaron Rodgers miss throws. Like plenty of people miss throws. Plenty of people. And we could talk about the like bad form. I don't think so. I honestly think Justin just thinks, oh, let's get a big play and wants to put the ball up there. And Darnell is like, I can't go there. Do you want me to die? And doesn't contest it because he can't get there. Like, I honestly think, Mario, you can layer a throw in. Like, I think there's plenty of space on the sidelines. And I mean, look, Quinn, if you're still here, this is the one time I'll mention it. I can definitely think of a quarterback that does this, like makes this throw moving left along the sidelines on the reg. Like the sidelines are your friend because worst case scenario, your wide receiver and the safety make contact and the ball falls down. You could just push him out of bounds, right? Think about all those interceptions you guys have watched where the DB catches the ball going out of bounds and he's just not even close. It's clearly not a catch. It's part of why so many quarterbacks that you'll see like just put the ball along the sidelines and let their guy go get it. But instead, Fields effectively, I mean, the literal term is he opens him up. Like he throws it in a place that forces Mooney to try to go expose it, and he eats a massive, massive shot. Massive shot. To me, it's the process piece. It's like, what did Fields not see? Like, it's one thing to say it's a miss, but what did Fields not see that that was the area he wanted to put the ball? He's not this inaccurate. Like, he doesn't normally snag it like this. Did he just not want, or did he want to put it along the sidelines, or did he want it to be a corner? And it should have been there. Like, I'm the guy in the internet, not even 5'7", picking nits. I get it. BG, I'm talking about Caleb Williams. Like, that's Caleb's like home cooking throw specifically. It's one specific throw, right? Um, it's just one throw, but that one in particular, Caleb makes. But we're not trying to put too much on it. It could easily be a miss, John. I'm the tinfoil hat wearer that's saying like I think that there's a chance he just didn't see the guy, right? But either way, it's an accuracy miss. You guys know me. I'm trying to get people to basically challenge preconceived ideas half the time. Like I'm the guy who says everybody tells you he's bad, he's good. Like about all kinds of different players. But like you're saying, Ben, I mean, it could easily just be an arm snag. It happens. right? DJ's unbelievable. This isn't even the craziest play in the game, but it's like, oh, look at this. A really nice screen. Like, here we go. Orbit motion. This, to me, this is how you got to do these. Like, pop behind, get the ball out. 45's too late on it. Best blocker takes on the first guy. DJ clears the second level. Fights for the yards. First down. Donald, I think hoping Justin Fields can be the guy is totally fine. Like, I'm never going to tell you not to hope, right? I think if he is going to be the guy, he's beginning to look like he needs a very, very, very specific offense that does very specific things. And hey, to the whole MHJ idea, I think he's going to need some capital D dudes around him, right? The problem is that okay, so Donald, let me put you to the test here. All right, and I'll show anybody who hasn't seen it yet the new Rob Rant cam. Donald, I'm gonna put you to the test, and then we're gonna get back to the offensive tape. Okay, so who is the quarterback that we've recently compared Justin Fields to? Who is the quarterback that we have recently said Justin Fields is going to change teams? He's going to he's going to sit and learn for a little while, and then he's going to have a career that looks a lot like. Finish that sentence. Geno Smith. We've said Smith and we've said Tannehill, but in this case, I'm heavily implying Geno Smith, right? And the main reason I'm bringing up Geno Smith is because right now, Geno, despite playing some pretty good ball on a Seahawks team that's got like DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett on it, like Geno is 6-6. I mean, I'm not trying to say Geno sucks or that Geno's the whole problem. It's not that simple. It's more to say, even in that scenario, Justin Fields isn't the top 10 guy if he's exactly like Geno Smith, because I feel like Geno right now is on just the outside of the top 10 looking in, playing the best ball of his life, worth the extension that Seattle gave him. Consistency at quarterback is a wonderful thing to behold, and scoring 35 points on that Dallas defense is never easy, right? But it's more to say that when I try to think around, like, what path is he going to follow, right? Like, which historically driven, which historically backed, data driven path can he walk? Everybody can be unique, right? But is there any hope that it's going to turn around and change? Best you're going to get is Tannehill. Like, you might get Geno Smith, but I feel like we have left the Russell Wilson comp in the past. We have lost our hold on the Jalen Hurts comp, right? There are these semantic things that seem kind of basic at times that aren't there yet. And I want them to be, because you mentioned Lamar. Lamar in year 3 was a better pocket passer. Now, it looked different, right? Because Lamar has always been more inaccurate than I think a lot of people want to. I think Lamar and the whole Lamar's a running back thing and the run to MVP created this bubble where you couldn't criticize Lamar Jackson without sounding like a racist, right? Lamar is an outstanding pocket mover. He is not the most accurate quarterback in football. His lower half gets unhitched from his upper half a lot. And so he'll let the ball fly and he'll spray it sometimes. I mean, he really will, especially on deeper passes with loft. He doesn't place the ball as well as a lot of quarterbacks do whenever it rainbows, right? But his pocket movement and his pocket passing are are good. They have been good for a little while, in my opinion. And I think he gets a lot of undue heat because of the way that the Ravens have run their offenses. But like that doesn't hurt either, Mario, that he was given time to develop in a very unique offense that was very specific to him. It's really all to say, like, as we talk about this, because Starview, you talk about how Justin Fields is way better than Tannehill. I mean, he more talented, but talent is a lot of things. Like a third year Cam Third year. Hang on. O'Shea, that is some high praise. Cam Newton passed for more. Cam Newton passed for 100 yards a game more than Justin Fields, and then 100 yards a game more than Justin Fields, and then finally he made a Pro Bowl with 211 yards per game. Which right now, I guess that's fairly Fields similar. Don't get me wrong, but don't we think we're cherry picking a little bit? Like I'm trying not to highlight these things. Like I love the passion, but do we feel like we're pulling something out of kind of nowhere when we talk about 20 or like third year Cam at this point? I mean, we just haven't proven anything. Fields hasn't thrown for, let me see, just to make sure I'm absolutely certain. Fields stats. Stats are stupid. Stats are not everything. But like, and not every volume stat matters. We haven't cleared 2,500 yards in a season yet. And Cam Newton at this point, so Justin Fields has 5,699 yards. And Cam Newton had 5,699 yards before his second year was over. And I'm with you, Bob Davis. Like, yards aren't everything. It's not that simple. I'm more trying to use like, I'm trying to basically say, don't we think we're way out of our depth comparing Justin Fields to Cam? Because we could go through an entire film study. If you really need me to pull 2011 film, I could certainly try to find it. But I'm trying to use a quick, like back of the napkin way of saying his interception percentage is much lower. His touchdown percentage is actually, it's lower than Fields's because Fields only throws touchdowns sometimes. Like, it feels like we're reaching. At least I think we are absolutely reaching. If we're gonna say Justin Fields is Cam Newton, like not only are they completely different body types, but Cam just had so much more production. I think what you just said, new poster, is a much better like is a much better way of looking at this. Is how many quarterbacks are going to be successful in the Bears offense? None. I mean, not none, but like this Bears offense sucks. It's doing that thing where it's just a toxic right now. New poster, we're looking at a toxic relationship. I'm going to write it on the board. Like toxic relationship. There are things Getsy wants to do that Fields can't do. There are things that Fields wants to do, maybe can do, that Getsy seems reluctant to do. And, oh, good point. Toxic relationship. I forgot we hadn't switched back. Thank you. Oh, I should show you this then. Whoop, wrong one. This is Cam's stats. I thought I had been showing everybody. So sometimes you guys are gonna have to remind me when I'm off of the or when I'm on the rant cam and I forget that I'm not. But anyways, Cam threw for 4,000 yards as a rookie. Like touchdowns are just one stat, and I get that, but like it's like we you look at what Cam is. He took a dip when he was 24 and 25 for sure, and then he immediately got back on the horse. He never threw for 4,000 yards again, but we were eclipsing major passing milestones that we just haven't hit yet right now as like in Justin Fields' career. That's okay. Another thing that Cam did really well was play all 16 games for the first 3 years of his career. But let me see. Of 137 quarterbacks drafted since 2011, only Geno Smith and Kirk Cousins became the guy after their first 3 seasons. I tend to agree with you. I mean, Eric, that's a good way to put it. That's historic. New poster, you mentioned, does the toxicity change when you draft a new quarterback, particularly one that has all the same issues Fields has? Come to the draft stream on Monday. I think I can change your mind. But also, beyond that, I think that the implicit like assumption is that if the Bears are drafting a new quarterback, the hope is that they're getting at least one new coach, right? At a minimum, you're firing Luke Getsy. You sure hope. And then hopefully you fire Eberflus too while you're at it and change stuff within that. Now, it's more to say that I believe that Justin Fields gets another shot somewhere. I hope he does. I mean, the situation around Justin Fields has been gross. I don't know anybody who's trying to say Fields is put in a great spot. Where the argument would be that he might be good enough. Like, and or that the spot might at least be enough. Now, Reinhardt, I couldn't tell you where he's going to get that extra shot, but I think that there's at least one GM out there that's going to see possibility. And moreover, because this is another key, Reinhardt. All right, so I think that league officials aren't as different, like with us as we. O'Shea, do you feel like Greg Olson and Steve Smith are the difference between throwing for 2,200 yards, or like for throwing 150 yards a game and 250 yards a game? I appreciate the vibe, but that is a lot. Like, I understand the idea that situation breeds quarterback production, but you can't look at Justin's film right now and say he's balling. Like, that's the thing, Jay Sanders. The Bears absolutely damaged the kid. And while you say the organization doesn't, we're hoping they're going to turn the organization over, like at least a little. So this run to me was just awful. Not by Fields, like the run in general. They're running a bash run, but well, it's more just a straight quarterback run. And when let me see. They're double teaming with Kmet and Braxton, and Nate Davis is going to go kick out the edge. And I don't know what Roshan's here doing. Like, Roshan is just running to nowhere. So the blocking seems like it's completely confused, and Fields gets punished for it because then Sheldon Day, like, sets him up, and 44 just crushes him. That is not a healthy quarterback. Like, if you ask me, this is a hard hit. This is one of the hardest hits Fields has taken, I think, this year. When you hear me piss and moan about the quarterback run game, it's this. This is what I hate. This is what I hate. You miss a block, you screw up your assignments, and who pays for it? The most important player on your offense. Your starting quarterback takes a shot to the face, and sure, Eric, it should have been 15 yards, but 15 yards wouldn't fix the hit, right? It's such a hard hit. It's brutal. And from there, unsurprisingly, pass or like handoff. And then I think after this is the anticipation throw, which, like, this is really hard. I've been scratching at Justin Fields quite a few times, but this one doesn't bother me as much because, again, he's still shaking off an outrageously hard hit. He throws a survival anticipation ball. Bang, like that. And it's not close enough, but that's fine. It happens. This is Reinhardt, another example of now it's Braxton doing the same thing Mercedes Lewis did earlier, where for some reason he's going to take the depth blitzer for a weird reason, and then go there. Honestly, Steven, I think it's a good question. I don't. Like, I don't personally think that. So, new poster, that's the problem with, I think, a lot of this is that what you're using is a data-driven, like, a data-driven way of looking at this that says, well, you can find a good quarterback in the third round. You can find a good most of these first-round quarterbacks that are successful get taken in the 20s. They get taken around 10. You're right. I mean, Justin Herbert was taken at 6. Tua Tagovailoa was taken at 5. Josh Allen was taken at 8, right? Patrick Mahomes at 10. Plenty of these guys had major red flags that had a lot of teams at least worried enough to pass on them early. I mean, Justin Fields would have fit into this. The problem is that once you get off of number 1, the rate decays. But moreover, that big data approach, I don't think applies in the Bears situation because most of the number 1 picks that you're talking about, let's see, the great quarterback after the first pick, What Brandon talk to me through what you mean by like, isn't it survivorship bias? Like, let me see. Where do you get 20% from? Hang on. Let me scroll up because I've never quite understood this argument. To be honest with you, let's see. You look at the list of first overall quarterbacks: Jameis Winston, Baker Mayfield, Bryce Young, Trevor Lawrence. The list is not great. So like obviously you got to wait. Are you including Trevor Lawrence in the bad list? Trevor Lawrence has been awesome. Like they every advanced metric says he's good. His tape is good for crying out loud. Their team is just not very good. If the Bears draft Caleb Williams and he ends up as good as Kyler Murray in the early part of his career, thumbs up. Like that is okay. I would argue not only is Kyler objectively better than Justin Fields, like do we need statistics to prove it? Because the tape says Kyler can make anticipatory throws. Kyler has played games where he looks like, I mean, to say he played games, he looks like MVP, you get it. But Kyler Murray has dragged his team to wins. Like, obviously, the current Cardinals look awful, but don't let the first couple games off an ACL on a unit that is 31st in defensive DVOA push you too hard in one direction. Like, you see Bryce Young. Bryce Young is bad. You look at Baker Mayfield. If the Bears drafted Caleb Williams or Drake May and he ends up playing at a Baker Mayfield-ish level, you're still going to have a good team. Like that, I would argue you're going to actually have a tougher time than outside of Bryce Young. Bryce Young is kind of it, right? Where you're looking at a first overall quarterback and he sucks. Like he's worse than. Let me ask you this, new poster. How many first overall quarterbacks can you go back and count that your let's see, well, what do you expect to take at one? No, Mario, he's expecting to trade back. There are a lot of people that want to do the like 3-pick trade back like thing, but it's more to say that like obviously there's situation talk, there's all kinds of stuff. And Steven, I know what you mean, but the offensive line looks okay. I mean, a lot of like you mentioned, I got you. Steven's actually agreeing. Um, Jared Goff also wasn't good until Sean McVay showed up, so that's absolutely there. Um, I'm not saying Baker is worth the first overall new poster. That's the key here. I would argue that I think that Baker's film can't compare to Drake May's, and you're gonna hear me switch names. Like, you're gonna hear me switch names every time because that's kind of the point. That's the best point, right? I think that Baker's gonna struggle in this. Like Caleb's gonna struggle in this, but I think if you put Baker behind a line that like you put a Baker behind a line that adds at least one offensive lineman in free agency or the draft, and then you put Baker with DJ Moore and also at least one wide receiver that the Bears add, suddenly the Bears offense looks a lot better. And like you're saying, Mario, he was successful in Browntown. But that's not me trying to say that Baker was amazing, new poster. It's more saying that right now Fields isn't good enough to be better than a lot of those names. I mean, if we looked at, let me see, it's just one stat. Stats are truly not everything. 2023 passing stats. And we're going to be talking about somebody later, like, because the assumption is that the Bears aren't keeping Luke Getsy. At the very least, that they're not keeping Luke Getsy. Baker Mayfield right now in adjusted net yards per attempt is well above Justin Fields, who actually is competitive with Joe Burrow, if you wanted to go in that direction. Like that's the thing is like, I understand what you're talking about when you talk about Fields in a different system, but we haven't seen it proven, right? We only have what we have in the Nagy system, which is rookie stuff. And then we have Fields over the last 2 years with the assumption we're going to have to unwind some bad habits, right? We can talk about Fields with a new system and new receivers, but right now we've got open receivers like at times that we just don't throw to. Like, I'll skip to the end. Yeah, Abdul, yeah. Last play of the game, or not last play. 9-10, last drive, fourth quarter, first down and 10, 141, right? Let's watch the play. Drops back in the pocket, camps out, looks, Throws incomplete. Now, was there anybody there? Yes. Wide open. Well over the middle, right? Like, we obviously don't have ESB, but the crossing route over the middle is well there. And even worse, Fields looking at it. 44 is bailing. What are we worried about? Why don't we throw this? Are we looking at Kmet? Is it Kmet we're looking at and we think he's there? So we throw the ball away, which is fine. Okay, next play. Next play. Let's see. I don't think it's hating Jibby, but I get how you feel that way. I mean, Jibby, that's the other piece to this, right? Like, let's see, what we're taking for granted is Justin Fields' stats and quarterback rating goes up. That's the thing, Jibby. That's the thing, right? Like, he's the Bears' current quarterback. Like, I supported Andy Dalton. I've supported Justin Fields. I've supported, or not Justin Fields. I've supported Nick Foles. I've supported Mitch Trubisky. I've supported, gosh, I don't think I ever really fully got behind Mike Glennon, to be honest with you. Mike Glennon was one of those like, all right, what's going on here? But within that, like, I get what you're saying. In this case, I think what you're hearing, because I bet it feels like a dog pile, right? I don't want it to feel like a dog pile. And I think that some of the discourse gets really rough. Like, because a lot of people just get mad, right? Eric, please don't tell me you bought a Glennon jersey. You didn't buy a Glennon jersey, did you? So this one's much less cut and dry. Like, you've got double dig and then like an out route. But as Fields looks through this, could we thread this to Mooney? Maybe. But let's assume it's not the case, right? Once Fields works back to Tyler Scott, can we agree we got to throw this? Right? Like, that one is right there. And then pressure reaches us. But while the pressure is still there, we could throw this. We just don't. And then we get away with what could have easily been an intentional grounding. But, okay. Then on 3rd and 10, we just catch a break. They've left it open. So now it really is that open. Like, it's really that open. And even more so, Justin's really super duper ready for it this time. Like, I mean, Justin is waiting for the break. This is one of the better, like, almost as close to anticipatory throws as you're going to get. Rip. And it is beautiful. Can we all say this? Reinhardt, Mario, Drex, Steven, anybody in here. The most frustrating part about this is that when Justin Fields does hit the back of his drop and rip it, it is gorgeous. Like, the arm action, the levers, the biomechanics, like, all of this looks awesome. So much torque, so much power. Ball explodes off his hands and just nearly blows a hole through DJ Moore's, like, shoulder pads. Wait, Moore decided to run a different route than the play called for? What do you mean? It's dagger. Like, it's just a dagger concept. New poster. Did he say it was a different route in postgame or something? Because I would imagine that it's just clear out, dagger right there, and then you see Kmet underneath. So you go high, low. Reinhardt, they run dagger like 6 times a game. We throw it sometimes, right? Boom. I mean, it's gorgeous. It's so pretty. It's wide open. It's so pretty. There are so many. Well, okay, so weird tour. I gotcha. Uh, he said he was surprised they let him open. It felt bizarre. Like I think it's Reinhardt that mentioned that he feels like the Vikings were just gassed. This corner, number 7, is just non-competitive. Like they really just let him go. And hey, one thing that is hilarious, if you wanted to talk a little bit of design here, Kmet's out gets this cat's attention. Like he's thinking sticks. Like as Kmet comes out of here, he's held. Boom. Overall, I could tell you right now, if Fields had the ability to hit the back of his drop and throw into medium tight windows, I would live with the problems. Like, oh my gosh, how did I forget your name? You've been Jibby. How long you been here, by the way? Like at the streams, has it been like 3 weeks at this point? I try to remember the regulars. Um, but so within this, it's like if Fields could hit the back of his drop and throw to the open guy, like there are a lot of plays that this one. Let me see if I can find it. We talked about it a little earlier. If you told me that a lot of these misses, like a lot of the throws that we don't throw, they're gonna happen, and that just is what it is, right? Okay, I can do some is what it is. Not everybody's good at everything. I'm not asking for a quarterback that's good at everything. It would be awesome, but that's not realistic because at least this quarterback can get me not that one. At least the quarterback can get me some things. But if you told me that Justin Fields became a quarterback where you prescribed the read to him, you said you are throwing to DJ Moore, I do not care. I do not care if you throw an interception. Just keep the ball low. I know you can, and it's either going to hit the ground or your guy's going to catch it. And Justin Fields, play action, hit the back of his drop, and threw with a blindfold on. If you told me he could do that, like consistently, I would be much more open to conversation. It's the fact that it feels like we're having to fight with ourselves to find where Justin Fields is winning for us. Would you agree with that? Like, the problem that I am having is that it feels as if, and when you talk about seeing the wide receiver's eyes, that's late. Like, when you have to see the wide receiver's eyes, we are behind. Like, it's the NFL. You can't do that. I mean, it just takes too long. And if we're gonna do it, run a bunch of option routes. Like run more choice routes for guys like DJ Moore. That's a Getsy problem. Like where this, that, the other. Jibby, I think that there are a lot of people. Like there are a lot of people that want this to be a once you get rid of Justin Fields, we're about to win the Super Bowl problem. And that's not the case. I mean, maybe. Like, I'll tell you right now, I am pretty freaking high on Caleb Williams, and I'm also really high on Drake May. I think there is a delineation there. We'll talk about it on Monday. But I also don't think it's as simple as quarterback, right? You need a good coach. You need a good roster. The good news is the Bears have this chance to still have a high pick. Like what I think people are kind of losing track of, right? Two step, I think Jaden Daniels is awesome, but I think he doesn't. There's a lot to that, anyways. Um, but so the biggest problem that I'm seeing is that there are a lot of people that are forgetting that the Bears have a legitimate, like, free agent. They got a lot of cap space that they can use to add win now talent, which is helpful. There is a nice draft pick that the Bears are going to be using to make the roster better. And then the part, Jibby, that I get excited about with a rookie quarterback is that if you take the rookie, you're factoring in that you're still going to use your 2024 draft pick, right? Like your 2024 draft pick, the first rounder, is still going to help your team. So you can build this team without sacrificing any draft capital. Hey, remember the Trubisky trade up? Because that's normally what you do for a quarterback. Hey, remember the Mahomes trade up? Because that's normally what you do for a quarterback. Like, normally you have to give up assets to get the next guy. In this case, the Bears might be able to just do it for free. And if the Bears end up at number 3, we'll figure something else out. Like, nothing's set in stone yet. But if the Bears end up number one or number two, they have this opportunity to just scoop it for cheap, for nothing. Like, I mean, for freezy. Like with Justin Fields, you had to give away the number 7 pick in the draft, I think. I don't think it was 5. Um, with number with Mitch Trubisky, you had to trade up. Like the new Trubisky new poster. The good news is Drake May's arm is so much different than Mitch Trubisky's that even if the brain might be kind of similar, and Tom, I get you. It is as close as you're gonna get to free in the NFL because normally there's much more cost with turning over at quarterback involved. Look at the Patriots right now. Compare the Patriots to the Bears as far as draft landing spot. Like the talent isn't close. It's why one of them is a 4-win team and the other can't get out of their own way and can't even beat the Giants, right? Like I get it. I get it. I promise. But we end up looking at a quarterback that I just don't know how strong the road is. Certainly in Chicago, if you got a better offensive coordinator, you might be able to bring some statistics up. You really might. Like you might be able to turn Justin Fields into an average 230 yard per game guy, but I think he's going to be somebody that just destroys bad teams and then he plays good teams and he gets locked up. That's just my 2 cents though. Let's see. That's the thing though, Jibby. I think you got to take a step back, right? Jordan Love right now is a 4th-year player. So he is 1 year older than Fields, but he is starting to play some ball. I mean, I said it in the big video that I had of him that if LaFleur and these rookies could string something together, Love may show something. He is showing at least a little bit of something. And he's got a big bad throw percentage. Like there's a lot of Love stuff that he has not proven yet. But let's see. Like, anyways, looking at this, Drake May is more like Jordan Love, in my opinion. I think fans need to understand how risky quarterback drafting is. Totally. Let's put it this way, new poster. Me right now, I am more. So I think that the risk of sticking with Fields is higher than the risk of drafting a quarterback. There is no sure thing. And I'm not going to tell you that there is a sure thing. But what I see on Fields' tape right now perturbs me enough that I think you are taking a bigger risk by by keeping Justin Fields and assuming that you can figure out what assuming that you can replace the quarterback some other way. Jay Sanders, what you're talking about, the veteran quarterback, I actually think that's okay. I think that's a totally valid option. I mean, one thing that they could do is that they could trade down from number 1, sign Kirk Cousins in the offseason, make a big, big bid for him, and hope that Kirk Cousins could get him over the top. I don't think that is in the world of does that make sense? It's not what I would do, but that doesn't mean it can't work. I mean, it's effectively the Stafford solution, right? And you're hoping that Kirk Cousins can play for quite a while. But Haplo, it's more that like at least it lines up where a veteran quarterback is going to jump in and play. I think if you stick with Fields next year, you need some legitimate competition personally. Like as of right now, would anybody disagree with me that if you're going to stick with Justin Fields, I mean, I don't know how legitimate Andy Dalton is. I don't know how legitimate some of these other options on the market are. I don't think you can afford the $40 million a year it's going to take to sign Kirk Cousins, even as he's pretty old, right? But you got to bring in some kind of competition for Fields so that you hedge your bet. You have to. Because if you trade down, even with all those draft picks, I get it. You are entering a win now area. Like, a rookie QB is not 3 more years of subpar football. That's the problem, Starview. It should be 1 of middling football. You're hoping that it's just 1 okay year, and from there, bets are off. Like, it's not that simple. It's not that easy, but Kyler Murray hit the league and immediately played okay ball. Baker Mayfield hit the league, and I'm pretty sure he immediately played okay ball. Like, there's a lot of these number 1 overall quarterbacks. Sure, a lot of them fell into really awful positions, but that they very quickly adapted to the league and produced at least something. And so I hear you, Jay Sanders, and that's the biggest problem is that. So I think it was Reinhardt that mentioned this earlier. it's totally just my opinion, Jay Sanders. But we need to stick with the part where we go from we need to stick with Justin Fields to LOL, it's the Bears. They're never going to get a rookie quarterback right is a jump that I just can't make. Like, I can't do that. I get that it is the Bears. I know they have no track record, but the moment that you say, well, I haven't caught any fish, so I'm just going to stop fishing, is the moment that we should pick another team. Like, if that's the case, we should be Packers fans. Like we should go cheer for the Lions. Right now they've got something going and it's fun. Like if we think the Bears are just never going to do it, then we're done here, right? Like a glitch. I'm trying to be really I'm trying to be inflammatory on purpose, right? And new poster, we didn't see Dalton in this offense, right? We saw Dalton in Nagy's offense. Like but so let me see. Like I get it. I get that feeling of you're really gonna make me restart. There's this guy on Twitter. I think everybody knows him. I'm not gonna mention his name. Um, where he's kind of done the same thing, where he's turned drafting a quarterback into rebuilding. I don't think it's that simple. Jibby, you mentioned Caleb Williams is going to have a steep learning curve. So, like, yes and no. Because if you get him Malik Neighbors and you have Justin Fields and an offensive line that can play and is young, Caleb's going to do stupid things. CJ Stroud has had games where he's lost the Texans a game, but he's also had games where he's popped and they've won because of him. And it's fun, right? Like it's barely even a reboot. It's like just upgrading any other position. It just happens to be quarterback. Like uh and so it's funny purely because to me I look at what the hope would be next year. The hope next year is that you go 7-10 and maybe crawl into the wild card race. Like you still have a team that gets better, dramatically better. Just because you trade, if you move on from Justin Fields, like whether you trade him, whatever that looks like. If you move on from Justin Fields, the receivers don't get worse. I mean, Mooney's leaving, right? But if you're jonesing for Mooney, you could sign a Tyler Boyd, etc. We did see Dalton and Fields in the same offense. Okay, so let's go back to that. Um, Chicago Bears 2021 passing stats. If we look at Justin Fields and we look at Andy Dalton, you're going to be stunned what the ranking is in terms of adjusted net yards per attempt as far as who was more efficient. Like Foles spat for the games that he played, but was better. Um, like Dalton had more, it's not much, but more passing yards per game or than Justin Fields did. I think Justin ran a little bit. Look, I'm not trying to rewrite history on you, new poster. I'm more trying to say that, like, right now, Justin Fields is fighting an uphill battle because we haven't proven anything. Like, oh, I did it again. Um, here's the adjusted net yards per attempt on Fields, Fields, etc. And it's not to say they're amazing, right? If you don't want Caleb Williams, you could draft Drake May. If you do, I also think Drake May is absolutely coming out and coming to Chicago. Like, let's see, and I'm right there with you, new poster. I want to win too. I just want to win the Super Bowl. Don't you? Like, here's what I'm tired of. And to stop, hey, we could chill out. Jay Sanders rules. He's in here almost every week. That's commitment. It's like, especially if he doesn't agree with me, Jay Sanders, props. But so, getting back to this new poster, me personally, I want to beat the San Francisco 49ers. I want to beat the better than the Green Bay Packers. Honestly, I want to beat the Chiefs. I want to stop looking at all of these different teams that the Bears play and chalking up an automatic loss. Like I am so tired. Yeah, I guess you're right, Aplo. Like I am so sick and so tired of looking at teams like the Chargers that just toast the Bears. Like, we'll have games, I guess, where we toast somebody like the Raiders, where they roll out of bed and barely try, and then they fire everybody. Like, losing to the Bears has become a black mark. Like, we can be so much better. We can be so much better. Like I can't help looking at this team and thinking, is our goal, is our goal with like pushing forward with Justin Fields to win 10 games and call it a good season? We might. We might win 10 games, maybe 11 games on a team that's so talented it can barely lose. That would be the hope, wouldn't it? That's the dream. But is a Justin Fields with Marvin Harrison and DJ Moore and a better offensive line team good enough to beat the Chiefs? Is it a good enough team to score against the Chiefs? Score 20 against the Chiefs? Like I I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced based on what we're seeing so far. Justin Fields has gotten 1,000 yards out of DJ Moore, and you'd swear that half of it is screens. Like 200 of those yards minimum are him breaking tackles at the line of scrimmage and running with it, and that's great. Like that's great. Right now, Justin Fields, I don't think he's got another receiver to 200 yards. Like, and I'm with you, new poster, that it's not as simple as Caleb Williams, but I also don't think that turning this into any team that drafts a quarterback in the top 5 is stupid is sane, to be honest. Like, oh, you don't remember Monty's interception? It was hilarious, is what it was. Like, I think it was one of those running back passes, and he just launched the ball and threw a pick. And it always reminds me of like 2012 when Matt Forte in a playoff game against the Seattle Seahawks did the same thing. And to this day, I howl with laughter every time I think about it. It's awesome. Uh, let's see the same developmental timeline on a. Oh, let me see. When you say that, Mario, what do you mean? Let's the problem with like I'm trying to follow this. Let's see. Rookie year with Fields was competitive with every game he started except the Browns. Compet. Let's see. It's not like it matters because it's so old. But we had, let's go starting games. 2 games under 100 yards. Then obviously 0 games over 300, 2 over 250 yards, and 1, 2, 3, like 4, a lot under 50. And this is just the passing yards. If you add the sack yardage in, like we took obviously like 9 sacks in Cleveland, but then you started taking 4 sacks a game. Look, yeah, oh, the Ravens. That makes sense. Appreciate you. But so it's more to say that like I don't know. I'm really not Jivy like trying to make Fields out to be the devil, right? He's just been a player that we've talked about potential for so long at this point in his career that we need to see results at this stage. So, Jimmy, you asked, would I potentially risk getting 3 first-round picks for Caleb when there's a 50-50 chance he's a bust? So, me personally, what is the point of like, what do you think a quarterback is? Honestly, Jimmy, because to me, the biggest problem that we have is if we're not going to draft Caleb Williams, if we're not going to draft Drake May, who would you ever draft? I'm being completely serious. Like I get that Khalid's here. Like I would draft Jaden Daniels. If Jordan was here, he would say I would draft JJ McCarthy. These are very normal, just shot in the dark quarterbacks. Maybe Will Levis is a star. Derek Carr was a second round starter once. It's always possible, right? Let me see. Look at the drop from his rookie numbers to his second and third year numbers. Sure. But like, and new poster, I hear you. I think there's a decent chance the Bears don't get number 1 overall. Like, there's an 87% chance per FPI that the Bears end up with a top 2 pick, but that is not 100. The first round pick or the first overall pick isn't guaranteed to Chicago. And if the Chicago gets it, they could definitely make their team better, like by trading it and adding a bunch of talent. But those aren't sure things either. Like, I feel as if because it worked once, we assume that the trade would automatically work a second time. I would love to think that way. The other way that I would look at this is if we're so confident that Poles, who drafted Kyler Gordon and Darnell Wright and Gervon Dexter and Tyreek Stevenson and other players that we like right now, if Ryan Poles drafted all of those, sorry, Eric, 87% chance that the Bears end up with a top 2 pick. So a 13% chance that they don't end up top 2. Still something. But anyways, back to what I was saying. Um, if we're saying at this point that no, I gotta pick this up again. I lost it a little bit. I just can't remember what I said. Anytime for IP, like that 13% is super real. Oh, I was trying to basically say, if you trust polls to scout all these other positions, then should we trust him to draft the quarterback? If you don't trust polls to scout all these other positions, then what are the, like, I guess the picks in aggregate certainly help, but are we back to the nihilism thing, right? Like, if you ask a Packers fan, what do you want us to do? And they chuckle and say, I want you to keep Justin Fields. What does that tell you? Like, if you ask the NFC North right now, like, hey, what do you want the Bears to do with Justin Fields? And they say, keep him. Does that sway your opinion at all? Like, I obviously wanted the Bears at every single opportunity to get rid of Aaron Rodgers. I did not like having Stafford around. Like, I mean, for crying out loud, that I'm not trying to push buttons too hard. I'm more saying, how hard are we working? Like, how hard are we working to keep the quarterback? Like, let's see. It's Jimmy, it makes me so upset. I just processed it in week 1. You missed it. And that's okay. Like week 1 and week 2, if you go back and you start and you watch those streams over, you will see a brokenhearted person. Like this was something that when okay, so I didn't tell you guys this because in the what's the word? In the off season, I was trying to get a Justin Fields video ready, right? Um and when I was getting a Fields video ready, I realized that there was this like schism that the Bears were looking at when it came to Justin Fields, because games like Washington, like last year's Washington, and other games throughout the year, Fields was passing on open reads and had the same issues we're seeing right now. And it was like, well, when DJ Moore comes open, he's either going to throw it to him or he's not. And then he didn't throw it to him. And I don't want to say I booked it up and said, well, that's that. But it was more like I basically begged the question all offseason of, okay, come on. The moment that DJ Moore comes open downfield, Fields is going to throw him the ball. And the moment that he does that, he's going to start to look like Jalen Hurts. And then it didn't happen. And so to me, Jibby, I week 1 was just everything I saw like on that film. And I went, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Like, it's really happening, isn't it? And felt like crashed down those stairs and it made me sad. Like, new poster. That's the thing. I hope you don't feel like we're backed into a corner. You're backed into a corner. I personally think that if JJ McCarthy declares, you could consider drafting a quarterback a little later. Khalid, Jaden Daniels has me feeling like he is the out of nowhere. So look, Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix, they're not the same story. Aiden Daniels, age. Okay, so he's only 22. That's really not so bad. I expected it to be worse, to be honest with you. But Jaden Daniels reminds me, story-wise, I have not watched his tape yet. Like, I am hearing a very similar story that oh, wait, these decisions the Post made for himself, which ones? But so anyways, I feel like we're seeing a similar story to Zach Wilson. Not quite Josh Rosen. I'm trying to think of other like late risers, the guys that popped very, very, very late in their career. Because Jaden Daniels has popped around and he's always been the athlete that throws when it's really, really open. And that to me is it's not the same as Zach Wilson at all. The Washington quarterback is another example of this, actually, Starview. It's the quarterback that is really well suited for college, but because they're not trying to throw the ball like CJ Stroud. I mean, one of the big knocks on CJ Stroud, this was a real legitimate knock on CJ Stroud during his sophomore season. People got mad that he wouldn't run the ball. He wanted to throw the ball. What he did was he threw the ball. It's worked out all right for him. Like, Jaden Daniels is your classic dual threat quarterback, and it's awesome. So the problem is, Brandon, is that Zach Wilson's highlights look sick. When you watch the All-22, go back and watch any of those JTO videos if you're looking for free All-22 on Zach Wilson. Like, it's there. He's skipping reads. He's underthrowing long balls. Like, you could see it. I'm not saying it was. I'm amazed at how many guys' college film I go back and watch, Brandon, and it looks the same. We did the same thing with Mitch Trubisky. Where we went, there's that guy. Like, let me see. It's I think the hard part, new poster, is that there is no player in modern football. There is no player worth. Okay, so let's talk about this. I think it's worth talking about new poster because I've gone down the same road myself. I really have, where it's like there is no player that is worth number one, number two, number three. Not Marvin Harrison Jr. Like, not a quarterback. When you could get two firsts, a second, a future second, and maybe a player for number one overall, like, and a good player at that. If you're talking about number one, who could be worth that? What could compare? Right? Especially because the problem is, new poster, when we start talking about value, our favorite picks are the fifth rounders, right? What's better than Braxton Jones? What's better than Braxton Jones? Like, what could be more valuable than these, like, Eddie Jackson type players that are fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh rounders, and they just explode? The problem is that as far as building the cake on your team, eventually you have to make a move very similar to the Sweat move. Okay, new poster, did you like the Sweat move? I'm not trying to box you in. The Sweat move was always an overpay, but we've talked about this on this stream. I'm going to play some defensive tape while we talk about this just to make my point. So we already did some defensive tape analysis. You can back up to the top of the stream if you want to talk about it, but this works. Anyways, so with Montez Sweat, like, it was always an overpay, but you were getting value, or you were getting production. You were paying for $21 million of production at the edge position. And now he's actually playing up to his contract, in my opinion, which is even better. I expected him to not play this well, to be honest with you, but it works out. Like, that's good. And so, to me, quarterback is an important enough position that you overpay at that spot to get a guy that you think is worth it. I think Caleb has rare traits. I think Caleb's understanding of the game of football is beyond his years. I really do. I think the broadcast does him a serious disservice. A deep disservice. I think there are so many examples of Caleb playing in structure, but it does not look like he's playing in structure because the first receiver fell down, the second receiver was covered, the third receiver came back open when he got up, and that is a beautiful thing in my opinion. But you only see it on the all 22 because on the broadcast it looks like he's just kind of standing there, and then he steps up and throws the ball. Like, the media does hate Caleb. And honestly, Brandon, Caleb's kind of like a pissant. I mean, Caleb is goofy. Caleb is weird. A lot of people don't relate to Caleb. Caleb likes money. Like, Caleb does a lot of things that people don't like. You know what I mean? And I get that. Like, he may come to Chicago. He may be an attitude problem. I'm going to say this right now. There's a total chance. That Caleb Williams comes to Chicago. If he gets drafted, Rob gets really excited about him. Rob makes all these videos. Rob gets everybody gassed up, and he's the next Cade McNown. It's possible. It's not out of the question. It's also possible that Drake May comes to Chicago, and it turns out he's blind. And like, he can't read a defense at all, and his outstanding arm is awesome, but he loses all his confidence. He ends up being a see it, throw it guy in the extreme, and that is actually reliving Fields. Everybody keeps talking about how Caleb has the same problems Fields does. I think Drake has a better chance of looking like Fields, like, not down to the size and the speed, etc., right? But out down to the part where Drake May goes 1 to 2, and that's about it. Sometimes he hits his check down, but he's not going through 4 reads. Most quarterbacks don't. Like, most NFL offenses do not do that. Like, I meant most college offenses flat don't do that at all. Like, these college offenses don't go through so many reads that you can look at a quarterback and go, wow, he can make a million reads. That's a pro style skill set, and you don't know you have it until you need it. Brock Purdy was not a crazy anticipator at Iowa State. You didn't need to be in college. Then he moves to the NFL. He gets some great coaching. He adapts to the skill set. It is something that can be learned. JT's right. That's easy to forget. Right now, the problem is that Fields is so instinctively behind, or like is so behind, and his instincts weren't geared towards it in the first place. That I don't know. And it doesn't help anything that, let's see, your problem with Caleb is that he's either Mahomes or Baker Mayfield, which is more likely. There's got to be something in the middle. The problem, Jibby, is that we do this a lot where we comp guys to other people, and it's helpful to have comps. It really is. I You have to go back and forth. You have to. Comps help people see through something that's very complicated to explain. Does that make sense? Like when you're trying to talk about some of these guys, like you have to use a comp to help people get it. But there is a point where Caleb's going to be Caleb and Drake's going to be Drake. Like they're going to be their own guy. Was there really ever a Josh Allen before Josh Allen? Not like really. Was there a Mahomes before Mahomes? Not like really. You know what I'm saying? Like these guys do write their own destiny. And that's not just media talk either. Like Fields is Fields. He's his own dude. Like it's good or it's bad. But it's more to say anyways. Let's see. I don't think, by the way, that if you told me that Caleb Williams was going to come to town and all he was ever going to be was Kyler Murray, I think that works out. Like, if you told me that Caleb Williams was going to come to town and all he was going to be was Baker Mayfield, kind of like Baker, he's going to rub people the wrong way. I think people are going to want him out pretty quick, but I think those Bears teams win. Like, I'm with you, new poster, that in theory, like, it's not even generational. I think he's a rung below generational because I know the definition of the word generational. That's 20 years. And I don't think he's a 20-year prospect, but I think he's a 5-year prospect. Like, I think he's better than Burrow. I think he's under Trevor Lawrence. I think that other players in other classes are going to have a hard time matching him. Mahomes isn't a generational prospect either, Ben, because Mahomes' Texas Tech offense didn't give us a chance to look at like who he was. The other piece to this is prospect. And it's so tough to talk about what a prospect becomes at different times. Like it's so tough because also, Jibby, I think the 3 first round picks thing is becoming a misnomer. Like, you know what I'd love, Jibby? You know what I'd love? I'd love to say something as hardcore as Caleb Williams is so worth it. The only way that you're trading him is going to draft day and getting a 4 first round pick trade plus a player. Nobody's going to pay that price, right? The problem is that I would love to take that trade. I don't know anybody who wants to make that trade. Like, does Washington really want to give up 3 first round picks? Do they want to give up 3 first round picks and a player? I talked about this with Nick Whalen a little bit. Like, Drex, I know you were teasing me about giving up on Jeffrey Simmons. It was mostly just because you hit this crazy point where we're dreaming up trades that are franchise flipping. Like, you are going to take any franchise willing to make this trade, you are going to bankrupt them. Like, the 49ers gave up 3 firsts for Lance. They're kind of it, though, Haplo, because they felt like they were done. Um, that's really what I'm looking at here. Like, it's been done, I guess, but they also were drafting 12 and expected to win. They have won. Those first rounders have been helpful, but not amazing, right? And it's more to say that went according to their plan. Maybe there are a lot of teams out there that think that they will do that, but the 3 first round picks deal doesn't come with a player. And if you told me 3 first round picks straight up are Caleb for a pick that isn't mine, it's Carolina's, I think a lot of GMs are gonna see that logic and they're gonna take the quarterback. Because if you look at trading history, I'm not saying this is smart, but most teams treat picks that aren't theirs like picks that aren't theirs. I mean, Reinhardt, as much as to back you up on that, we can say that Trevor Lawrence has been a disappointment, but the Jaguars are back on track for the first time in years off of a team that only 2 years ago was awful. There's a consistency that these guys can bring you. And right now, it's just right. Exactly, Mario. Like first round picks aren't guaranteed. Like drafting Clinton Farrell and Josh Jacobs, it turns out, won't fix your franchise. Now, if you told me, Mario, that the Bears are going to trade their number one to a team that is immediately to give them number one back. Yeah, easy, right? And their team, well, so their team is good for sure. But Jibby, why would the Bears be worse than the Jaguars? Right? Like, why would the Bears, even if they drafted a rookie, be worse than the new Jaguars? And just because, I don't know, because I think the whole thing just gets hard. And I think Trevor is way underrated, but I don't want to litigate that here personally. Like, oh, I mean, I hope they get Ben Johnson. Drex would be elite. New poster, I think you can get a haul, but I think the quarterback piece helps set the identity of a team. And if you have a lot of talent and a quarterback in turmoil, I think a lot of players will. I don't know. I don't think you're going to get run on. I don't think it's going to be that bad, but you're basically going to get one more shot at the apple, right? Like you will get Justin Fields in 2024, and then you will get one more quarterback. If it's a rookie, it's a rookie. And if it's a rookie, chances are 2025 will be fine. And then 2026 will get what's the word? Like 2026 will be when things start to get a little dicey because guys like DJ Moore need an extension. I think it's Andrew Billings at that point. If we're still talking about him, like we love him, like he'll need an extension. A couple contracts start to run out, but that's it. Like it's not that big a deal. It's more that you don't get two shots, you get one shot. And trading 2 firsts for a quarterback didn't work for Houston, or I guess it didn't have to work for Houston. They just picked CJ Stroud. Like it's Reinhardt, that's a decent way to put it. Like it's bird in the hand and it's two in the bush. Like, well, Drex, I would argue that the bird in the hand in this case is drafting the quarterback. I get it feels like two in the bush. I think two in the bush is the magical trade down and sticking with Justin Fields personally. Uh, oh, Ben, not tonight. We're distracted, but there will be. That's Monday. That's the whole stream Monday. The whole point of the stream on Monday is to watch all 22 on these quarterbacks and stop talking about them in in like what ethereal ways. Like for me, that's the big one. I guess I want to just remake this point one more time, Reinhardt. I think sticking with Fields is the scary, risky option. There's a lot of risky. Like there's a lot of risky in the Bears drafting a quarterback. But Jibby, you asked what happens if it fails. If it fails, you go the Jets route. The Jets obviously traded for Aaron Rodgers and then he tore his Achilles. So they're living in hell. And I get that, right? But eventually you do have to catch a break. If you and I, Jibby, tried to figure out a foolproof way to get a quarterback, there isn't one. Can you and I agree on that? You have to make a bet somewhere. You have to make a bet somewhere. You don't get to not take a risk. Like you have to put something on the line. You have to bet Derek Carr is going to have a resurgence in what is it? You have to bet Derek Carr is going to have a resurgence in the Superdome. You have to bet that Matt Stafford is going to be able to find it when once he gets Cooper Kupp on his team. You have to bet that Nick Foles is going to be enough just in case Carson Wentz goes down. You have to bet that let me think of some other ones. Like I'm trying to think of just a gamut of moves. You have to bet that you don't actually need a quarterback and you should stick with Tua. Like when the Dolphins had the opportunity to pick a quarterback and instead they got a haul and now their team's really good. That's the new poster route. That is like like it and it works. New poster. It got them beat in the playoffs in the first round, and we'll see what it does this year. But it's winning a lot of games. It's fun. Like being a Dolphins fan has to be pretty fun, right? And that's where this gets hard. Is like every time we point. Oh, Apple. I'm not trying to say that. Every time we point at any quarterback option, there's going to be a billion reasons to say it won't work. Like, well, new poster, we're 2 years behind the Jets is the idea. Like you've got a year of adding a lot of talent and then you add him in the draft, and then that talent matures and gets better behind the rookie in his second year. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I think that there's a major talent push forward this year, regardless of what you do with the quarterback. If you trade down, that doesn't actually help you get that much better this year, right? It helps you get better in 2025 and in 2026. And then you still have to figure out your quarterback problem. Like, the trade down is neat, but unless you get a veteran, you aren't getting that much better this year. Like, if you change the quarterback, you might actually get better this year. Maybe. Depends on how badly you think of Justin Fields. And so I think it's I mean, I think it's way too sensible. Like, let me see. You can't believe Nick didn't ask this one. Quinn and Williams in 3 firsts. These are impossible. Like, Drex, if Poles actually takes that deal, I won't even be mad. Like, I should say this, everybody. I'm trying to have as serious a discussion as possible. If Ryan Poles trades down from number 1 and he gets Drake London and Atlanta's 3 firsts, I'm not going to be that. I'm going to go, all right, let's figure out other quarterback solutions. But I won't be like mad, because you can't be mad about the biggest fleecing ever. Can you find a trade more lopsided than that? That's your homework, right? I would argue the DJ Moore trade is one of the biggest hauls ever, and that would be bigger than that, right? Like, it would be insane. Like, the Herschel Walker trade is absolutely up there. Like, it's more to say that I think these trade backs that we're all talking about, especially if you're only going back to 3, you're getting a first, right? So 2 firsts. Let's see. If the Bears do draft a quarterback, we're going to say the same thing we're going to say about Justin. We need one more wide receiver and to get our offensive line better. Dekias, I've got good news. You say we need one more wide receiver? You say we need to get our offensive line better? You mean like getting free agents at at offensive line and drafting Malik Neighbors with pick number 8, the Bears pick, after you draft a quarterback? Because I agree with you. You and I are on the same page. But there's other receivers in this draft that are really good. And if you add them, you fix that problem, don't you? And you still get the quarterback. Like, I just think the Bears have this like beautiful, perfect setup. Like you're saying to new poster, they're not quite the Jets. They're not. I mean, the Jets tried to build around the Jets built around somebody, then they flipped to Zach Wilson. They got their shot and they missed it. It happens, right? And that super sucks. But so let's see, putting a year 4 time Justin Fields timeline on a rookie. Mario, I'm curious as to what you mean. Let's see, T. Higgins, Connor Williams, drafted Caleb Williams and Johnny Newton. Bears Super Bowl, man, that would be sick. Talking about like a good defense. The other tough thing about defenses is that they can be kind of hard to maintain. Like Mario, you mentioned trying to fit Chop Robinson in there. If they want to pay T. Higgins, like new poster, I really don't get that. I really don't. I'm trying to just swallow, like, for instance, okay, are the Jets good? Do we think the Jets are good? Right? Oh, you meant fitting Chop into there. No, but that's a different stream. Like, you mentioned the Jets. Name me another team. Just pick another one that fits this not emotional idea. Like, if the Patriots were at number 1, are you saying that they shouldn't take it? Like, are you just to be clear, are you saying that any team that drafts a quarterback at 1 or 2 is implicitly foolish because somebody else would have come up to take those quarterbacks and that they should have taken a chancier gamble? Like, and well, so he's not latched onto Fields, Eric, because I'm not trying, and again, I'm not trying to barb you. It's more like I want to be around the logic. I want to see the way see things the way that you're seeing, because I get what you mean. Why is the analysis with wide receiver so different from a quarterback? We're not okay taking the wide receiver first, but the quarterback has to be first. I appreciate the thought line there. The problem is that there's 3 wide receivers on the field the majority of the time. There's 2 wide receivers on the field at an absolute minimum. so you can go from one to the other. And you're going up against corners. It's just different in terms of the way the position is handled. When you have the 15th best goalkeeper in hockey, he's just not going to steal as many games for you as the number one goalkeeper in hockey. Like, the sickest wide receiver is helpful, but Keon Coleman, to try to rope your answer in, Mario, while I'm at it, is a dog. Like, I look at Keon Coleman and I see all of the physicality of like a Mike Evans. I'm not great at comps, of a Mike Evans and AJ Brown that can move too. Like, he's got great feet for a guy as violent as he is. He's got that George Pickens mentality too, where he just wants to wail on people. Like, I see people that are talking about speed and separation. And I mean, he separates like a maniac too. But he seems to me like a player that draft Twitter wants to be fast because they like fast guys. Like, Malik Neighbors is right up the alley of draft Twitter for the most part. And I don't blame anybody. Malik Neighbors is wildly fast, sudden in his movements, great after the catch, all the things that we love, like big separation numbers, vertical threat down the field. Keon Coleman is going to whoop you. Like, he's going to wail on you. He's going to beat you up. And I love it. Roma Dunze is awesome too. I still need to dig in him a little bit more. But let's see. No, draft MHJ and draft an offensive lineman. All free agency, go after Hunter Burns or defensive game changers, etc. Man, how does that help you? At that point, you will be on a team with a quarterback that cannot throw to Marvin Harrison Jr. Like, Fields won't throw to DJ Moore when DJ Moore isn't absolutely wide open. Why would MHJ change that? Is it because he gets like, is it because Marvin Harrison is just going to separate harder? Like, you got plenty of separation on some of these plays. Like, it's not a matter of can they separate more, because it really is that crazy to me. I mean, I'm watching plays. Dikias, or I think it's Dequas. I'm not saying Fields can't throw the football. I'm saying I think Fields can't see open. Like, he certainly doesn't understand NFL open. Let's see if this is the play. Like, Tyler Scott, right here. We're looking at him. We're not going to throw him the ball. Like, he's got a full pause there, and then he gets pressured. We go back one snap. Throw it to Darnell Mooney. We are staring at him. He is absolutely wide open. He is going to drift into open space, and we are going to panic in the pocket, and then we are going to bail out of the pocket, and then we are going to throw it away. Tell me what Marvin Harrison does to fix this. Is Marvin Harrison going to wave his hands at him? Is Marvin Harrison going to clap at him? Is Marvin Harrison gonna shine? Is Marvin Harrison just gonna jump super duper hard? Like, what is Marvin Harrison being better than Darnell Mooney fix here? Like, because it's not enough. It's not enough to have DJ Moore, apparently. Like, the only way we're gonna throw this ball is we're gonna blow it twice, and then we're going to get absolutely wide open, and we're gonna hit one, and it's gonna be enough. Like, and that's good. It's good to see that Fields can rip it when it really is wide open. It's there. Like, this just happens a lot. And I don't want it to happen a lot. And so, to me, if you want to get Marvin Harrison Jr. and you want to get a left tackle, I hope we sign a separate quarterback. Like, because at least to me, I don't see how Fields gets this much better. I don't see the huge step forward. Not before the Bears have to pay him. Like, you talk about free agency. You can't sign Brian Burns. Like, I guess you could. You could dump all of your money into Brian Burns, but you're going to have to pay this guy right here $50 million. Like, in a year, by the way. So after year 4, if you don't pick up the 5th-year option, you're getting a new offensive coordinator, Decaz. That's non-negotiable. Luke Getsy is getting fired at the end of the year. Like, you're getting a new offensive coordinator, but you're going to pay Justin Fields. You're either going to pick up his 5th-year option, which would be insane, by the way. He hasn't passed 2,700 yards, and he might not. Like, right now, if memory serves, actually, I think I still have the stats pulled up. We are looking at a quarterback who has 1,500 yards and in 5 games at an average yards a game of 198, we might cross 2,500 for the first time in our career. And you could say, well, he's not played enough games. And I'd say, yeah, he hasn't. That's part of the issue. Like, he keeps running around. Like, let's not forget, DeKayas, because I just haven't seen you before. That when we go back to week 6, how did Fields get hurt? Was it a fluke play? Was it like something happened that was like completely unavoidable? Was it a hit from the pocket as he stepped into something that he absolutely needed to, or that like there was no way to avoid the hit? I can scan forward and find this. I promise everybody. It was a drop back in the pocket right here against Tampa 2. Darnell Mooney is streaking wide open. You throw this ball right there, and Darnell Mooney walks into the end zone. Instead, we step up, we get out, we look around, we don't throw to this guy right here. I mean, he's not going to pick up a third down, but instead we just wait. We end up taking a hit. We dislocate our thumb, and our season's basically over. Like, this happens all the time. It's not his second year starting. It's his third year starting. He's started more games. Let's see. He started more games as a rookie than he's started already this year. That is a terrible argument. And I totally respect you. It's absolutely like he can absolutely get better. But to say he didn't start as a rookie is to be disingenuous, in my opinion. He started over half the games, and he just didn't finish some of them. But let me see. Let's see the rarity. It's worth the shot. WFM, right? Starview. So you're gonna get 1 year on $20 million. But then what? Then what after that? You're gonna not extend him. There is no such thing as a normal market price. Like within there is no such thing as a cheap quarterback extension. It doesn't happen. Kirk Cousins got, what was it, $28 million a year? No, I think it was closer to 30, like fully guaranteed for 3 years. And that was 6 years ago. Daniel Jones just got $40 million. That's the new price. That's what it is. And in 2 years, it'll be $55 million. That's what it'll cost. And so if you're not willing to pay Justin Fields $50 million, your decision is made. At least it should be, in my opinion. Or you want to ride with Andy Dalton. You want to do the thing where we bring in Nick Foles. Did you like the Nick Foles year? Did you like talking yourselves into Nick Foles leading the team in 2020 behind a team that was beginning to decay because the rookie quarterback decision went on too long? That's what happens. This is a route that some people want to go down, and it's not the same. The talent around the team is getting better. No, Dickius, you put Williams in that same pocket, he's hitting a lot of these throws. It's on his tape. His tape and Fields' Ohio State tape could not be any more different. This notion, I hate to put this on you, Dickius, you need to watch the games. Because if you think Justin Fields and you think Caleb Williams are the same, you need to watch the games. Or you need to get off the broadcast view, because they may look somewhat similar on the broadcast view, but they aren't the same, like at all when you watch their tape. One guy dropped back slowly in college, waited for Chris Olave to get open, and then threw it to him. Another guy drops back in the pocket, looks at his first read, looks at his second read, looks at his third read, looks at his fourth read, looks at his first read, looks at his second read, looks at his first read, backs out, dodges a rusher, moves back up in the pocket, and throws into the end zone for a touchdown commonly. And all that happened in about 3 seconds. Like, I hear you, Mario, but it's helping me make an argument. Like, more than anything, it's helping me kind of open this up, because that's at least what I see, right? To me, I'm not saying it's over. Sometimes these conversations back me into feeling like it is. Bob, you asked earlier, they are on his tape. People just assumed that there was such bad talent around him that how could this possibly not get any better? Like, let me use an example. Gosh, let me see here. Okay, so now you're going to see my system at work, right? So I keep all of the game film right here. We go to week, gosh, what week was it? It was this one. The Washington defense. This is the Washington game, and I'm using it because I vaguely remember it. I think there's a throw relatively early in this game. Oh, there is. Snap. Dodge. There it is. No, that's tight. We're not going to make that throw. That's not there. I'm reaching too hard now. We throw there. It's hard, Jay Sanders. I'm not trying to say anything's impossible. It's not that simple. It's not that simple. It's not as simple as, wow, Caleb Williams so good, everything's going to be amazing. I mean, look, Jay Sanders, are you on Twitter ever? Are you on Facebook ever? Are you on any social media ever at all? Oh man, this one's so bad. So this is a great reminder of how much better the supporting cast has gotten because there are more open throws than this one. Fields doesn't throw this. Why aren't we throwing this? Why aren't we throwing this? What have we missed? Like, we are running a dig. Throw right now. Throw right now. Throw right now. Let him run into a throw. Throw right now. Or don't and take a sack on third down. Like, before you say, well, I don't know about that, Robert. That's not very open. First of all, it's his first read. You got to think that you're going to throw at least to that one. But if you don't like that, then I have to dust off the Tampa footage again. And nobody likes the Tampa footage because the Tampa footage this year was just heinous. Is this a play? I guess this is the last play we were on. Where that one's open, we're looking at it. Like, we know we're not throwing to Darnell Mooney, and we just aren't going to throw it. Like, nope. DJ Moore is going to clap at us. Throw it to me. We take a sack. Like, it's been there, is what I'm trying to say. We said, just like Reinhardt's saying, we looked at a lot of this tape and said, oh, well, come on, the team is terrible. And when I say it, we said, when DJ Moore shows up open, he will throw the ball. And then we go back to week 1. We did this a little earlier too. So I'm bumming off myself, I guess. DJ Moore flew open. Let's see, is it? No, it's not there. It is. DJ Moore flies open right there, and we throw the ball to the check down. And to me, this was it. I mean, this was at least when I flipped Jay Sanders to the part where I went, oh gosh, I don't know if this is going to happen. Like, just because when I saw this, I muttered to myself, so he came open. We didn't throw the ball. I'm not convinced he's ever going to see it. Look at this. This is the worst part, Jay Sanders. His eyes are on DJ Moore. Draw an upside down U in this pocket? Like this one? This one? Right here? Or do you mean right here? I mean, it doesn't help anything that you are allowed to move in the pocket. So you could go right there. But we throw to this. We're there. DeCase, you're going to have to, I need you to just rewind because there are pockets in all of these. All of these. And that's what's so frustrating. Like Jay Sanders, to me, the wildest part has been watching teams on good offenses that the Bears have played. And they can't hold the pockets the Bears do. The Bears' offensive line has been silently on fire. They have been silently on fire in like this season for Chicago, which has been, to me, one of the craziest parts. Let me see, undock panel. Film. It's been one of the let's see, no punts at the Cowboys game. That's awesome. Um, I'm gonna be real. I got you, WFM. Don't worry about it. It WFM for what it's worth. This is the most toxic part of the season. Like there are a lot of people that are going to be going through this for the next 5 weeks, and the moment that feels like okay, so there were a lot of people that came away from this game where the last play was literally all that mattered. I mean, WFM, there were a lot of people. You know it. I mean, you probably saw it. Jay Sanders. What I was trying to tell you about the Twitter thing, by the way. Let me see if I can get it back. No, I can't remember. I probably still got there. Like, what was wild to me is that, well, of course it was. Like Reinhardt, you talk about his time to throw being high. I mean, when you average, let me see, is it this play? Yeah, when you average, that one's fast. This is a throw though. Like, there's a U-shaped pocket, still U-shaped, still U-shaped. We ran out of it. Didn't find a throw. Oh well. But that's like 6 seconds. Of course, the time to throw was high. He did that a lot. Like, it's that's the thing, Brandon. It's pretty toxic. But the good news is, let's see, the offensive line started balling when Tyson took over. Starview, it's funny you say that though, because like I have to do it again. Tell me this isn't good protection. People said this is bad protection. Like that's 4 seconds in the pocket, if not longer. Let's see if we can count. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4. And that's a very soft count. Seconds are faster than that. Let me see. Oh, yes, a glitch. I was gonna say Caleb and Justin are talking about Caleb and Justin when the Twitter social media thing came up. What I was gonna say, Jay Sanders, is oh, and I'm not trying to make it specifically matter. It's more that when I look at Twitter, etc., there are all kinds of people right now that are no, I still lost it, a glitch. I wish I hadn't. There's a lot of wild narratives. Like there are a lot of people that are going to stump really, 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 really hard. To me, the issue that I have is that if I pulled okay, let me use an example that absolutely nobody wants to talk about. Okay. But I'm hoping that by being polarizing, we can make a point, right? Justin Fields makes a habit of spending forever in the pocket. And generally, when he does spend forever in the pocket, the Bears still don't complete a pass. At least not always, right? But very quickly, TB was a bad game. It happens. But the part that really bothered me about watching the Green Bay game, besides how easy the Green Bay made a lot of things for Jordan Love, was how quickly he got the ball out. Look at the slant that Jordan Love hits. Boom. One more time. Pop, 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 throw, bang. There's a specific play in the end zone I want to get to. There's a couple more also. Like, but they run the ball a lot. Run, run. I think it's a third down. It's not second down, right? Here, just throwing it away, whatever. Did we actually? Oh, big brother, we run slants. We do. Do you need me to pull them? 2nd and 7. It's the third down that's coming up that I really liked. So if I'm a quarterback person, pop, 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 step up in the pocket, throw, boom. But here's what's wild is how long Jordan Love makes this feel in the pocket. It does feel like forever, doesn't it? Like, oh, I'm not saying new poster that he does anything other than playing on time. It's more that when somebody's on time, you still feel like this time in the pocket is forever. And right now, Fields is playing really forever in the pocket. But that's part of the problem. Like, is we're taking way too long. It's evidence of a bigger issue. And to me, that's like when I don't know, Eric, how you come back from playing on time. Sports guy, I'll show you on Monday. Don't worry about that. Um, it's not an NFL offense. It's a lot of spread stuff, but the schedule is in there. So here's the issue, big brother, is then you look at week 3. This is becoming the bye week review, and I guess that just is what it is. I don't mind because unfortunately, I pretty much memorize a lot of this, whether I like it or not. Do you see these, Motown? First play of the Chiefs game. Does this look open to you? It looks open to me. Like, Mooney's not there on the clear out slant, but DJ Moore on the slant just behind it. Double China, double slants. We turn away. We complete a sweet play to Claypool, but we turn down the slant because we don't throw slants. Like, I could pull 22, or like I could pull 2022 slants for you if you want to see them, but because they are there, but they're like very rare, and Fields only throws them on like 3rd and 16, and they never go for yards after catch because generally speaking, the ball comes in low. I couldn't tell you why. I could not tell you why, but this has been here all season long. Like, yeah, Brandon, it's probably best if you do forget. Let me see. I think now I can't absolutely remember. I really can't. But I think they run another one a little later. Is no Jenkins? Wait a minute. 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 Let's see. KC, Chicago offense. Starview, are you saying that this protection isn't good enough to hit your second read? Like, because I hear you. Boom. The keys wants the U. There's the U, right? Throw it right now. That's the thing, Jay Sanders. I'm not trying to say I've seen no progression. I could go through and I could highlight plenty of progression. Fields going from doing this to stepping up in the pocket, at least a little bit, right? The release got a lot faster. It's me looking and seeing somebody with a consistent problem that has not made any reasonable progress at throwing to these windows. If Cole Kmet runs a curl route over the middle, we will throw to him. If DJ Moore runs a curl route from the inside, we will throw to him. But we threw those in Tampa also. The hitch routes were one of the only things we did throw. And that, to me, doesn't show the growth that I would love to tell you I'm seeing. As ridiculous as it sounds, there seems to be a step back for every step forward. There really is. And like what I struggle with, Takias, is if this isn't good enough protection, what is? Like, this isn't. He's got a full yard between him and anybody else right now. I mean, at this point, just so we're clear, Takias, the route is over. You throw it right now, you've got a like no throwing window, basically. You're late. It's gone. You didn't throw it. And at that point, there are a lot of offensive coaches that will not work with you. Like, there are a lot of offensive coaches that will throw their hands in the air and they will not take the opportunity to work with you. I don't know who is going to work with Fields. I don't. I think somebody's going to trade for him. I think somebody's going to say, that dumb dingus Luke Getsy sucks. I am a good coach. But they're like, I'm a good coach. I'm going to get the most out of Fields. And then I think things will ultimately probably not work there either. Like, I don't think Fields is the draw. A lot of people think that there are. Like you're saying, the blue air. Somebody will. Because somebody will think, well, he's got to be better than, like, Somebody will think he's got to be there with Desmond Ritter. Somebody will think he's got to be better than, I don't know, Zach Wilson, got to be better than Aiden O'Connell, etc. Like I could understand, believe it or not. Like if you think about it, the Raiders are SOL on quarterback unless they plan to stick with Aiden or Jimmy Garoppolo. That may make more sense because they are just out of luck, Reinhardt. But that's not the ringing endorsement that it sounds like when people say, well, I'd rather have you than Aiden O'Connell, or I'd rather have you than Jimmy Garoppolo, who's still on a long contract with us. Like, neat, but it's not that great, right? There's one in week 4. Let me see if I can find it. I'm not even certain it's in week 4. It's a third down conversion. It's like a running play. It's like double slants, and he runs behind it. Let me see, Bob. You mentioned progressed. He totally hasn't taken as many sacks. Totally hasn't. Like, I'm not trying to say Fields blows or something like that. Sorry, that's kind of vaguely explicit. Like, Fields has gotten better. We just started with such a low floor. If Kurt Warner believes in Fields, Kurt Warner's a quarterback. He's going to say, I believe in blank. Like, they're not going to say it about Zach Wilson, but Zach Wilson's hit the point where he's been he's violated so many league taboos that Peyton Manning will throw his hands in the air and say, I just, I just don't even want to watch this kid. We are at the point where every single time a Bears game is on, the announcer takes an active moment, whether it's Troy Aikman, Kirk Herbstreit, or anybody else, to highlight a missed read. And then when Bajent was in the game, you had Chris Collinsworth outright say, like, Tyson Bajent is going to teach Fields how to do some things. Where do you think he got those words? Like, he's gotten better. I think if the Bears fell out of the top 3, honestly, Jay Sanders, I would be campaigning for competition for Fields, and I would expect that competition to win. Like, what Fields is doing right now is not offensively viable. Maybe a new coach would come in and they would want something to work. But in my opinion, I fully expect. There's a reason, Jay Sanders, that you've heard me talk so much about what Fields doesn't work out. It's because that's what I believe is going to happen as long as he's in Chicago. I think best case scenario, he is going to have to like change teams, fully reset, sit down for some time. I am pretty low on this. Sports guy, I'm not saying Bajent is good. I'm saying, did you hear what the announcers were saying? Like, people are taking time to highlight this stuff. I mean, I'm not so huge on Bajent that I think Fields is somehow worse than Bajent. I think Fields is a top 20 quarterback in the league. I don't think that's a positive thing about the rest of quarterbacking. Like, that's the issue here, right? Quarterbacking is really hard. Desmond Ritter is fine. He's in a better system than what Justin Fields has got going on. Things absolutely can get better for Justin Fields. And somebody else out there can make Justin Fields look better. But I think this will always be a problem. Like, I think unless you find nobody said that, sports guys Chicago. That's the issue here. Like, nobody said that. Now, what got interesting was what a problem his rookie year. Definitely some. But like, oh, it's a mess, Brandon. It's an absolute mess. It's an absolute mess what they've got in Chicago. Because a lot of it doesn't work. I mean, it feels like it's fighting, right? Let's see. Don't I think Bajent, he's going to be a lot better. I'm not trying to push it too hard. If I take a quarterback, where do I send Fields? Whoever will take him for the highest bidder at this point. Um, I'm not thinking that hard. Let me see. It's the way the organization is right now, but this stuff changes fast. That's the key here, Jay Sanders. I think the Lions were awful. Then they hired. I appreciate you, Drex. I really do. Um, but so the what is I looking at? Oh, the Lions were terrible. They've been terrible. Then they hired Dan Campbell. Now they're not terrible. It's funny how things change, right? And now suddenly they're a relatively healthy organization. It makes some kind of weird draft choices, but that's a separate thing. Like, and that's the other thing, Danny. I really appreciate you saying that. If it helps, Danny, I am not having fun talking about areas where Justin Fields has struggled, right? Like, this is not something I just like to do, right? Talking through Trubisky's failures wasn't fun either. Like, I don't love it's just it's not my thing. Like, I would rather talk about where the Bears are winning and things that are going well. Like, I want to talk about how great DJ Moore is. I want to talk about parts of the offense that are fun. I wanted to spend the entire year talking about complexities within play calling and taking people through how smart Luke Getzey was. That is not what we've got on our hands. Instead, we've got an offense that I think most 10-year-olds could point out all the issues with, at least most of them. You turn on the offensive tape, you start to see all the cracks in the surface, all the frustrating pieces. This looks frustrating. This looks really frustrating. Like, we do. We do. Oh, Sanders. Well, I guess the bright side is you could say that it's a double edged piece, right? Like the Bears destroy quarterbacks on defense, the Bears destroy quarterbacks on offense. The Bears may have just ended Josh Dobbs's like starting run, which is hilarious. And let's see, like I when you say Haplo, do you mean that in the positive and then and the negative? Because I think both apply, right? Like that's the issue here, Haplo. Because I've actually done that piece at all, or I've done that piece too, where I said, "Man, Matt Nagy's going to be so much better when he's not with what Mitch Trubisky," and then he fought with Justin Fields, like or not he fought with Justin Fields. I said the name wrong. He fought with Nick Foles. He fought with like the defense reader. He fought with the guy who won a Super Bowl because Doug Peterson said, "Yeah, man, you're so good at reading defenses. Do whatever you want." And instead, Nagy wanted to make sure he got his perfect plays sent in. Like, I know as I Super Bowl shuffle, I heard from some people like after the fact that yeah, that confrontation on the sidelines was exactly what they looked like. Like, I mean, in the one, was it a Thursday night game or was it a Monday night game? Or was it a Sunday night game? Like, um, and so I can't remember specifically. Oh, it's Thursday night against the Buccaneers. Like that play where the offense was rolling, like started to go tempo. Justin Fields sent the play in. Cordero Patterson leaks into the end zone, and Bobby Massey gives up pressure. Nick Foles gets hit and goes straight down. Like, do we remember that play? Goes to the sidelines, rips him up. Like that was hilarious, if you asked me. Looking back, that was the moment that I should have known, should have, that it wasn't that simple. Let's see. I don't know if that's the one where he says your offense doesn't work, but it was near and around there. And that's the thing. Like, nobody needs to get called names. We all love football. Nobody needs to get called haters. Nobody needs to honestly deal with any of that negativity. We all deal with enough negativity when we just watch our team. Like, look at this. We're about to show 3 straight screens. One of them goes well, right? Then, oh, it was Cleveland. Yeah, that was hilarious. Screen 1, then they run this. Oh no, it comes up later. I thought that was hilarious, Reinhardt. But I'm trying not to dig. I don't want to be a grave digger, right? Like, Reinhardt, I tend to fall along where you are too, but I don't think that helps create a conversation, right? Like, the big thing you got to remember too, Reinhardt, is that if there's not somebody in the middle, then there's no reasonable way to broach a lot of this, right? Here we go, screen. It's this one. Screen up the sidelines. Moore's that dude. Moore bites inside. Like, it's not that Moore does something outstandingly amazing, but when you watch him, just the way he carries the ball is awesome. It's awesome. He pops up field to at least get this guy influenced that he might have to come inside, which sets up the blocker for Mooney. It's all so quick. It's just instinctive. But that sets up that block, and then Mooney's able to push him outside, and from there, he's just a dude being a dude, right? Jay Sanders, I also always want to leave room for Fields to do something. We've ridden this far. He's playing 5 more games. Until he doesn't, it's not over, right? Like, there are problems. We see them. In Detroit, there were some problems, but they weren't this often. They really weren't. This was a bad game. Like, man, Reinhardt, I can't do Chase. To me, Chase seems like it's too much the engagement thing, right? Which I don't like. The noise about Harbaugh is loud to stop, but I swear that noise about Harbaugh. So the other thing to stop that like I hate to point out in this because it's not fair, right? So Decaeus, to be completely blunt with you, do you let me put the question back on you, Decaeus. Do you want Eberflus to get fired, or do you want Eberflus to stay? The issue that I have is that I don't see a world where Justin Fields plays well enough under any circumstance to have a new coach get fired and or have the old coach get fired and the new coach like come in and want to keep him over drafting their own guy. These coaches are vain people. They want that ball of clay. They love the fresh quarterback. I mean, we see it all the time. There was a point where it sure seemed as if Luke Getsy wanted let me see, a non-system quarterback. Okay, isn't the Kaepernick thing like vaguely impressive though? Anyways, moving on. Let's see. 9 turnovers, 0 TDs in the last 2 games. Almost comical. Wait, what is the 9? Who has 9 turnovers in 2 games? Let's see. Um, man, I suddenly lost myself. Oh yeah, uh, it is everywhere, Reinhardt. And I mean, the other piece to this is like Bears fans are clicking on things like a maniac or like maniacs, right? Like when you look at when you look at everything coming out, like Harbaugh, like these Justin Fields breakdowns, everybody loves. All these Bears fans are obsessed and they love it, and it's awesome. It's great. Like it really is. Like, let me see. Oh yeah, I got you. It's Oh, he did, Reinhardt. It's more to say when I look at this that there are a lot of people that are keeping the conversation floating. I think, in part because they they know that Bears fans are click hungry, and there are a lot of them right now. Like Tim Jenkins, he's gonna make a Bears video literally every time, and I think 3 of them have been titled "Justin Fields is not the problem." When you keep having to make headlines about how Justin Fields is not the problem, isn't he a little bit of the problem? Why does there have to be one the problem? Can't there be 3 of the problems? The offensive or the center sucks. Like the wide receivers, specifically, I'm looking at you, Darnell Mooney sometimes. Mooney's more hit and miss. But Tyler Scott is not a good blocker. And the Bears keep throwing these wide receiver screens. Putting Cole Kmet out on the sides or like on out wide is a giveaway. This is a tell. Nobody's surprised. Like there could be so many of the problems. The run blockers don't seem like they know where they're going about 40% of the time. It's unbelievably frustrating. Like it is amazing that it's half of this works sometimes just because there are these gaff moments that I was talking to an offensive coach. This is real. I was talking to an offensive coach friend of mine. It's just in the football coaching world. It's not like an NFL source or something. But he said, and I quote, "If I watched the Bears offense every week, I think I would start to hate football. Like it's been awful. It's been awful. But when the guy is wide open and we don't throw it to him, obviously that's an issue. There's a reason that you don't hear me trying to pin everything. I hope I don't come across like I'm trying to pin everything on Fields. This is a sick play. Nobody's open like on this one. If Justin Fields makes it work, could he maybe in theory if he was Patrick friggin' Mahomes, like Um, like maybe he sees Mooney and hits him, but that takes extreme confidence. And Jay Sanders, you're absolutely right. Like Tim Jenkins, who's a career YouTuber, and Chase Daniel, who knows that Justin Fields is the hot buttonest topic in football right now. Both of them like Justin Fields. Why do they like Justin Fields? Probably because it gets you 5,000 likes on Twitter and a bunch of quote tweets. Tim Jenkins, do you think he's doing media for like the anybody other than the Broncos while he's at it? Like, I promise I'm not trying to like point the finger too hard. It's more like it's a business. I would do it too if I was getting paid. The whole reason you're getting a lot of this is because I'm not paid. I want to get paid to do this. I want being authentic and being earnest to like work. But right now, I get about 1,000, maybe 2,000 views because I think there are a lot of people that don't want to look at what's on tape. And I get that. Like, it's totally okay. It's totally okay. I mean, it's the game, right? Like, and that's fine. I JT's legit. JT goes through it. These things are an hour long. He's awesome. He teaches so much. I just feel like Chase Daniel's play selection in particular is awfully convenient most of the time. Like JT will go through all kinds of bad ones. Tim will go through all kinds of bad ones. But you get what, 8 plays? Like I try to go through as many plays as I can stay awake for. Like, I mean, but that's partially because I didn't play in the league. Like, I'm not expecting you to believe everything I say. It's why I'm going to show you the tape and just circle stuff and be like, how do we explain this otherwise? Right? Like, I don't have 10 years of coaching experience in the NFL. I can't. Like, I mean, I can't do that. I would love to, but I can't. Like, let me see. Let somebody have. Oh, Robbie, not you too. These quarterbacks are not all the same. I would love for them to be all the same, but they aren't all the same. Like I'm more JJ McCarthy than I am Jaylon Daniels, that's for sure. And I think Bo Nix is not good, to be honest with you. Like maybe he has an okay career as like a maybe you put him in a San Fran offense, and I mean that very literally, where he doesn't have to throw the ball 20 yards down the field for his first year, and he'll get better. But I'm not convinced that Bo Nix will be pretty much anything at all. I would rather bet things on Quinn Ewers, and I don't like Quinn Ewers. Let me see. What did Apple say? I don't see what's Apple's latest comment. I mean, yeah, Mario. JT's Patreon keeps him authentic, which is awesome. JT rules. Like he figured it out. What if Justin balls out these last 5 games despite Getsy? Define balls out, Jay Sanders. Does he hit the open guy? Like, does he let me see. Does he hit the open guy? Does he throw the ball a little more on time? And when I say the open guy, I mean like the first guy. Does he throw in any tight windows? If he does those, yeah, we're talking about almost a different player. Like, that's the good news. If we see the good on tape, good, right? Yes. But if you're telling me Haplo, let me use an example, okay? Or not Haplo, Jay Sanders. Balls out. A lot of people like this game because it's in balls out. Like, I picked the wrong one. Going back to the Washington game, I really didn't want to be a wet blanket, but is it the first play of the game? The first play of the game is a wide open receiver, and we miss him. A wide open receiver, and we miss him. And a lot of people said, bro, just run under that. We missed him. We do not complete a pass where our receiver is wide open. Wide open, and we miss him. Moving on. Second play, it's like a run. It doesn't matter. Because the third play is what I really want to get to. We get an even opener receiver. And now we hit him. And it looks great. This is awesome. We like this. But this is so open. It's so open. Like, When we talk about Fields balling out, look at the pocket. It's immaculate. Look at the receiver. He's open like you just don't get in the NFL the overwhelming majority of the time. I'm not saying you have to expect a completion, like you're saying, Jay Sanders. Mahomes will miss those. It's not that easy. It's more to say that I can go through the majority of I can go through the majority of this game and the receivers are wide open. And that's awesome. I'm glad he can hit wide open receivers. But didn't we expect that? Right? Is that balling out? I would say this game was better on Getsy. And certainly DJ Moore. DJ Moore converts some plays that nobody can. It's not nitpicking. It's context. It's being specific. It's drilling down to details. Brano, Moody slowed down a little bit. It's more like I'm more trying to point out that when we say balled out, what does balled out mean? Does it mean hitting batting practice throws? Or does it mean stepping up in the pocket, creating plays where other people just can't create plays? Right? I'm promise. I'm not. This is a great throw. He's wide open with a great pocket. If Josh Dobbs hit this throw, would you think it was amazing? You'd probably say, hey, it's pretty good, but it's wide open, right? I'm not saying this is easy, but he's a first round pick. We know he's talented. We know he can run the ball. But a lot of the throws that he hit were the receivers did a great job, and Fields got all the credit for it. I thought, anyways. He scored 40 points. That's awesome. It happens a lot. I'm not criticizing his good throws. I'm saying, aren't the only good throws that we see the ones that are wide open, and then we miss these? So that's the thing, Bob Davis. I hear how this sounds like cognitive dissonance. What I'm more trying to point out is, what do you think a good quarterback is? Right? What just happened? Where did that come from? Huh. Anyways, what do you think a good quarterback is? Do you think that he is a jugs machine? Do you think that he's a thrower of the football? If he's a thrower of the football, if Justin Fields is a thrower of the football, we have to hit a sail route. Eventually. We've missed 8 of them. We don't throw them anymore because we can't apparently hit them. But I would have expected a throw outside the numbers like this to be something that we can hit. If we hit it, it's a touchdown. On the other hand, when we look at the throws that we aren't even attempting, why aren't we attempting them? It sounds like, oh, it's a little bit of this, it's a little bit of that. It's more like when your first read is open, I would say that's the offensive coordinator. When your quarterback gets to your second read, that's the quarterback. The quarterback's the manager. The quarterback is the offense surveyor. Because Jay Sanders, if the offense gets credit, if the quarterback gets credit for everything that happens on offense, then we should just lump offensive coordinators and quarterbacks together the same, right? I mean, don't they have to be? It feels as if right now, anytime Luke Getsy does something, Luke Getsy sucks. And let's see, if Luke Getsy does something well, then people go, there you go, you're finally using Justin Fields correctly. What if Luke Getsy got receivers wide the hell open? Why does Luke Getsy have to hand credit away for that when the first read is there? That's a perfect plan. If the plan worked the first time, great. You know what makes Mahomes so good? That he perseveres when the first read isn't there. That's what I love about him. I'm not trying to criticize completions. I'm trying to say, Jay Sanders, that it's not even this. If we scanned through a bunch of these, they're sick throws. A lot of these throws are really good balls. The accuracy is nice. Criticizing even the incompletions is more me trying to say that even the games where a lot of people felt like Fields balled out were him loading up for his first read, and we hit it or we missed it, but it was mostly his first read. We hit commit here, that's good. There's no reason to critique it. This play, it goes in the box score as Justin Fields completion for 30 yards. DJ Moore breaks a tackle that absolutely can't be missed and scoots down the sidelines for 30 yards. This is actually one of the better thrown balls that Fields throws because he throws it with some anticipation. Some. Boom. And then we move on. Like, they are good throws. He's a good thrower of the football, a very good thrower of the football when he throws the football. And people get wide open. And that's good. This is why I'm excited about a rookie quarterback. Honestly, games like this that people keep pointing at, I basically look at this and I say, hey, this is awesome. Drake could do this too. Like, I think that's the key here, right? Is there's not one of these throws that I don't think Caleb Williams or Drake May could also make because they're the first read. Like, this throw right here is a dime. This is a sick throw. But I definitely know Caleb and Drake could throw this because they do. Like, they go whoop, bang. And that's the thing, though, Jay Sanders. When we look at Travis Kelce, we get very different plays. Like, I appreciate you bringing him up, right? We get plays like, let's go week 3. Let's go KC defense. Let's go pretty early-ish in a game. Know what I'm looking for. Nope, it's in the second quarter. There's more. There's plenty of examples, but there's a specific play I'm trying to find. Is it this one? No. Looks, doesn't see it, rolls out. I think he's just going to run. Which? Fields. Oh, look, it's Fields. Stays in the pocket, gets the ball out, first down. Check down. Fields can do that. We hope. We hope Fields can go 1 to 2 to 3 in that time. Zacchaeus, that is a ridiculous statement. You can absolutely compare them because we've got comparable college tape, especially when the player in the NFL is struggling with a capital S. The pulling the trigger thing is the whole problem. I don't think anybody's trying to say that Fields is inaccurate, right? I'm not necessarily. I'm more trying to say that if we're not pushing off of our first read, what are we doing? That's what quarterback is. Like, you get nasty throws like this. Obviously, this is what everybody's obsessed with, right? Because, like, this play, hit the back of his drop, push up in the pocket, flick your wrist, the ball goes there. Nobody on planet Earth can do that. And I mean nobody. Like, nobody can do that. Caleb Williams cannot do that. People keep wanting Caleb Williams to do that, or to say he can do that, but it takes much more, like, rip. Sir Lord, he had plenty of turndowns his rookie year too. It just he did, he also had throws where he just burned it in there. Is this it? A specific throw to Kelce he makes that I want to show off. Because you talked about Kelce. This is back when the Bears defense was bad. Look at how much changed. Isaiah Pacheco had a great day. DeCase, remind me, did you think Mitch was good? Did you think Mitch was good after the game 2 throw against Denver where he put up next to no points all game? Then he makes one throw to Allen Robinson and suddenly he's a dude. Because I remember those days. I remember when we were like, whoo, there we go. Like, all QB fumble isn't fair. So wait, hang on, Decays. Whoa, 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 whoa. You didn't think Mitch was good, even though he made a throw to win the game? Mitch made a Pro Bowl. Mitch went to the playoffs. Mitch did so many things that Fields didn't do. But you didn't like him though. So why do you like Fields? Like, what is the difference here? Like, why is Fields so good, but Mitch was bad, even though both made a throw? Like, both made one throw. Both won a game off of one throw. Mitch actually had a bunch of game closing drives, despite Fields going 0 for 10. And there's an excuse in all of them. I've made them before. But don't you think at some point, like, we're pointing the finger? Do you really think, Takias, that everything is somebody else's fault? None of it is Justin Fields' fault. I just think that's unrealistic. At some point, a wide receiver definitely has to catch a ball, Bob. I mean, that's true. Or in ISM's case, he's got to hold on to it, right? But it doesn't help anything that sometimes you only get one shot at it. JF1 is starting. He's in his third year, which is still when Mitch was starting. And then what happened? Let me see. Is it further in? I even remember loosely where it is on the field. I feel like I'm going backwards. Man. Jeepers. How did some of this stuff get this open? It's just gross. Do-do-do. Doesn't like it, dodges a rusher. Wide open. Jay Sanders, I want to fix it. I think that the goal is to fix it. Like, so then, okay, so if Williams is JF1, that's good because that means that you're going to like him. That means that when we draft him and he's good, you're going to say, see, I told you so. And I'm going to say, no, I told you so because Williams is good. And then Justin Fields is going to be riding the bench in his 6th year if he's still in the league. And you're going to wonder, like, oh, whoa, what happened? Because I don't think anybody's going to pay reasonable money for Justin Fields to start. There's always going to be another young kid. The league is not fair. Some of the best quarterbacks in the league are on the bench right now. Like, if you scale the top 25 quarterbacks, there are at least 3 backups on there. But Desmond Ridder, we got to start him. And Zach Wilson, he got 2 full years as a starting quarterback. Like, if you are a young kid and you haven't proved you're bad yet, you just get to play. Like Kenny Pickett, for instance. Like, it works out that way. Brano, I get that, but aren't you only saying this because you're a Bears fan? Like, at what point do you back off and you look at this from the perspective of another fan, right? Like, if you were another team's fan, at what point can you look at Fields and say, this isn't working? I mean, Fields would have to throw for 300 yards minimum in every single one of his games in the last 5 games to convince me that maybe something went weird. But realistically, that would probably mean that the Bears offensive cast was dominating because the way that Fields produces yards right now is that his cast wins for him and he throws to that first read, maybe his second read sometimes. He'll dump it off to Roquan or to Roshan here or there. I mean, it's not like it's all bad, right? I can paint him into a corner where it sounds like it's this ridiculous thing, but it's really more that I'm frustrated because when I watch plenty of other quarterbacks, they play the game at a very different tempo. They play the game with a very different methodology. They approach scenarios completely differently. And Justin Fields sits in the pocket, counts to 7, rolls out of the pocket, throws the ball away, and we go, bummer. Can't believe that didn't work, right? And I mean, Geno Smith is like nearly a decade older. Like, I'm talking, Bob, about everybody from like Josh Allen all the way down to like Tua Tagovailoa. I mean, we don't need to talk about Justin Herbert because I think it's obvious. And when you watch him play, it's just a whole different ball game. But honestly, at this point, even players like Jordan Love, I find more entertaining to watch. Like, I think that they play the game in a way that allows them to attack more areas of the field. And it's part of why, I mean, I guess actually the Bears and the Packers offense are pretty similar right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Packers offense is going to finish in a little bit of a flurry because they certainly seem like they're finding something. I also don't think Love is the most accurate quarterback in the world, which keeps holding them back, but at least he plays on time. Like, I mean, I'm also the guy who likes backup quarterbacks in plenty of cases. So not everybody's going to agree with me. But at the same time, the main thing I just try to do is to keep my fan goggles off because I think your fan goggles get you hurt. I spent my whole life like they're watching Jay Cutler, waiting for him to turn the corner. Why didn't he turn the corner? Why wouldn't he turn the corner? And I mean, I think Barlissimo's a good dude. I think that there's a lot of people that have a whole lot of hope. Why wouldn't they? They're Bears fans. They see the talent. But I see not the kid who fumbles. It's not about the kid who fumbles. I see a kid who is not driving a healthy passing game. Like it's not about winning per se, Starview. For me, it's about individual plays. It's about moving the ball through the air, right? Like it's about a healthy passing game, generating a pass, and even crazier, Getsy's trying. Like, I mean, going all the way back to this play right here. Let me see if I can find it real fast. Everything that everybody's talking about. We want Justin Fields on the move. No pocket. Pocket sucks, right? We are going to we are going to roll out in the pocket, and we are going to get DJ Moore wide open on a corner route. There he is, right there. Throw it. Throw the ball. Settle in the pocket. Know that your receiver is about to pop open and throw the ball. Instead, we run into pressure. Then we can't throw the ball. And then we take a hit. Another double hit. 90 puts a shoulder into her face again. Like, it's all over this. Like, what people say, why doesn't Getsy run slants? I can tell you why. People say, why doesn't Getsy do this? There's probably a reason. Like, there has to be, right? Getsy can't just be an incompetent boob. Like, there are pieces to this that I doubt he's coaching well, but that's a separate complaint. Then he just doesn't know that a slant exists. Instead, I can point to a Getsy. He did in the preseason. He even ran some slants in this game. They just weren't open per se. Let me see. I'm trying to think if he ran any with Tyson. I would think so. Fields even hit a few in the Denver game. That big DJ Moore slant. He hit one, but there you go. This is a YouTuber game, so it's about the stuff he did wrong. I get it. I mean, man, if that's the direction you want to go, like, you can. But I just don't know what to tell you. Like, if you want it to be a game of 10 players and your favorite quarterback, turn on your Xbox and play Madden. Like, it's a hard game. It's brutal. Heroes lose, and then heroes get hurt. Being a Bengals fan right now is not easy. Like, you just lost a season that was going to be an awful lot of fun. Being a Bills fan isn't easy. They have Josh Allen. They're 6-6 for crying out loud. Like, I'm sure there's at least one, Bob. Like, none of this is easy. You have to be good as a team. You have to be good as a unit. Better teams win. And on this day, the Bears defense absolutely won the game. Like, I don't think there's any way to make the argument that the Bears offense won the game when the defense picked off 4 passes and kept the Vikings in check the entire game. It's nice they strung one drive together, but honestly, the game should have been in hand had their kicker connected on a 48-yard field goal any earlier. Like, then it would have been 12-10, and there would have been nothing to worry about. I would have loved to see the Bears punch the ball in the end zone, but they decided to go screen heavy at this point. Leo, I didn't see like a noodle, but it's easy to forget that like an NFL arm and an NFL strong arm are different. Like there are these people, not like these people, but like there are plenty of people that look at all kinds of these things and they go, oh, he's got a noodle. Brock Purdy has a strong arm compared to me. Brock Purdy is a strong arm compared to Blake Shapen. Bears or like the Baylor Bears current quarterback, but Brock Purdy doesn't have a strong arm compared to Patrick Mahomes. I don't think anybody's asking that, right? The noodle arm thing is just us talking about how Tyson doesn't throw with the velo. Like he doesn't throw with that velo that he threw with at the combine. Partially because he doesn't put his footwork and his torque into his fastball. He doesn't have one per se, and that's fine. Like he can throw the ball deep, but his throwing mechanics are kind of finicky. Um, it's okay. Like Purdy's throwing mechanics were really finicky until they got fixed over an offseason. But like you're saying, I mean, I'm also not trying to make Bagent more than he is. Like Tyson Bagent in this offense started to evidence a lot of the same confidence issues that Justin Fields had, which actually speaks well to Justin Fields. The problem is the timer's running out. Like there's not a lot of time. And if the Bears don't get a new coach, then Matt Eberflus, I think, is going to scapegoat Justin Fields. If the Bears do get a new coach, I don't see why the new coach would want Justin Fields. That's the just reality of the situation for where Justin is in. There's not a great way out for him in Chicago. It's why you got to start looking forward to a trade because I don't see any other direction for this. Like, what has Fields done that has been so exciting or worth committing to that a new coach like Ben Johnson is going to come in here and say, hell yeah. Like, oh, Jay Sanders, the trade timer is ticking. Like, Justin has another year on his contract, but because of the third year option, he's mostly marketable right now because you can trade him to somebody else. They can pick up his third year option and then they have 2 years of control. There is a time to make this move if you're going to trade him, and it's right now. Like, it'll be after this season, especially if you're changing coaches. But Fields isn't the only reason. Did you watch the Tyson Bagent games? Because I totally watched those games. I mean, right now I'm watching them because they're the Bears. Like, I actually think Justin Fields is hard to watch, to be honest with you. Like, I don't believe when he touches the ball that something good is going to happen at this point these days. The fact that the Bears went 4 quarters and didn't score a touchdown did not surprise me personally. But I'm also pretty sad about the whole thing. Like, I'm trying to point out that I'm pretty emotionally hurt by the whole situation. If you do ever hear emotion and you do hear frustration, it's because I am frustrated. I really am. And I personally think that I want off this roller coaster. I would rather get on the new roller coaster. I would rather get a veteran quarterback, try to talk myself into them. Like you're saying, the offense is hard to watch. I agree with you. The quarterback is part of the offense. No way. There's no way he isn't. Like, at this point, the defense might get kind of fun. Like, I'm just upset. Like, right now, I am existing in a state of upset. And it's why I started with the defense, because I was trying to keep this off. And then apparently the offense got me upset enough to where I stayed up until 2:15 in the morning. How did I do this? You've got to be kidding me. Like, let's see. I don't think we're going to do that. Blue Air. We don't need to do debut stats. So you talk about the Browns game. That Browns game was a completely different defense. Completely different defense than the this. Let's see. Veterans aren't safe though, Jay Sanders. The last 3 veterans the Bears have gotten were Nick Foles, Andy Dalton, and Mike Glennon. Like, is that better? Is it better? Like, I absolutely think if you get a high pick, you got to take the top one, and I will figure it out. Like, Drake May, for instance, has some stuff he's got to work through. So did Justin Herbert. Like, there were people thought Justin Herbert was a running joke. Like, when they in the draft cycle, Mario, I don't know how well you remember this, but like Justin Herbert not being able to read a defense was like a thing everybody thought at the time. At least, and I wasn't such a draft head that I had a real opinion on it. I promise you, that's not me trying to cape for myself. It's more like everything I read on Twitter was, lol, Justin Herbert can't read a defense. And the only scouting I did was through watching a Brett Coleman video who basically said, lol, Herbert can't read a defense. And now he's a god, like at the quarterbacking position. He is one of the best pure quarterbacks in football. And he doesn't have all the creation ability that all kinds of guys do, but he is one of the best pure quarterbacks in football. Like, so the idea that I have concerns about whether Drake May can read a defense, well, get in line. There are so many quarterbacks where they had that concern. I almost want to go back and watch more Bryce Young because everybody's talked about. No, Bryce Young can read a defense. Like, his issue isn't reading a defense. He is just scared. like like Bryce Young at this point is lacking support, and he can make an anticipatory throw. He can get to that second, third read. He just is getting beat the hell up like nearly every game. They started running the ball a lot, by the way. And then they got to 3rd and 3. I wish this was a joke. 3rd and 3. They lined up, trip set to the right. What did they do? They called a screen. Like, this stuff got embarrassing. If you ask me, Getsy was embarrassing. That's the word. He was embarrassing. Like, what he did to Justin Fields was, to me, like, JT calls it double middle fingers, triple middle fingers. Like, calling this many screens. It's one thing to run the ball. It's okay to run the ball, right? Like, what he did to Justin Fields was basically say, I will not let you do any of this. Like, let me see. Somebody hating on quarterbacks like Allen and Herbert? Let's see. Totally got distracted with that. Anyways, it didn't work, unsurprisingly. Pop. Mooney doesn't know who he's blocking. For some reason, we're throwing this screen at like a 3 on 3. 3 on 3 is fine, but pop. JT is, of course, he's not as negative as I am. Of course, he's not as negative as I am. I really mean that. Like, I'm not surprised JT isn't as negative as I am. JT's going to point out all the offensive flaws that are absolutely ghastly. And JT's going to back up his take from before the draft when he said Justin Fields was better than Trevor Lawrence back when he was still relatively new at this. Like, it's easy to get caught in that cycle. I make content. I defend my priors all the time. You think I'm going to be one of the first people out on Tyreek Stevenson? Hell no. Like, I like him. It's very obvious I like him. I point him out on nearly every stream. If it doesn't work out, I'm going to whine about it. And I'm going to be one of the last people to say that it's not his fault, because that's just what people do. Like, we have our implicit biases and the guys that we tie ourselves to, and we like them. I mean, in JT's case, case in point is Eddie Jackson, Ben. That is a perfect example. I am the last one off the ship of Eddie Jackson, even though I know it's over. In the latest JT, like, he actually says that Justin Fields is playing below starting level football. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying it louder. Like, literally, I'm saying it with more oomph. Because to me, saying he's below starting level is a massive criticism. A massive criticism. I'm telling you, Jay Sanders, that I am biased. I actually cite my biases. Like, I love West Coast quarterbacking, and Justin Fields isn't a West Coast quarterback. There are all kinds of things that you could do to make Justin Fields better. Like, and I've talked about him on this channel, but also I think that the whole holding the ball thing, like, especially the utter lack of desire to pull that trigger, like you're talking about, is effectively like being a race car driver that won't shoot the gap. And F1 would tell you that if you're a race car driver that isn't willing to shoot the gap, you aren't a race car driver. Everybody has biases, Jay Sanders. Of course I'm going to admit it. Anybody who says, I am that dude and I know everything about ball, that's not the case. Like, it's okay. The Bears, honestly, credit to them. They said the screens aren't working, and they just spent the whole third quarter running the ball. Like, I'm with you, Eric. I really try to change when I see new information. My issue, I guess, is that I keep seeing a quarterback that given. Okay, so look, I I grew up in a science background. Like I went to school for engineering. My big scary, if you will, is that when I see JF plus X and I know what X is equals bad. And in the good games, you still get X. In the bad games, X is all over the place. Like right now, this is the blitz. This is spot zone. This is. It's not like literally. I'm trying to figure out like. Oh, it's tight windows. It is. That's at least what I'm seeing. Oh yeah, middle of the field. I can't believe I saved that one. Like, and anticipation throws, I would honestly call like awareness or something like that. But the main thing that I'm seeing, because the other thing is, Drex, I actually think that anticipation throws are becoming something that we're not talking about well enough. Like, I could do a whole thing on anticipation throws because the more that I'm watching anticipation throws, the more that I am at least seeing, right, that the players that are making anticipation throws are aware of what the defense is. They are aware of what the play call that they have is. They are aware of where you need to go with the ball. And a lot of times they're rushed for one reason or another. Like what we call anticipation is also a rushed throw. Let me use a decent example here. I actually have film for this one. Like, okay, so besides the fact that Baker Mayfield is like this like anticipatory throw god that nobody talks about because people don't like the fact that about 30% of his anticipatory throws go awry, right? What people forget to talk about is that like a lot of quarterbacks don't throw anticipatory in college and it's not a bad thing. You know why it's not a bad thing? It's because when you do this in a ball game, you get benched. Like Josh Dobbs throws an incredible and anticipatory throw, but he throws it so early that his wide receiver doesn't catch it. It is an incredible anticipatory throw. It is accurate, and it is also it is a difficult catch. I don't know if it's an extremely difficult catch, but it's a difficult catch, right? And then it bounces in the air and first down. I think it was first down. No, it's third down. What should have been a third down conversion becomes becomes an immediate fail. Like game over, drive over. Now guess what? If Josh Dobbs, he doesn't need to see it throw it. But if Josh Dobbs waits just a little longer, starts his throw right now, then he's releasing as he comes out of his break. Jordan Addison sees the whole throw, catches it nice and easy. The drive keeps going. Actually, we've talked about this. Jordan Addison, had the throw been a little better, might score for crying out loud. But instead, it's a pick because we threw an anticipatory ball too anticipatorily. So to me, anticipatory throws really just comes down to playing on time, right? Like you don't have to be early. It's not a race, right? But when you're late, windows close, windows tighten, and you can end up in a real problem scenario, right? And I think it's just making the way we talk about what anticipation is, Drex, I'm almost starting to prefer to use the word awareness, just because when Fields doesn't throw the ball, like let me see, I bet it is Reinhardt. Like when Fields doesn't throw the ball, I think it's because he doesn't know what he's looking for. He's not on time and he's not sure what's going on, if that makes sense. And Ravi, we don't need to be calling or saying things like that. Don't get me wrong, I'm not pushing you, but Jay Sanders is here all the time. He's a Bears fan with an opinion. He's doing a great job. Like, if anything, he's helping drive conversation. I mean, for crying out loud, I basically engaged with a troll for like an hour and I think it made for better content. But so, anyways, just we always want to be on everybody's team here as much as possible. Like, that's the thing, Ben. Like, anticipation is is just so harsh. You know, okay, so that's not the best way I'm trying to put this. I think anticipation throws have become flavor of the month. What I want to know is, does a quarterback understand passing? Does a quarterback understand passing lanes? Does a quarterback understand window timing, right? Does a quarterback understand how to get from this window to that window to that window? Does like a quarterback understand, if that's not there, this should be, right? Like the Blue Air says. I mean, can you take a look at a defense and nearly instantly know what coverage is and where your answer is? Some of that's coaching. A lot of it's coaching. A lot of it's coaching. It's hard. None of this is easy. But there are some guys that can do it. There are some guys that don't seem to. And it's brutal. Like you're saying, Reinhardt. Exactly. I mean, and to me, the Fields plus X, there's too many X's. Like like Ravi, or not Ravi, it was Jay Sanders. You asked what can Fields do? Improve on two of those. I wrote 5 things on the board and left a couple things off. Like I I want to see 2 of those get better and then we can work with it. Josh Allen is not correct about the defense he's facing too often. He throws way too many interceptions. That's fine because you get playing on time. You get you get the insane athleticism. You get general awareness. You get all kinds of these different things that go well for Josh Allen that you can live with any of the interceptions. Like you'll be all right. I mean, uh at least as I see it, Ravi, you're fine. Don't you worry about it. It's more like, if we're gonna do something that can get contentious, we gotta be as good as we can about welcoming everybody with open arms. It's a tough season. I think, Michael, you said it perfectly. Like, we're all dealing with an underachieving team. We all want to see it get better. We've all got different things. Did you guys? Okay, I want to ask the chat a question. All 88 of you that are up here with me at 2:30 in the morning. Like, here's a quick question. When is the last time? And if you read DBB, don't answer. When is the last time the Chicago Bears won 9 or more games in back-to-back years? That's it. 9 or more games, back-to-back years. When's the last time that happened? Do you know how long that's been? Do you know how long that's been? Mitch, good answer, but no. Mitch never won 9 or more games. In 14 years, it's too short. Reinhardt, you're cheating, I think. It is 2005 and 2006. So as much as I would whine about sticking with Fields, bringing in a veteran, like allowing competition, etc., like if Justin Fields got surrounded by a bunch of talent in the draft and free agents, and they went on to win 9 grindy, ugly games, and then the next year they won 10 grindy, ugly games. They made the playoffs in both years, and they like won 1 playoff game. It would be the best 2 years in 20 years, which is super disappointing. Like, the main thing that I'm saying that for is to say that I think the Bears' future is outstandingly bright. I think we are finding ways. Tell me if I'm crazy, team. Everybody, Really lean in for this. Like, oh no, you got it, Reinhardt. Way to go. And don't worry, DPP's been kind of a mess. Like a good mess. But the season's a mess. My life's a bit upside down. Anyways, it's in a good way. Everything's fine. It's just busy. But so lean in, everybody. I'm about to make a statement. I want you to tell me I'm crazy. I believe the Chicago Bears are in such an unbelievably positive situation. But Bears fans, all of us, are finding ways to focus on the negatives because there are ways that the Bears could mute some of this positivity. I think there are decisions the Bears could make that would chip away at that bright future. Like, um, everybody laughing about it. I really do think that. Like, I mean, I think that there are so many things that the Bears are doing right now that set the team up better than it has been in decades. Decades. Like, I totally get having trust issues, but like you look at this defense, it's finally playing like the defense I was mad that it wasn't playing like earlier. And I consider myself pretty reasonable. Like, the main reason I was so upset is because when you had guys like Jaylon Johnson, yeah, I'm gonna shoehorn Eddie Jackson in here, but guys playing at the level we saw Andrew Billings playing at, the way that DeMarcus Walker was kind of gaming a little bit, what TJ Edwards became, what Tremaine Edmonds can do. I mean, gosh, they traded for Montez Sweat. Everybody got mad at that too. Tons of Bears fans were like, this is dramatic overpay. And I was sitting here like, why are we so mad about trading for a legit good player? And shockingly, he's legit good. Like, there are so many people that I swear, there's so many fans that just hate everything the Bears do. And I get it. Like, I get that the team has taught you to do that. But for once, we didn't trade away dramatic future resources to get the Bears in the place that they are. Like, I mean, it's to me, I look at a lot of this Bears team and I'm like, look at this ridiculous trade package. Like, am I gonna slam when Flus is here because the defense very good? So I'll get over it, Blue Air. I think Sean McDermott and Matt Eberflus share a lot more than a lot of people think they do. So if the Bears hire their Ken Dorsey, I'll get over it. I don't know if they're going to, but right now there's got to be better than Luke Getsy. And I am a believer that a good quarterback could raise this floor, like really raise this floor. Like, I think that whether that's Caleb to you or whether that's, I don't know, Kirk Cousins or Derek Carr if he gets cut, like whatever you want to do, right? Like, I think you bring in a new coach. I think you bring in a new quarterback, and everything's going to look better because it's looking really bad right now. And there are so many pieces on this team. Like Reinhardt, I know you're looking at it with a critical eye. Look at Braxton Jones, man. Look at Darnell Wright. Look at Tevin Jenkins. Poles told Tevin Jenkins, you're a guard. Tevin said, no, I'm not. Tevin said, I'm a guard 2 years later. And now he looks like a legit outside shot at a Pro Bowl if the Bears could win a game or two. You know what I mean? Like, the Bears have Gervin Dexter going from he can't even play ball to there are some of the most fun reps on tape when he's on the field. Like, I mean, they drafted a corner. Sure, they traded for him with, gosh, what did they trade away for Stevenson? I'll get there later. Like, there are some of the, like, they traded for a corner and they already had Kyler Gordon, and everybody went, well, why are we drafting Kyler Gordon, or why are we drafting Tyler Stevenson when we already have Kyler Gordon? And now you've got a DB room that, especially when you what, like, sign Luke Getsy. Nope. Why did that come out of my mouth? It's 2 a.m. Especially when you extend Jaylon Johnson, you have a DB room well under control. Like, I mean, this is the best Bears team. Not this one. This is the best Bears foundation we've seen in a decade. More. Like, I'm here to tell you, I started my career to tell you when the Bears aren't good enough for you to get excited. And they are good enough for you to get excited. Like, I'm they are not too big to fail. Nobody's too big to fail. But they are finally knocking on the door of beating good teams. Beating good teams and not on accident. Like not trap games. I'm sick of being Vanderbilt. I am sick of being Rutgers in the Big Ten. Michigan State. Sorry, Michigan State. Maybe Michigan State is the best comparison. Like, I am sick and I am tired of acting like the Bears have to be third at best and plucky. Like, can we stop rooting for plucky? Can we stop being an underdog? The best Bears team that we separate or that we compare ourselves to all the time is the 85 Bears, and they were the most dominant team debatably ever. Brano, that's a great question. Right now, the Bears they keep getting undone when they go up against good coaches that legit outcoach them. But the talent level hangs tough. Darnell Wright survived in very early games. Again, Darnell Wright played with one arm and smoked Max Crosby. Like, that's a massive win. Braxton Jones, since he's come back, has held on for yeah, right, Khalid. Braxton Jones has served himself really, really well over the last couple weeks. Tevin Jenkins looks like an outright leader. I'm with you that the team is not there yet. That's why I'm calling for major change, right? Like major change, major change. Calling for a head coach and a quarterback change is like not small. And there's 100, there's 100, what's the word? There's $100 million in cap space to spend, and there is and there's a bunch of draft picks that are right about to get spent, and all those should continue to help the team. And in my opinion, come 2025, this team has the possibility to be really, really good. And in 2024, they'll be better. They will be plucky, right? Like, in my opinion, the 2024 team, pretty much no matter how you sling it, or whatever you want to do at quarterback, that team should be pretty good. But I think 2025 is where you could take a god honest major step forward if the things go right. Like, that's the thing, Reinhardt. You mentioned 2018. I think like when you say 2018, you mean like the 12-win team, just to be clear, because I'm talking like 9 wins. Like 2024, one way or another, however you slice it, they could easily knock on the door of 9, of wild card, of 7 seed, right? And let's see, you mentioned that you want to see the defense take a step up against the elite quarterback. I do agree, but they're going to have to do it probably when they get a little more talent on edge. Right now, when they don't get pressure, they obviously get picked apart, but they have the opportunity to spend on an edge rusher in free agency. Maybe they go a different direction. Maybe they do work somebody like Chop Robinson in, et cetera, et cetera. But like, I'm with you that I'm not trying to say that everything's amazing. Let's not spin this into Rob's blowing sunshine up my you know where. I'm saying I like a lot of the players. The players. The schemes need changing. Like, there's a lot that needs to shift. But I like a lot of these players. I think the foundation is is a good bedrock. I think you can build a house on this. And I haven't been able to say that in a long time. Because when the Bears, I mean, we should have known what was coming, right? When the Bears didn't have a first round pick, they didn't have a second round pick. And in 2019, they traded up for David Montgomery. Like, I'm not saying it was over. I'm not saying it's that simple, but that 2019 draft class was bad for a reason. Like, they had spent all of the future resources. 2018, they finally had the pieces, Ravi, but they had all their guys. They were built to win then and only then, right? Um, and then, the 19 draft did get pace fired, I think. But it mostly happened because they had traded away a second round pick so that they could draft Anthony Miller. They had traded away a first round pick so that they could bring in Khalil Mack, despite the team not knowing what they did or didn't have at quarterback. Like, I mean, it's not that simple. It's never this easy, right? But it's seriously, Jay Sanders, it's more that to me, I look at this team and I think they've got a ton of controllable contracts. They've got a ton of like young talent. And if you added a quarterback and he became more young talent, I don't think it's a problem. But Jay Sanders, actually, my favorite thing that you've said, and Jay Sanders, in my opinion, the most important thing you could have said, because it's really true, is that I don't blame a soul of you out there that will remain a cynic until the Bears prove you wrong. I don't blame you. Like, my part of my job, so to speak, is to be a prognosticator, to tell you this is what I'm seeing going wrong, and if it happens again, I think it will continue to go wrong, right? It leaves me kind of doing the prediction thing because a lot of people like it, right? But that's partially because that's just what the game is. To a lot of Bears fans, I expect you've been kicked in the stomach so many times that you've got an ironclad set of abs, but moreover, you're never going to let somebody kick you again. And until the Bears rip the Band-Aid off, you're probably going to feel like I did about the Texas Rangers. But I'm going to tell you something that I can only tell you because I lived it. You're going to know when you know. You're going to know when you know. I don't know when you'll know. I don't know when any of us will know. But you will. Like, I couldn't tell you what it was. But the moment the Rangers came out and gutted the Tampa Bay Rays in, I think they call themselves the Tampa Bay Rays now, like in wherever they're playing, I was like, this team is really good. I mean, why can't they win? And they went on to win. I mean, it's not that easy. It's football. But like you're saying, Reinhardt, we knew, unfortunately, that this team was bad the moment they played one game. All it took was week 1. Like, and Eric, exactly. Like, when you're going to know when you know. And I think the Bears have the opportunity to do some pretty wild stuff. Like, it should be fun. Yeah, right, all are broken. Like, you just see him play, and that's that, right? And so I can't help but look at this, Leo, and my issue. So, Leo, it's 3 a.m. My 83 diehards are with me. I got to close up shop. Let's get real. It's real talk with Rob's Rants. If you want Flus gone, you pretty much can't root for the team to win. The Bears are at 4 wins now. At 5 wins, he's still gone. But you probably need 4. You probably need 4 losses. If you want Marvin Harrison Jr. on the Chicago Bears, you explicitly need them to lose that Carolina game. Or not Carolina, the Cardinals game. I actually think that will be a difficult game to lose. But I thought that the Vikings game would be a difficult game to win, and then we picked off 4 passes. Michael, I love you. Thank you so much. Like, we're at $45, so we'll pick up more in the next draft stream if it's fire, which it will be, because what do I do that's not fire? Anyways, so back to the greater point. Let me see. Like, it's the problem the Bears have right now is that the defense is on fire. Like, Haplo, let's go 8 p.m. The defense is playing out of their minds. They need something to go wrong. I don't know what's going to go wrong. Like, but, and I'm not going to wish injury. I'm just not. I can't. So either Fields has to play bad, which nobody would like. Nobody would like. And do not put yourself in a place where Fields playing bad is good, because it'll send you to somewhere dark that you don't want to be. So Awabono, they are really pesky. Like, the Bears are getting way more pressure than they have. You want to talk about confidence, Awabono? It's been a while since you chatted. Just like, I remember it for a while. But anyways, what I have seen is that the defense is playing with confidence. Like, you got to give. We talk a lot about how confidence with a quarterback makes all the difference. The same is true of a defensive line. You would swear they got Montez Sweat and suddenly remembered that they're all really good. Like, I don't know exactly what changed, but sometimes it can be that simple, can't it? Like, not to mention Mario, the back 7 is looking really good. But I would argue Justin Jones he had already flashed a little. Now with Montez Sweat, he's popping. That little bit helps that much more. Andrew Billings, he flashed a little. Now with Montez Sweat, You feel it on more plays. The Bears are crushing pockets. They are condensing things for quarterbacks. It is like they are popping people. And it's bizarre because this was a Bears defensive line that was awful. I still think they're one of the lowest defensive lines in sacks, partially just because they haven't caught up to themselves, but they're pressuring quarterbacks like crazy. It's forcing a lot of these early throws. And then when these quarterbacks throw these exact throws right here, boom, pigsky. And so I look at this, I think to myself, that this defense has to cool off. Unfortunately, they're going to need they're exactly Khalid. That you can credit the coaches for being motivators, but not for being schemers in this case. So from there, like, all right, what's next? Right? the like you're gonna need the Lions. You're gonna need Ben Johnson to, let's say, audition really well against the Bears offense. Like, or against the Bears defense. The Bears are going to have to give up a lot of points because they need to lose a little bit of swagger, or else in a grindy game against the Browns, you can flip a coin. And I don't know what'll happen because if, especially the Browns defense without Myles Garrett, I don't know what's going to go on. One weird piece to this is that a lot of the Bears' best linemen are playing pretty well against a lot of good rushers across the league. Like the Washington front obviously did not have great games against the Bears. Max Crosby did not have a great game against the Bears. How are the Browns going to do? Probably really well. But how many points do you really need? Like 15? What wins, right? And so it's interesting to me looking at this schedule. Could the Atlanta team beat the Bears? Yeah. Could the Atlanta team lose to the Bears? If they come out flat, easily. And I mean easily. And like you're saying, Sir Lord, they lie, or the Bears line does play up to their competition. So let's see, does Flacco start against the Bears, crush the statue? Man, I would be so interested. I would assume it's DTR. I would assume it's Dorian Thompson Robinson because I would imagine they want to get more out of him. But maybe it's Flacco. I don't know what Flacco would. I think Flacco would have a shot at getting Hoyered. And that's the thing, Reinhardt. I'll close on this. A lot of people, myself included, have torched Flus, justifiably. I think Flus's leadership throughout this entire Bears season has been pretty poor, to be honest. I am stones from a glass house. I don't know, right? I don't know what's going on in that locker room, but the guy can barely get through a presser without bumming Bears fans out. It's tough out there, right? But but it also feels like if you were George McCaskey and I was Matt Eberflus and I walked into the office and they said, "Well, Matt, talk me through this." I would say, "Well, here's the thing, guys. So obviously, we started the season badly. But come on. We had a brand new defense. TJ Edwards wasn't up to speed. So many guys missed so much camp for injury. How would you expect that defense to hit the ground running? And that's a real shame, right? And obviously, we've been dealing with quarterback issues all season long. And I mean, I tend to think that we could look in a different direction for offensive coaching, but look at my work on the defense. And I did that without a defensive coordinator, mind you. We hired Phil Snow. The defense turned around very quickly. We created 7 picks in 2 games. We won. We are 4-4. We are 4-4 since September. Like, that's the kind of thing they're going to say. They're going to say, didn't we think we would be a 500 team? We are 4-4 since September. Just like Foster says, our starting offensive line has only been together for 2 games, and it looks like everything we expected it to. The defense is coming along just like we thought it would. Like, where am I wrong? We're a quarterback away. That's what he's going to say. I think he's going to be wrong, but that's what he's going to say. And if they have 6 wins, I think there is a 50-50 chance that polls or that George McCaskey buys it. If there's 7-10, there's an 100% chance that George McCaskey buys it. Like, but if they're 5-12, I would feel pretty. I would feel pretty. I would assume if they're 5-12, the Denver game and the Detroit game, they will they will ring loudly, and there will probably be at least one more, right? Like, and Sir Lord, the problem is that there are decent examples. So I think Caleb and Drake are worth it. Personally, it's totally my 2 cents. Oh, Jay Sanders, I'm not saying for what it's worth, just so that we're on the same page. I know Pace and Nagy said the same thing. Like, if you're talking about getting the extension to 2021, uh, I'm not saying Flus would say it and it would work or that it would be good. But like you're saying, Michael, I do tend to think that like or that the last game of the season will play a big part. And it wouldn't surprise me if Green Bay undresses us. I think Green Bay may be competing for the playoffs at that point, by the way. Um, so, Sir Lord, here's the deal. Because I'm with you on Fields being worth it. I still think Fields would worth it. If I could do it again, I would do it again. Partially because it would take me a lot of effort to think through something else, but also because I live a tortured existence as a Bears fan. And there's something fun about like having the new quarterback. It really is. Fields taught me so much that I could not have learned another way about quarterbacking. I have learned a lot. Mitch made things much more difficult to learn football than I realized at the time. Ooh. Mario, it's possible that that game may not. Wait, when you say they may not matter, I'm interested to see what you mean. Let's see that. Ooh, I don't know, Blue Air. I really don't. I think that that could get excused as I think the media stuff last month could get excused as like hot air under the collar after the Alan Williams situation, contentious locker room. You can't blame us for that. We didn't do that, right? But that's just totally my 2 cents. Uh, let's see. The Bears might throw the game for draft positioning, depending on how the other games shake out. It's totally possible, Mario. But also, if Flus is coaching for his own job, I don't think they will. I mean, Leo, I am kind of already there, but it is wild. I said this in the postgame pod, and I promise I'm not some silly flip flopper. I see the Bears are as a pretty decently talented team, and I think it was Albono that asked, "What are we going to do against good teams?" We don't play any good teams. Like the whole rest of the season, the Bears are going up against bad, fine, and worse. Like that's it. And so you're gonna go up against a fine, I guess you could call it a good Lions team, and you're gonna take them on at home, and we'll see what happens. That's a big one. Like, can you repeat that success against the Lions? And then they'll go, they'll have, they'll bring Cleveland in. Oh, Reinhardt. I mean, I still think that a good head coach has the Bears as an 8-win team this year, Fields and all. Like, it's disturbing to me just how easy the schedule has been. Just how easy the schedule has been. So that's Jay Sanders. Hey, that's the good news. That's the good news about Caleb Williams. You would get a full 3 years starting. And you've got Caleb Williams tape with not just two separate universities. Let me see. Yeah, so not just two separate universities and but also multiple sets of wide receivers. And so it's all Lincoln Riley. And I totally understand that. But if there is one thing about Caleb you may like, it's that all of the arguments for Bo Nix work for Caleb. People just don't like him. But that's my 2 cents. Look, I'm a huge believer that, or at least I'm becoming one, right? I'm becoming a believer that you want quarterbacks that have dealt with adversity in college. That's not to say Fields never dealt with adversity in college, which is why I need to expand on this and be a little more specific. I want quarterbacks that have played on teams where their talent was outgunned. That's my big hesitancy with JJ right now. JJ McCarthy. Like, he can make an unbelievable seam throw. He has a cannon arm. He is shockingly fast for what you would expect a guy his size to run. He can make all kinds of throws. He doesn't consistently. His offense doesn't ask him to. Uh, and so maybe it gets better, but probably not. Or well, not probably not. Maybe it gets better in the NFL, but there's risk involved. With Drake May, with Caleb Williams, you have multiple years of starting experience. You've got talent that isn't better than Clemson. In let me see. In North Carolina's case, his talent isn't better than Clemson. In USC's case, yeah, sure, he'll whack some people early, but that game against Washington, that game against Cal, that game against UCLA, these are fireball games where USC was not better, which is awesome. I think that's awesome. Like, legitimately awesome. Because seeing Caleb Williams deal with everything after the Notre Dame game, to me, was unbelievable. Like, well, it's no, I'm speaking in 3 a.m. language where I only get like 3 out of every 4 words right. What I'm trying to say is, to me, Caleb Williams would be a much riskier draft pick if the Notre Dame game didn't happen. But it did in the middle of the year, which was great. It put all eyes and all the pressure on Caleb Williams. And immediately after everybody who watched the Notre Dame game picked up on a stat that said against ranked teams, Fields or Williams only throws for 157 yards a year. I'm pretty sure he put together a minimum of 250 yards against every single other team after that. Let me see. And he played into the postseason in both years. I would hope so, Ravi, but we'll see. Like, main thing I look at with Drake, I don't know. We'll see. I'll show you guys at least what I'm seeing on Monday. It's fun film. It really is. I mean, the draft is all possibilities. Let's see. Do I think a team could come knocking for Bajent? Not really, but most of that blue air is purely because the league is. So you know how like the league is unfair, like left and right. I mean that. Like Sam Darnold will get 3 years to start, and then Justin Fields gets screwed by his team, and he's gonna get traded. You know what I'm saying? Like, um, that there are a lot of people that would look at this and be like, "This is ridiculous and unfair." Or honestly, Sam Darnold got traded. Now that I think about it, but so going back to things, um, you just see the question again. Oh, with Bajent, if you have a market, people want you, your price is high. If you don't have a market, people don't want you, price is low. In fact, it's non-existent, and your pedigree drives what your price probably is. Tyson Bagent is a UDFA rookie. There is a better chance that teams just wait for the Bears to cut him because they assume that a rookie quarterback is going to need a veteran presence backup and that the Bears don't want to stick with Bagent. And if that's the case, teams will just wait for them to cut Bagent, and then they will sign Bagent after that. And even then, I bet we'd all be shocked to see Tyson Bagent go to a practice squad. Bailey Zappi went to a practice squad. Bailey Zappi was a draft pick. I have tried to basically tell everybody, I think Tyson Bagent is performing at the level of a lot of 4th to 3rd round draft picks. Clayton Tune is a UDFA. Brett Ripien is a UDFA. These guys don't crack 100 yards. Like, Tyson Bagent is not. Tyson Bagent is. I don't think he's so good that he's truly turning heads. But, well, I think he is, but he isn't, if that makes sense. Like, there's enough of a gap that I think a lot of teams are basically going to wait to see what they can get Tyson for, especially if the Bears, quote, let him go for free. But Reinhardt, I'm mostly thinking like, what team out there is so confident in what they've seen from Tyson Bagent as a Bear that they would roster him the moment the Bears let him go. I don't know if they would. And then it seems like practice squads get home field advantage. Like, oh, he's definitely raised some eyes. Like, and he's definitely outplayed his value. Um, I just don't think anybody's going to come asking to trade him for. And honestly, if you did get a conditional 6 for Tyson Bagent, like, you think about it. Because now you have to replace the Dan Feeney pick, which still doesn't make any sense. I don't know what Ryan Poles was thinking. Maybe they thought, there's something we got to say. In lieu of the Bears' upcoming free agency, we just have to say it. The Bears' pro personnel has not been as good as their draft scouting department so far. Like, Eric, I'm not saying. Yeah, I get you. You definitely don't need to. I'm not trying to push out. I'm not trying to piss off the Bajan haters. I already did enough of Fields tonight. But like, let's see. Poles thought Whitehair was washed at sea. It's totally possible, Sir Lord. If that's the case, he played a lot of center before he thought that. It's crazy that this org got so mad that they straight up benched Whitehair. Let me see. Yeah, yeah, that's about it. Honestly. Next up is the draft stream. I gotta rest and recover until then. Like, I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you guys are having as good a time as you can. That the holidays were kind to you and that they're coming up. Like, and that the ones coming up, you've got people around you or a situation around you that you like. I'll be here relentlessly. Share the channel. Keep a positive vibe. Like, I we're going to do as much. So the only thing that we are going to focus on, just so we're all on the same page, is in these draft streams, especially the ones coming up, I am going to do everything that I can to not commit too hard. Because every time this comes up and we talk about Caleb or Drake, every time we dig in a little deeper to having a top two pick, and it only happens if the Bears have a top 2 pick. So don't curse things too much. Oregon game today. Let's see. Can we watch Shitter? We can. You got any good games that you want me to see if I can't find? Because the good news is, Mario, is that I can pull some all 22. The bad news is I don't have all of it, right? But so let's see. Got to play different scenarios like picking 3. Totally. Is Oregon versus Washington today? Seriously? That rules. That's awesome. That's a great game, Haplo. Like, and so Penix is going to be really interesting. Oh yeah, everybody make sure that you're there 8 p.m. Wednesday. Chances are, or not Wednesday, whoa, Monday. Chances are, oh man, Jay Sanders, if the Panthers win out, that would be a kick in the gut a little bit. But so I'm going to Reinhardt see if I can't edit out all the parts that YouTube flags down the road. But the good news is with a lower channel, like we'll be, let me see, with a lower rated channel right now, I can get away with some crazy stuff. So Leo Factor, he's really young, really young. The other piece to a lot of this is so if there's one other thing to get excited about with Caleb, and I'm not trying to push it too hard, but just talking it out. The blue screen setup? What blue screen setup? I have a blue screen setup. Oh, the green screen setup. Oh, that's just what I've been using to film off-season videos, but right now I haven't had the time. Everything's a matter of what I can justify, to be honest. And with football not paying like a salary, my wife is like, "So you're going to work on my mortgage today?" And she's right. But so yeah, that's what I use for stuff in the off season, which I want to do more of. That stuff is good, and it gets hits, and it drives conversation. I would argue I'm better in the off season. Like, I think these streams are awesome. I'm not trying to say I'm going to stop them, but I I also think that, like, my off season stuff is when I start doing stuff that literally nobody else is, which works even better. But so, anyways, my hope is to get back to that. But the main thing that off-season content takes is the ability to plan it. And the biggest problem with in-season stuff is that most of the stuff that I would do is literally already being done. Like JT, to use an example. Like, I appreciate that I can be a second opinion. My stream goes for 7.5 hours for a reason. It's because that's it. I'm going to reach an entirely different audience because JT got the video out a whole day before I did. Like, there's no way I'm going to match that. The only way I'm going to do it is covering something JT doesn't. So, like, I could talk about the Bears defense, always possible. But I also don't want to put myself in, or I don't put myself through too much time and effort making a defense or making a video about something that, like, where the coach immediately gets fired. But nah, we'll see. Like, I'm excited. I, and that's the thing, Eric. Like, they're different. They are different. But I'm, and I'm happy with the product that I'm able to put out. It takes a similar amount of time, but it's way different. Just because it's long as hell. And I mean, yeah. Anyways, good stuff, everybody. Let's call it there. I'll see you on Monday. If you con me into it, like, if you make it worth my while, then, like, I will, or if you make it worth my while, just because then again I could justify it to my wife, I'll run through some wide receiver stuff so that we could talk about Neighbors, Keon Coleman, Roma Dunze, uh, and yes, Mr. Marvin Harrison's son, right? Just because I really think that there is a, I want to, if I get my way, if I get my way, I will convince everybody in this chat that there isn't a wrong answer if I believe that's to be the case at between 5 and 9. Like, Johnny Newton slaps, from what I've seen. Chop Robinson sounds like he's got people excited. Like, it's so fun. It could be so fun. It could be so fun. Leo, I don't think you got to worry about that. Like, oh man, Mario, I think I'm so disappointed with some of USC's receivers that I hadn't thought about any USC receiver at this point. But you're totally right. And I mean, Polk on Washington is really solid. Who's that cat on Oregon? Tell me his name. Like, the one who's unbelievably fast. Is he draft eligible, or is he younger? Like, that guy, I'm not saying you need Troy Franklin, but that guy blew my mind when I was watching an Oregon game. I was like, holy smokes. Like, he's so slight. I mean, it's like what Tyquan Thornton from Baylor for a while ago. Um, but so, anyways, let's do this. Let's cut it off. Let's go to bed. Let's think football thoughts. Let's find some fun games to watch. Let's watch them. Let's see. Oh, we're going to get some rest. I'll talk to you guys soon. Bear down.